What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Tuesday, December 16th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, Chris Phillips from SEC Unfiltered will join us at 8 o'clock. We will preview the college football playoff with him and go around the conference, some of the biggest stories facing the SEC right now, plus some major roster news for Texas football. DeAndre Moore reportedly leaving the program. Liona Lefau reportedly leaving the program. We'll talk about their 2 losses and what they mean for the future of the Longhorns. Some Texas basketball news to get into, an NBA Cup final to talk about, some big storylines from the NFL, and one of the greatest high school football interviews I've ever seen in my entire life. Yeah, a couple of funny clips and videos throughout the show as well. We are locked and we are loaded and we are ready to roll. It is a Tuesday edition of Bucky and BK. Appreciate y'all starting your Tuesdays with us. Buck, how are you this morning, my man?
I'm doing well, man. It's a little chilly outside. It's going to remain chilly today. It may not get to be more than 60 degrees today, with with clouds, a little bit of wind today. I guess 17-mile-an-hour winds is not just a little bit of wind. It'll be windy. So if you're getting out there and getting some stuff done, look out for the wind. Get yourself a light jacket on or a sweater. I wore a sweater yesterday. That was kind of cool. I mean, I used to wear sweaters all the time when I lived in the Northeast, and even when I was in Champaign, Illinois, because you start putting that stuff on in October. You know what I mean? Like the beginning of October. So I don't even know what I did with my sweaters. I used to have all kinds of weird colored, bad looking sweaters and stuff. I think somebody, one of my 2 wives dumped it along the way. Said, "Get rid of this shit. Get this back to Goodwill where you got it from." But I wore a nice sweater that I got from the Perry Ellis the other day. My wife even complimented me on it yesterday. She said, "Boy, that looks good on you." I was like, "On me? Me? Are you saying I look me? You're not talking to the neighbor or something? You're talking to me?" And she said, "Yeah, that looks good on you." So I wore that, but you're going to need that today possibly, because after the day, it's going to warm up all the way through Christmas. I mean, really weird, 78, 81, 75, 73. Lots of sunshine after the day. So it's all good. It's a time of the year where you should shine. My quick tip for kids in the car line, because I did see Bucky go by. I don't know if this is the last day, but whatever. Thank the folks at the Relax the Bag stores. It's much more rewarding to give than receive. Now, BK is probably going to say, "Kids, don't listen to that. That's foolish talk." But it truly is. This time of the year, it's so much more rewarding to give than receive. And this is the time of year that you got to let your light shine. Let your light shine. This is it's important. As I said, lots of people struggle during these times. Mental health issues. Just everybody doesn't have a joyful holiday season. It's just hard on them. It's hard for them. There's a lot of folks that it's always been hard for them. I don't know if you know people that struggle during this time, BK, but I know people that are this is like the worst time of the year for them. Like, how could this be the worst time of the year? You've got some time off. You're going to be near family. It's almost like that's what's worst about it, just hanging out, not being that structured deal where you get off structure a little bit and you got your free time to bum out. I don't get it. This is a great time of the year. I'm like Tom McKay in that part. I think it's great to tell, pat people on the back, thank them, people that have, the service industry. I go to like I said, if your bathroom's clean at a service station, I'll go right back to the counter and say, "I appreciate, doing what you do and having that bathroom so clean. I appreciate me not peeing on the floor and picking up the top and making sure." I still don't figure out the little toilet thing the toilet seat cover, the toilet condom, which side goes where? Is it does the horseshoe part go in the front like it's like the toilet is? But if you do that, sometimes you can get your stuff can touch the seat that way. So I do it the other way.
I don't think
I
I've
don't
ever
mind.
used one of those toilet seat condoms,
I
to
don't
be
either.
honest.
I tell you, I've done it maybe once. I think I did it maybe at the airport, but then I'm thinking, my ass cheek is not any dirtier than anybody else's ass cheek. I think I can take that, you know?
Yeah, I mean, you don't see those as often nowadays.
Yeah, I tell you, we're in Houston when we went this Saturday to the high school game, we stopped at a place. They had it, and I was like, after pulling it out and trying to figure out which side is which, I didn't have to go anymore. I was like, I'm done. I balled it up and threw it in the trash. I mean,
Mm,
it seems so complicated, that little maneuver that you have to do.
that wasn't at Bucky's, was it?
Oh no, you don't need one at Bucky's. If they go, as soon as the cheek hits that thing, they come in there and clean that thing off.
Yeah.
There's like somebody spying in something. They got you on camera in Bucky's. I believe as soon as somebody drops a deuce, the Bucky's crew goes, stall number 3, stall number 3. I mean, I got a feeling that something's going on there.
It's like a
And they do,
NASCAR pit crew that's just
yeah,
ready to roll right when you leave.
yeah. I mean, you don't have to go to the clerk at Bucky's and say thanks for having such a clean. That's a part of their gig.
They
You don't
know.
have to thank them, but yeah, it's. I'm out there with my socks right now, my socks for the homeless, and boy, it's great to see that somebody would appreciate a pair of socks, especially if there's a $5 inside of them. But it's the socks. Somebody said the guy told me yesterday, the last time I did this, I wore my really nice hoodie from Sue Patrick, and the guy goes, "Hey, I kind of like that hoodie that you got on." I'm like, "Yeah, I do too. You're not getting it." I said, "Here's some socks, you bum."
Hey, you better beg harder if you want this
Yeah,
hoodie.
if you want that, hey, if you get a couple more $5 here, I'll give you a number to call me, and then I'll go pick it up for you and get you a deal. But no, it's I'm so thankful that I can get out there and drop these little socks off. And they're not, I mean, they're socks from Marshall, but they're clean.
Sure.
And I got to believe those same people are wearing their socks more than one or 2 days.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. A pair of socks with how cold it's been in the nights and in the mornings around
Oh,
here.
yeah,
Those come up
last year I got rid of all my hoodies. I got rid of about 8 hoodies that I've had for a couple of years. That went over big, except for the
nice.
guy who wanted the one that I was wearing that I wasn't giving away.
I just donated like 4 giant trash bags of clothes from my place.
Oh yeah, good,
Little
good.
winter cleaning was necessary for me.
Hell, if you go around the corner where Sheesh is by the dumpster there's some people that'll be waiting around that place.
You're right. Yeah. If I threw it in the dumpster, they'd be getting it too.
Oh yeah, somebody's gonna get that.
They're
That's not
diving.
somebody's diving.
Oh, man. All right. I like that. 2 tips for the kiddos this
Yeah,
morning. That's well done, sir.
absolutely. Good morning to soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you. We do appreciate what you do for us, and all types of weather, all kinds of situations that you go through for us. We do appreciate that, and during the holiday season, we appreciate it even more. And to you and your families, have a happy holiday, and do be safe out there.
Yes, indeed. And a happy holidays to each and every one of you tuned in to
Absolutely.
us this morning, or if you're listening back to the show via podcast form, thank you for that. And a happy holidays to you and yours as well. All right, Buck, some Longhorn football news to open up a Tuesday show. A couple of big departure announcements
Interesting.
from yesterday that we need to talk about here this morning. The first bit of news that dropped was linebacker Liona Lefau intending to enter the transfer portal. He did not practice with the Longhorns yesterday. Apparently his locker was cleared out, and it was reported by multiple Texas sources and multiple sources around the country that Liona Lefau intends to transfer when the portal opens up on January 2nd. And then a couple of hours later, we get word that DeAndre Moore is not expected back with the program in 2026. And the initial thought is that he will be declaring for the NFL draft. So Liona Lefau intending to portal, DeAndre Moore intending to declare for the draft.
He's ready to play in March. He's ready for the U.S. Football League. That's what he's preparing himself for.
Who is?
DeAndre Moore.
You're relegating Demo to the UFL?
That dude, second day, later in the second day, yes.
You are a sour grapes guy. You
I'm
say you're
telling
so
you,
happy during the holiday season, and then you just drop the biggest bah humbug line of all time.
there's nothing wrong with that. You make the NFL. Hell, I was a free agent. I was just happy to be able to put a New York Giants football uniform on and say, hey, I was here for a short time, but I was here. So he might as well enjoy that too. I mean, that guy, talking about a guy who needed another year, we hardly knew you well. You had a decent year, you got hurt, and then you came back this year. And I don't know what you did. I guess you're okay. I guess he was just okay.
You're comparing your college career to DeAndre Moore's?
Oh, mine was way better than his.
Actually?
Actually, no, I probably had more scores than that dude did. Hell, I had 3 in one game.
Okay.
I mean, this dude was just I I don't understand that. I don't understand that, but I don't know. Maybe he's going to rethink it and then try to shoot back. But I don't get that. And for Texas, I don't know how much they'll miss him anyway. Eventually, one of these 8 5-star guys that they have has to be better than they were as a freshman, or
Sure.
at least make an impression on the coaches.
Yeah, we've kind of talked about this over the last couple of days, right? I mean, the Texas wide receiver room had a logjam of bodies, and there were no seniors in that group this year. So technically, everybody could have come back in that room. Now, we already saw Aaron Butler announce that he was hitting the portal last week. You were still thinking, all right, there's got to be 1 or 2 more names that leave just because there aren't enough snaps for everybody to be happy. And there was some scuttlebutt that maybe DeAndre Moore was going to be that next name to leave, kind of because of what you just talked about, right? You've got all of these freshmen that you invested a lot in as part of that 2025 recruiting class that was number
Right.
1 in the country. And, those guys you think at some point are going to get to play. So was there going to be more run for DeAndre Moore? Or was the coaching staff going to continue to stick with the veterans and leave the young guys on the bench? So very curious how that thing was going to be handled. And DeAndre Moore, I don't know if he was basically told by the coaching staff that, hey, you're going to have to compete a little bit more for snaps next year, or if he made this decision completely on his own. Like,
Yeah,
hey,
he knew he was not going to be the number 1. I mean, but he could have been a pretty good number 2.
Right.
But I think Mosley, I think he's going to be the number 2 anyway. May even be number 1. And
Yeah.
I think he was relegated to the 3rd guy as wide receiver. And I think he felt that he probably was going to have to battle just to do that, as you said, with these 5-star guys. Somebody was going to come out, or what a waste of a recruiting class. If that's the case, you got a bunch of 5-star guys that don't play until they're like seniors. I mean, that's not great recruiting right there. It's nice to have them. You got the 5-star on it, but if those guys don't start playing football until they're late juniors or seniors, that's not good recruiting. How good really were they?
Right. Well, we'll find out. And yeah, I mean, look, the guys who played ahead of the freshmen were good this year. It's not like Texas was starting a bunch of slappies at wide receiver this season.
Oh, no, they were fine.
Yeah. So, I mean, you had Ryan Wingo, you had Parker Livingston, you had Emmett Mosley, you had DeAndre Moore. I mean, got a couple of 5-stars in there and a guy you spent some good money on in the transfer portal with Emmett Mosley too.
Right.
So that's, I think, a big part of why those freshmen didn't play. But yeah, I mean, it makes sense. You invested a lot in those young guys. You want to see what they have. So I feel like there was probably going to be more of an open competition in that wide receiver room and some more opportunities for those younger guys to get some run. And maybe that contributed to DeAndre Moore's decision. He didn't want to stick around and be a part of that.
I maybe thought a second-day draft deal is good enough than hanging around and maybe not getting enough snaps here. So, yeah, I mean, I don't blame the guy. Lefau is the one that surprises me. I thought that guy played a lot of football, and I don't know what would be, unless you got some killer dogs that are sitting there at linebacker right now, you would think that he was going to play a lot again.
Yeah, that's the biggest shock. I mean, Texas has now had 10 players announce their intentions to hit the portal. DeAndre Moore is not included in those 10 because, again, he's intending to go pro, but you can even throw him in here too. 11 players who have basically said that they are going to leave. And the biggest shock to me is Liona Lefau, without question. Like I think everybody who covers the team and everybody who surrounds the team fully anticipated Lefau returning in 2026. I mean, he's
having a big senior year. Yeah.
Yeah. He started all 12 games this year. He started the last 23 games for Texas. He's appeared in 42 games since the beginning of the 2023 season. And you're right. I mean, with Anthony Hill going pro, with Trey Moore going pro, it just felt like Liona Lefau was about to get an even bigger role on this defense and maybe be this team's #1 linebacker next season.
Yeah, I mean, that dude's from Hawaii, right?
From Hawaii,
I
yep.
was going to say, what is he trying to get closer to home? What is he trying to get to California or something? Somebody's offered him some cash,
Yeah.
more than the deal that he gets at Texas. Somebody thinks that they got some money to spend on a linebacker, and he's the one. And I don't know. It's not like you're not going to get on a boat from California somewhere. You're going to have to fly anyway to get back home, unless you're going to the University of Hawaii.
I don't think he's going to the University of Hawaii. That'd be a pretty bad decision by Liona Lefau if he wants to play.
I don't know. I mean, does he have NFL aspirations, or do you just want to make some money in his senior year? So
probably both. Probably both. And it depends on what
you think they all do. You think they all do, but sometimes some of them don't. Some of them want to go on and, but then again, whatever you're studying here, to have a degree from here would be kind of smart, I would think.
Right. Yeah. You got a chance to get a degree from the University of Texas. That's going to set you up for success in whatever future that you plan on having.
Yeah, we're just guessing, folks. We don't know. So when I say that.
Well, there are multiple reports out there. Like, it depends on what you believe. And maybe we'll find out the truth at some point. Maybe we won't. Right. I mean,
yeah.
I think that was kind of everybody's initial thought is like, wow, somebody's been tampering with Liona Lefau. And somebody reached out to him and offered him a bag. And Lefau went to Texas and is like, hey, this school is offering me this much. And maybe Texas was like, we can't match that. Sorry. Like, maybe it's as simple as that. There was a report that I read yesterday that right after this story came out that said, Lefau had his exit interview with the coaching staff, and the coaching staff told them their plans at linebacker for 2026. And Lefau wasn't really thrilled with those plans. So that's why he decided to leave. I don't know if it was like Texas brought in this 5-star Tyler Atkinson. I don't know if the staff is like, that guy's going to have every opportunity to compete for a starting job. You got to compete with him. Maybe Lefau's like, F that. I'm about to be a senior. I don't want to compete with no freshman. You kidding me? Maybe Texas said, hey, we're about to get 2 linebackers out of the transfer portal, and you got to compete with those guys for snaps next season. And Lefau was like, F that. I've done enough for you guys. I don't want to do that.
All he's done is compete and become the guy for, like you said, 23 straight games. I mean, I don't understand why that would. I mean, yeah, kids are different. You're talking about putting yourself on a pedestal. All you got to do is just go work like you've always worked. You've been playing for 23 straight games. Nobody's been able to yank you out of there. But it could be that bag too. Well, so they're just telling me I'm going to be the starter where this place where I go. Plus, they have money for me.
Right. Which you feel like Texas could have offered both of those things. Again,
yes.
Considering what is departing at linebacker with no Ant Hill and no Trey Moore. I mean, those were your top 3 snap getters at linebacker by a wide margin. It was Hill, it was Moore, it was Lefau. All 3 of those guys.
Am I giving this kid too much credit of being that good? I know. I just thought he was. I thought he was solid. There were games where he was the leading tackler. He always seemed to be around the ball. I don't know. To me, his deficiency was size. I thought he just, for where he played undersized, but he played hard. I just don't. That's one I just don't get. I mean, that just sounds like the bag to me.
Well, he was tied for 3rd on the team in tackles this year with Anthony Hill. So, he played a big role with this defense. I don't think he's an elite player by any stretch, but I do think he's very solid, and you kind of know what you're going to get from Liona Lefau. And again, I don't know if this was a Texas decision. I don't know if this was a Liona decision. I don't know if this was a mutual parting of ways.
Yeah, somebody may have put it to him the wrong way,
Yeah, maybe. And now, look, I mean, forget 2026 for a second, Buck. Let's just talk about the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl in 15 days. Who the hell is playing linebacker for Texas? Ant Hill's already opted out. Trey Moore's already opted out.
Some safety.
Lefau's gone.
Hey, some safety that we've been talking about that hadn't get a lot of playing time. They're about to be inside somewhere.
I mean, I guess like you obviously can't bring in your freshmen or your transfers for that game.
Yeah, somebody at safety is moving in the middle. Have fun.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you've got Ty Anthony Smith, who, played a bunch of snaps this year at linebacker. Now he becomes a premium to make sure he sticks around for 2026. But you've got him, and I guess you've got Bo Barnes, the freshman, who's next on the depth chart. That guy only had 1 tackle this year.
Barnes, huh?
Bo Barnes. Yeah, I mean, he's a top 50 player in the country. coming out of the Dallas area, I think Skyline High School last year. So he's got a very bright future, but we're talking about a guy who only appeared in 3 regular season games. And I think those are your 2 starters. I guess you've got Brad Spence, who kind of flip-flop back and forth between the edge room and the off-ball linebacker position this year. So probably give him some more run off the ball for this game. But yeah, it's like, these games are always so hard to predict because you never know who's going to play.
Well, it's the SEC. We don't really care. We don't care about bowl games.
Is that
These type
what
of
we're
bowl
doing?
games, yeah, we don't care. This is as you said, here you get a couple of weeks of practice, and now you need to see if there's truly somebody that can play the linebacker position. Because if you don't have any in there, you'll be watching a lot of film and watching a lot of kids and their growth right now. Can they mature and grow? Are they going to be ready to go from this point on of the practices, the game, and then into the spring and fall? This is the time that unless you're just going to have to go out in the portal and you got to get 2 of those maybe.
Yeah, I think you do, right? Like, I think before the Lefau news, you probably needed 1 out of the portal just to feel good. And now with Lefau departing, I think you probably need 2.
Yeah, and then the thing about that is good. Those are positions you just need a guy who's got good feet and wants to tackle and has good instincts. You ought to be able to find that in the portal. You ought to see that on film for a lot of guys that may want to leave their place, that are backups behind somebody that's outstanding. But yeah, that's a big surprise to me, especially for a guy who's played a lot of football. You're going, he's got an NIL deal that's just fine, and he's played a lot. I don't think anybody would make the mistake of telling him, well, we got these 2 incoming freshmen. You're going to be under the gun. I mean, you'd be a dumbass coach if you did that.
Well, I don't know. Again, I don't know. Maybe there's more to the story than what meets the eye. I don't know if he felt like the scheme was the right thing. I don't know. Again, money's involved. It's a business, and it takes 2 to tango when these contract negotiations are going on at the end of every season.
The guy made a lot of tackles. That guy was around the ball a lot.
Yeah, he was a key piece on this Texas defense. Yeah, started 23 games in a row for the Longhorns. So, they've got to figure something out, assuming he is for sure gone and not considering coming back. You've got to add more. I mean, offensive line and running back, we've kind of felt like those are the top 2 needs for Texas in the portal. I think linebacker all of a sudden has kind of entered that conversation.
Oh, no doubt about it.
It's right there.
I'm going to say there's a lot of linebackers around this country that are ready to bail.
We'll see. I mean, Texas has had some really good linebacker play these last few years. I mean, Anthony Hill at middle linebacker the last 2 seasons plays at an All-American level. He's about to be a top 50 draft pick in a couple of months.
Yep.
You had Jalen Ford in 2023, who was like all Big 12, first team all Big 12, and probably should have been in the running for Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year in 2022.
Big number 33 played well when he was here.
Yeah, David Benda was a solid player. I mean, you've had very key contributors in that room the last few seasons. So you can't just hope.
Yeah,
that's been a big part of this run defense being as good as it is. Obviously, the defensive line gets talked about the most, but you got to have that second level.
Yeah, the guys that have to make the tackles when those guys take up the offensive lineman, the guy has to be able to tackle for sure.
Yeah. So
yeah, I always thought he was a little undersized, but he was around the ball. I thought he read what they were doing offensively pretty well. I don't know about pass coverage. But the guy I thought he was good. That's one that just does mind-boggling to me.
Yeah, he had some limitations, listed at 6'1", 227, so not your traditional, frame for a linebacker. But made enough plays to where this feels like a big loss for Texas. And I don't know if this means any changes to the defensive coaching staff are coming that we don't know about. Maybe I'm reaching with that one. But yeah, a bit of a stunner right there. Again, of the 10 guys who have announced that they are intending to transfer, no disrespect to CJ Baxter or Connor Stroh or Derek Williams or anybody else who is declared to leave. This is the biggest surprise, and this is the biggest loss, I think, for Texas. Because all those other guys, we're talking about like CJ Baxter. It's like, there are too many running backs, right? Talking about DeAndre Moore a moment ago. There are too many receivers. Like, somebody's going to be the odd man out here. It would make sense for somebody to leave. Linebackers, like, no, you're already losing a bunch of guys. So it would make sense for you to stay because you've got great opportunities to play.
Sure.
And then, that's why the Lefau news is so stunning.
Yeah, I mean, the scheme they run with the big guys taking up the offensive linemen, lots of collisions inside with this group. You know,
Well,
I don't
Lefau's
know.
been a part of it, though. It's not like the scheme has changed. I mean, PK has been the defensive coordinator the entire time that Liona Lefau has been here.
Yeah,
so.
no doubt. But he wasn't playing as much, but he's playing an awful lot now. I don't know if his scheme. There's something else going on there. So I'm just going to say that, communications came out maybe the wrong way with him. He didn't like the way it was communicated to him.
Yeah, that feels silly if that's what it came down to. I mean, these guys have had a relationship for 3 years. If they don't know how to communicate correctly, then what are we doing?
Yeah, no kidding.
Doesn't make sense. But yeah, Liona Lefau, third most on Texas this year in terms of linebacker snaps, 462. Started every game this year. And you start to think about this Michigan game. I mean, could we see Brady Sarkisian at linebacker? Steve's walk-on son?
Why not?
I mean, Anthony Smith, Brad Spence, and Bo Barnes. Those are probably your top three, but you might need more than three linebackers. So Marshall Landwehr, who's played a lot on special teams, former walk-on who was put on scholarship midway through the season, he might be in there. Jonathan Cunningham, a freshman who was recruited as a linebacker, still listed as a linebacker on the Texas roster, but has been practicing primarily in the secondary. That might be the guy you were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, you may have to bring a safety in there and play. It's just for a game.
Yeah,
you want to see how tough your guys are.
No kidding.
Put them in there and inside.
And so, look, some people don't give a crap if Texas wins that game or not, but if you do want to win that game, this should concern you a little bit because the strength of Michigan's football team is their ability to run.
Yes.
They are a top 20 rushing offense in America this year, and they run it a lot. I think 39 times per game on average.
They got like 3 running backs.
So we'll see if Justice Haynes plays. I don't think he will. He's been hurt, and I think he's going pro, so I don't think he's going to suit up against Texas. But they've got Jordan Marshall, who's their leading rusher this year, who's very solid.
Yes,
they've got a dual-threat quarterback in Bryce Underwood, assuming he sticks around. I know everyone's trying to convince him to hit the portal because of the Sherrod Moore wildness in Ann Arbor. But yeah, that'll be a test, obviously, for whoever is suiting up at linebacker in Orlando on December 31st, because that's a physical, smash-mouth, old-school Big Ten style team that will definitely be testing the Texas run.
Yeah, I just got to believe it's more than what we're hearing with Lefau. I don't know.
I mean, the fact that like the three or four different insider sites have all said something completely different leads me to believe that no one really knows what the hell is going on right now. So we're all speculating at this point. Maybe we'll find out the official answer. Maybe we won't. Who knows? But yeah, either way, it's a bit of a shocker for Longhorn Nation.
I've got a feeling that it's not the coaching staff saying that, yeah, we have plans for somebody else in that position. You're going to have to really work hard. Hey, you're going to have to work hard to get better, even though you started 23 straight games.
Right. Yeah. I mean, the guy should want to get better on his own. Like next year's a contract year. It's just last year of college football. So
no matter where he is.
Yeah. Like you said, I mean, we assume most people who sign on to play football at the University of Texas on a scholarship, like they don't want to stop in college. They want to keep playing professionally. So next year is like the year for Liona Lefau. She should be working as hard as he's ever worked in his life to make sure that he's going to be an NFL draft pick and get the opportunity to play on Sundays.
I mean, he's not good enough that the University of Hawaii would give him his own island out there somewhere. He's not that good.
Well, I mean, USC would take him, Oregon would take him, BYU would take him. Like I'm stereotyping a bit. I'm just thinking of the schools that typically have a lot of Hawaiians. Polynesians on the team. Like,
you're right.
I mean, he's good enough to where schools like that would very much be interested. And all three of those programs have been throwing money around left and right.
Yeah, they're not going to throw him there. I mean, he's a guy that you would think would get the bag that he needs here. He'd make enough, in his last year to stick around and be a starter. There's more to this story. That's going to be interesting to know.
Those schools all have plenty of money as well. Let's not forget that. It's not like Texas has unlimited monies, and they've invested a lot in a bunch of other guys on this team. So if USC or Oregon, who also have a crap ton of money, if they prioritize Liona Lefau a little bit more, then all right, may not be much Texas could do in that situation. So I don't know. All right, we'll take your thoughts. DeAndre Moore intending to go pro, Liona Lefau intending to hit the portal. We'll get back into this conversation a little bit more later in the program. Obviously, two key contributors to this 2025 Texas team will not be with the team in 2020.
And let me ask you this. Am I underestimating the value of Moore? I've done it for the last 2 years.
I don't know. I mean, I think you calling him a UFL player is underestimating his value.
Really?
I think there's a big difference between being super upset that he's gone and thinking he's going to be playing for the Arlington Renegades here in a couple of months.
Yeah, he's going to be playing for Coach Stoops.
I mean, Demo, if he does go pro, I will hold him in a very, very high light because he's a guy who I think would get offered good money to transfer. He's done enough at Texas the last couple of years to where a number of Power 4 programs around the country would be offering him a lot.
And I've seen Texas receivers at other places. We've seen them.
I mean, Buck, we're talking about C.J. Baxter getting looked at by Auburn and Penn State. Like, DeAndre Moore has done more at Texas than C.J. Baxter has.
But C.J. Baxter hasn't got to Florida A&M yet. Are you telling me that?
I'm telling you, C.J. Baxter. I thought Jarrett Gibson was going.
Oh, no, again, he can't because then there would be a battle between those two, and one of them would have to leave because it would probably be just too much for him. Or the coaching staff at FAMU would say, we can have one of you guys. You're both kind of alike. We can't have two of you. No. We got to have somebody that can actually run.
No, you're right. You're right. This is great because there are a ton of Texas fans out there who feel the same way you feel, that are like scared to publicly admit that they're not rooting for former Longhorns to succeed. I like that you're not rooting for former Longhorns to succeed.
No, I'm rooting for those guys to have really nice careers at other places. I don't want to try to say that I'd rather not.
You can't say you're relegating these guys to FAMU and then say you want them to be super successful.
I don't understand. Why can't they have a great career there? Why would, if you drop down a couple levels, why couldn't you still have a great year and still a great couple years and get things done? But at this level, they're not good enough at this level. That's all.
Okay.
I'm not saying that they're. I'm just saying it. And once again, C.J. Baxter, expectations were way too high. He's back early. He's going to be special. No, not everybody comes back, from that type of thing. Not everybody's Tom Brady, or you're hoping Patrick Mahomes after you tear that. But that guy tore a lot of stuff in his knee.
Yeah.
It was just tough. And if he comes back to even play the game, and be half decent, whether he's playing at FAMU or Auburn, I don't see him playing at Auburn, but that's okay.
He's going to be getting offers like that. Just brace yourself. Prepare.
Well, somebody's wasting money and time. I'll tell you that. For right now. And I hope I'm wrong. And Gibson, good luck with the two-back set, because that's what he's going to be all about. He's going to be the lead blocker.
Oh, man. Yeah, look, DeAndre Moore, I'll give him credit if he does go pro and not take the bag to transfer. It's almost a similar conversation to Quinn Ewers to me, right? Like, Quinn Ewers could have transferred and played college ball this year and made way more money than he's making with the Miami Dolphins. There are reports of that guy getting offered $4, $6, $8 million if he hit the portal last offseason. He wanted to leave as a Longhorn. That's what he wanted his legacy to be. So that's awesome. You love that as a fan. I think it's the same thing for DeAndre Moore, to where it's like that guy could go play college, and maybe he does decide to transfer. Maybe he talks to NFL people. They tell him, hey, it would behoove you to go play another year in college, and he does decide to hit the portal. And this conversation is a waste of time. But for now, it's like, nah, he wants to leave as a Longhorn. I mean, that guy was basically Jordan Whittington part 2 from the standpoint of first guy in, last guy out every single day.
Yeah. That's what I thought. I thought if there's anybody that's going to stick it out, would be that guy. And especially with this quarterback coming back again, I'm like, well, where the hell else would you want to go? You're going to be playing. You're not going to be on the bench. You're not going to be Wingo, because they're going to try to make Wingo the guy. That's all we know. That's when you're one of the favorites, you're going to be made into something that maybe you're not. But and Emmett Mosley, I mean, that dude just got better. That guy should probably be your number one when it comes to number of catches, And then sometimes people don't. Sometimes they just kind of don't want to go to school. Some guys don't like to play school like you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That whole facade of I got to enrolled in 3 classes, I need this many credits. Screw that. I don't want to do that anymore. I'd rather get drafted in the 4th round. That's fine with them. So,
Yeah.
I mean, you can understand that too. Not all of this is made for everybody to go to school, but I don't know what it was limited time. That just doesn't make any sense. The guy's been playing for like 3 years.
Yeah, and DeAndre Moore, the last 2 years. I mean, he's been at Texas for 3 years, but redshirted as a freshman. And then, he was Texas's leading returning receiver going into this year because Texas lost everybody else out of that wide receiver room following 2024. And DeAndre Moore, 38 catches, 532 yards, 4 touchdowns this season.
Yeah, I mean, they always got Niblet. I mean, they could always throw him in. You know, he plays every position on the field. They need a receiver or whatever. You can always throw him in there.
They've got plenty of receivers, and they might be adding another one out of the portal too. So, look, DeAndre Moore, a fan favorite. Again, if he goes pro, like, that's awesome. Leaves as a Longhorn, really likable guy, team leader, respected. Wish him the best of luck, but Texas will be fine at wide receiver. Again, if they can bring in an elite difference maker, you would do that. I would love for them to do that, but they've got enough bodies and they've invested enough in that group to where they should be okay. I feel a lot better about the health of that room than I do about the health of linebacker.
Yeah, and he's not going to be working on somebody's food truck, not in the first year. He'll be in the NFL in the first year.
Food truck. We're moving Demo to a food truck now.
He'll be okay. That's where he goes the second year after they put him on the look squad in the NFL. He'll be, but he'll do some food truck stuff later down the line. But I don't know. I was never really impressed with him. I thought he did some really nice things, and then once he hurt his foot and disappeared, it just hadn't been the same.
I mean, he had more receiving yards this year than he did last year. So, one less catch, a few fewer touchdowns, but more receiving yards this year. So, pretty similar seasons for Demo in 24 and 25. Didn't take the step that he wanted to have, that we wanted him to have. But, I don't know. All right, we'll get back into – we got to get some –
Okay, so far, BK, and all these guys that are leaving, the only one that's really is really the mystery is Lefau. That's the one all the rest of them, I understand maybe there's a big bag. Maybe you're done with school. Maybe something else, but I just don't get it with him.
Right. That's a stunner. All right, we'll dive back into it. We got to get a few sponsor shout outs, and we'll dive back into the Longhorn conversation and plenty more, Buck.
All right, let's see our friends over at Tony C's Pizza. It is Tuesday. That's 2 for Tuesday, BK. Time to get yourself that pizza that you've been looking for. The chicken pesto pizza is the special for this month, serving New York-style pizza and Italian food straight from the cookbook of the Ciola family. They've been in the Bee Caves area for over 15 years now, and 2 for Tuesdays is fantastic. They have locations at the Del Diamond, Anderson Lane, and Bee Caves, and they've got that great Italian menu at Tony C's Pizza. Love you, Mr. C, and loved Tony C's Pizza.
Yes, indeed. Love Tony C's Pizza. Shout out to them. Also a shout out to Altstadt Beer, the best beer that you could find here in the great state of Texas. Whatever you have going on this holiday season, make sure your good times are accompanied by the greatness that is Altstadt. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. You want to be the life of any holiday party that you attend, show up with a 6-pack. Heck, show up with a 15-pack of Altstadt beer. Everyone's going to love you. And make sure you've got your own 6-packs you can be drinking yourself, because everyone's going to be trying to steal your beer. They've got the Lager. They've got the Kolsch. They've got the Hefeweizen. They've got the Altstadt Light, which is the best light beer that you'll ever have. They got the Schwartz beer, too, the seasonal brew, perfect dark beer that's still easy to drink. I'm telling y'all, something for every palate out there. Please remember to drink Altstadt responsibly. Get you some wherever you buy your beer this holiday season. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
And our good friends over at Woods Comfort Systems, lately it's that heater's been coming on. Mine cranks up here a couple times during the show. But folks, next week, after today, it's going to warm back up into the 70s. And I see a couple 80-degree days next week as we head into Christmas. And you want to make sure that the most important thing for me is I can always get warm, but I got to have the air conditioning. I can't be in here sitting around sweating. And it gets in the 80s around this place. Make sure that your air conditioning system will work properly. And the folks at Woods Comfort Systems, their technicians are absolutely the very best at what they do. And they come to my place twice a year, and they'll come to yours. Not only do they do heating, air conditioning folks. They also do plumbing. Any problems with the plumbing's over the holiday, look out. There's people that can stuff that toilet up during the holiday season. You know who it is. It's that uncle that comes to your place and excuses himself. And next thing you know, you hear the plunger. He's in there doing all the plunging himself. And you're like, mom screaming and going nuts at the uncle. Why do I always blame it on the uncle? The aunt she can stuff it too, but most of the times it's that uncle. It's that weird uncle that comes over and just toilets it up. Has no excuse for going in there, but call on Woods Comfort Systems, folks. They've been doing it close to 70 years in Central Texas, and nobody does it better.
Yeah, the uncle who like hangs out with everyone for 5 minutes and then spends the next 2 hours on the pot.
Yeah, like where did Uncle George go? Well, he just had to go to he went to the powder room. Well, that dude's not powdering up anything.
That dude is spraying
the
toilet.
You have to keep that door closed, and anybody that goes in there after that comes out, and there's always comments after that dude. Anybody that goes in there after that dude, there's always these comments that have to just come back in front of everybody.
You don't even have to go in there after him. He just opens the door, and if you're walking by and you catch a whiff, ooh, doggy.
Yeah, everybody's got an uncle or a brother or somebody in the household is the one that has a different smell than everybody else. You know, normal people just stink, but there's that one that has that extra stink, you know?
Sidebar here. Have you ever clogged the toilet at somebody else's house?
I won't do that at somebody else's house.
I'm with you on that.
I'll go lean up. I'll go if they got property. I'll go find a tree and some toilet paper. I mean, seriously,
what if they don't have property?
I got to go. I got to go to Starbucks real quick. I'll be right back. I got to go pick up a coffee. Okay. I just won't do. I won't do that in somebody else's house in their bathroom.
You won't Drew Maringer this, huh?
No, I'll pee on the floor. I'll go Louisiana if I have to, or I'll sit to pee if you ask me to do that. But I can't do that. I don't feel comfortable enough. That gives me a quick blockage, like automatic. No, my bowels refuse to move when I'm at somebody else's house.
I was at a buddy's place for the Big 12 championship game a couple of weeks ago, and someone clogged the toilet. Like one of our other friends clogged the toilet, and is like,
nobody admitted it. Nobody would admit
No. He admitted it. He's like, you got a plunger? He came out, there's like 15 people there. He's like, you got a plunger? I'm like, damn. He like publicly stated he did it. Grabbed the plunger. Started going to town. I mean, we heard it in the other room. Like we hear the plunging going on.
Oh my goodness.
And got it done. But I'm like,
yeah, I would leave the house and find something that was open, gas station or something. I can't do that. I did it at my daughter-in-law's house a couple Christmases ago, you know, because we're all eating, just jamming stuff down. And because once everybody's in a room there's not a lot of people wandering around. So I said, okay, I'll go to that back bathroom. And when I came out, all of a sudden it was really weird. Now everybody has to go, you know? Yeah. And all I can hear is, oh, I'm like, no. So I just really, I try my best to watch what I eat when I'm at somebody's place. I don't just gorge myself with food because I can't do that.
'Tis the season.
And I know people that don't even care. They could care less. If they got to go, they're just going. They'll talk through the bathroom door. You know, stay part of the conversation out there. I'm like, no.
'Tis the season. Hey, if you want to support your digestive health, get you some OLIPOP.
So you don't have those problems.
So you're not clogging up your auntie, your cousin's toilet this holiday season. OLIPOP is awesome, and it is the best of both worlds. It's great tasting soda that's actually good for you. Every time you drink OLIPOP, you are supporting your digestive health. 9 grams of fiber in every can. You've got prebiotics. You've got plant fibers. You've got botanicals. I'm telling you, ingredients that support your gut. You're going to be eating a lot this holiday season. You want to make sure that system is relegated, but also you want to make sure you're drinking something that you enjoy. OLIPOP actually tastes good. You hear healthy and health benefits. You're like, well, that's going to taste like grass. I don't want to be drinking that. No, not the case with OLIPOP. They've got more than 20 flavors to choose from. Y'all see us drinking it all the time. I'm doing a little curbside HEB run right after the show. I've got like 6 more OLIPOPs coming my way. Love this stuff. It's a game changer. Get you some the next time you are at the store. It is OLIPOP.
Nice. You get to your curbside. You're a little curbside. You don't want to go in there and meet the people at HEB?
You know, I'm usually not a curbside guy, but I just, when I have nothing, I will curbside because it's going to take me like an hour and a half to get what I needed if I actually walked inside. So that, coupled with the fact that Christmas is in 9 days and everybody's shopping right now, and it's just going to be a freaking mob scene in that place.
Dude, it is. It is. Like I said, once this show is over with, it all starts. It'll stay that way till New Year's. It's just the way it goes.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a mob scene out there. So I don't want to be dealing with that. I'm going to stay in my car, and thanks to HEB for having curbside.
Yeah. I mean, Bucky's needs to have curbside. You need to talk them into that, VK.
What, are you going to drive an hour to the nearest Bucky's to get your groceries?
No, dude, I'm not doing curb. I go in, you know me, I got to talk to the people. I got to go down the aisles and talk to the ladies about what's the best canned tuna, dear. What do you think? Can you help me there? What's the best bread for my system? Is there too much sugar in this bread? Oh no, I get all kinds of ideas. I talk to the people when I'm at the store. I have the clerks at the HEB downtown. I know a couple of them. I know them by name, and I go in their line. No matter how long the line is, I'm going to be in that line just to hold up everybody else. And then if I really want to hold them up, you know what you do? I could always write a check.
Don't do that.
I never have.
I bet you've paid with cash at HEB a time or two.
Oh, I do that. I do that with cash all the time. But no, I've never written a check. But I seem to get in the line where somebody's, fumbling around in their purse or whatever it is, or they pull a check out of their back pocket and, "Oh, sir, do you have ID?" "Oh, it's in the car." And I'm like, "Oh no, please." Or I'm in the 15 items or less line, and somebody has gone shopping for the whole neighborhood.
Wait, you have to, if you pay via check at a grocery store, you have to show an ID?
Well, yeah, you do. You got to show your driver's license. That's really you. That's generally the holdup is, where's your ID? "Oh, here it is." They stamp it, stick it in the drawer. You show your ID and you move on. But a lot of people, "Oh, my ID's in the car." Well, hell, that's a good place for it, idiot.
I didn't realize.
It's like when I go to Starbucks and I'm in the line, they have, you're trying to go through the fast service part of it, and somebody's shopping for the whole neighborhood. They're buying coffee for like 14 people, and they're in front of you. And I don't miss my chance of saying something to the baristas when I get up there. I'm just like, "Oh, were they doing their HEB shopping here with you just now?"
Hey, as a guy who likes to pay it forward, you're mad that other people are paying it forward, buying coffee for the whole office?
No, they're buying they're buying double latte, margarita, double shots, triple shots. And everybody's got like triple shots of caffeine now right now. They're just going triples. I mean, I'm hearing 3 shots. I'm like, 3 shots? You're going to be so weirded out today. I mean, I can't even take like one. I can barely take an extra shot in my coffee. I'm like, "No, dude." And then people going 3. "Oh, I need a quad. I need quad." I'm like, "Really?
You sure that's espresso and not Bailey's or something?"
Espresso, yeah, it's espresso.
Throw a little Bailey's in there and get your day
You're gonna have
going.
quite a day here with quad shots in here.
God, yeah, that's insane. I'm still a 1 cup of coffee guy with no shots of anything else, but I might be getting close to 2 cups these days.
Oh, do you like espresso? Have you ever had espresso? Do you like it?
I don't like any of it, dude.
You don't even like the coffee, really?
No, I don't like the taste of coffee. I don't like the taste of espresso. I don't like it. I need it to get through the day these days.
Yeah, I can't do like cold coffee. That looks like cocoa. I can't do that. That gives me an instant. Now that sends me right to their bathroom if I drink that, or their black coffee without cream in it. Starbucks. I've done more screaming about, "Hey, I said with cream." I mean, I'll go around the window and come back inside. I said, I've only said that like 100 times. "Hey, give me this with cream." And I go, and it's jet black. It's as black as my old roommate back in Boston College. I mean, it's almost blue. And I'm like, I can't drink this. You understand? I just paid almost $3.75 for this. Can you please give me my order?
Hey, you better not yell too much at them, because they might put their own cream in there, if you know what I mean.
No, we don't do that at Starbucks. That's not.
We don't do that at Starbucks.
This is not fat. This is not fat. This is not fast food. This isn't your girls from the hamburger joints with their guns. We don't do that. The baristas don't do that. I saw baristas on strike yesterday.
For what?
And they were asking me not to cross the picket line. I'm like,
what? You went to a Starbucks and the baristas were like standing outside?
Yeah, with picket signs. I was up north, and I'm like, what do you guys make enough money. What do you want me? You don't want me to go in there and get coffee? They're like, "You don't want to cross this line, do you?" I said, "Oh yeah, I do. I want my coffee."
Yeah, can I go in there and make it myself? Like, I got this.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't need you to do. I'm saying I'm only having coffee with cream. I don't need a double macchiato that you make, and you're getting paid pretty well for doing that. Don't cross our line. You don't want to cross this line. I'm like, yes, I do. Because I got right out of my car. They were standing there. They said, well, you don't want to cross this line. Picket line, do you? And I'm looking at their little stupid signs. Baristas on strike. I'm like, yes, I do. I want my coffee, and I want cream in it.
So I just Googled Starbucks protest, and apparently this is happening at a number of Starbucks around the country.
Oh, they're trying to screw up the holidays. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to do a timely protest.
What are they mad about here? And Starbucks run by a bunch of Jews. They're mad that Hanukkah's going on or something.
I don't know. There's some of them are individually owned, and they just pay to the big people in Seattle. Probably everybody has to send a check to them.
Oh man, I don't know.
Baristas on strike. Who the hell ever heard of that?
I don't know why we call them baristas.
Trailer trucks. We're on strike. No tacos today. Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, I guess with
Starbucks,
Starbucks,
a lawyer somewhere.
Starbucks
makes. You're working for Hurricane Heck or something that we don't know, and you're working the food trucks on the weekdays or something.
No strikes with Hurricane Heck. I can tell you that.
My
guy's fighting for you every step of the way. You ain't got to worry about anything like that with that dude.
Yeah, there's people that someone just said, "I love the way coffee smells." It's like when I was drinking, I never liked the way beer tasted. There was just a purpose to drinking. I mean, I never liked the way Jack Daniels smelled. There was just a purpose for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I didn't have a real taste for beer. It's like, nah, it's just a chaser, dude. I mean, it could have been lemonade. It would have made a difference.
Did you enjoy the taste of Jack, or it's just it got you there quicker?
I know it got me there quicker, but eventually, if you're just drinking a lot of just straight up Jack, you start to get a taste for it. Your taste buds start to get a little bit of a craving for a nice quart bottle or so, or 5 shots of sitting, you know.
Yeah, thank God those days are behind you.
Woo, baby.
I don't have that craving. All right, I do want to play this. This is pretty funny. A great moment from the Texas high school playoffs this past weekend. Of course, we had the semifinal games. We'll have the state championship games that I think start tomorrow at Jerry World, right? You'll go 1A all the way through 6A, which
Craig Way will be doing 1A games all the way. He'll be doing it all the way until Saturday night.
I don't think he calls all of them anymore. I think he splits them with Ted Emmerich.
He's sharing the deal now?
I heard Nick and Jordan talking about this yesterday on the Lone Star Playbook. Like, I think Craig does all the big games, but I think he's like passed off some of the smaller games to somebody else. Because dude, they're playing 3 games on some days up there.
Yes.
I think every day up there they're playing 3 games. Like, that's a lot. Dude, you and I have called, you've obviously called more than I have, but I've called some high school games too. You call 1 game and you're exhausted. Imagine doing 3 of those back to back to back.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
That is a mess right there. But anyways, this past weekend, I think a lot of folks around the country have seen this. This thing has gone viral. DeSoto with a huge victory over South Lake Carroll. I mean, DeSoto has been great, but that's still regarded as an upset. South Lake Carroll was favored to win that football game, and DeSoto got a win in the semifinal. Their head coach, Claude Mathis, who's a legend. I think you brought him up a couple weeks ago.
Yes, Claude Mathis. I thought maybe he would be the guy looking for the running back coaching job at Texas, but obviously he's going to state playoffs. Yeah, he loves what he's doing.
So here's Claude Mathis, the head coach of DeSoto, his on-field post-game interview, losing his mind after his DeSoto Eagles took down South Lake Carroll in the semifinal this past weekend.
Somebody said it was the end of an era. Somebody said it was the end of an era. It's just beginning. It's just beginning. You're telling him it's just beginning. That's what it says about DeSoto. We here. We nowhere else. We here. We gonna be a goddamn legacy. Love these kids. I'm telling people talking about us. That's all they do. They want to talk about us, write us off. Well, guess what? Our kids, they fight. Our coaches, they fight. We believe in one another. Nobody can take down the great South Lake Carroll that they told us. But they forgot about DeSoto. And I just thank God that we'll be able to show everybody else we're a true team. We're a true team.
He's an incredibly nice young man. He is. You can tell he was reaching a crescendo there, you know, as he began to talk. Well, he didn't reach the crescendo. He started out in the crescendo. He was already fired up and ready to go and talk about his team. He's very proud of what he's done there. He's a fiery guy, but he's most of the time BK really mild-mannered. And I've been around him an awful lot, and I mean, I have the utmost respect for that dude. That dude is you know, he's done remarkably well. I mean, it's not remarkable. He's just that kind of guy. He's just that kind of young man.
How about
He would
that?
be able to do anything really well.
I mean, electric right there. That's the type of guy you'd love to play for.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. That guy, you talking about that? Would you like to hear that as a running back coach at a place like Texas from that guy at practice? That would be him.
And you would think, I mean, look, we see coaches rise up the ranks and go from high school head coach to college coach all the time, right? I mean, look, Joey McGuire at Texas Tech, a prime example, longtime high school coach here in the state of Texas, worked his way up through the college ranks and now is a head coach, and he has Texas Tech in the playoff after winning the Big 12 championship.
Yeah, so I am going to make a phone call to him today. As a matter of fact, that's the first time I saw that. I'm gonna just wish him well and congratulations and let him know that I saw that, and I love the fire. And that's not a fake deal with him. That's the real. That's kind of real. You can tell that's real. That wasn't the plan. It just happened. You know what I mean?
Yeah, love the energy. I mean, that's absolutely electric right there from Claude Mathis. And look, he's a legend. He's won state championships. He's had a bunch of success for DeSoto.
I think he was the all-time leading rusher at Texas State.
That sounds right.
And they were Southwest Tech. I mean, I think, when they were Southwest Tech, he was the leading ball carrier in the history of the school. So he's a special guy, man. He's one of my favorites.
That was a great game and a very controversial finish, too, with South Lake Carroll trying to tie the game late. Their quarterback on a 4th and goal ran it, took off and ran, and got right near the goal line. The side judge originally called a touchdown, but the other refs came by and they all met and they eventually waved off the touchdown. So DeSoto got to take over on downs and they ended up running for a 99-yard touchdown on basically the last play of the game to make the score look worse than it actually was. But obviously an emotional game between two powerhouses in the state of Texas, and DeSoto gets the win. And again, they are moving on to the state championship this weekend to take on King.
Yeah, and good luck to those teams that are going to the state championship and to fans that are headed up that way, because that place will be packed.
Oh man,
that's quite a scene when you go up there for those games. And like you said, they'll start today.
I think tomorrow, Wednesday.
2A stuff will start. I mean, they have them all, don't they?
Yeah, 1A starts tomorrow. You'll get some 2A. Yeah, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 3 games each day of a Jerry World in Arlington.
And I didn't even realize there was such thing as really 1A. I thought it just started at 2. There's a real 1A football. I know there's 6-man football.
There's 1A football.
Good Lord.
Rankin versus Gordon in 1A Division 1 and Jayton versus Richland Springs in 1A Division 2.
What is that, like 400 kids in the high school?
Craig Way will tell you where those schools are, how to get there, how many kids are in the school,
who the principal is,
who the coach is, who runs the PTA.
Wow.
All of that stuff. Craig Way has you covered with everything. But yeah, it's a lot of Dallas versus Houston. Again, no Central Texas teams, unfortunately, this year represented, but you've got a lot of Dallas versus Houston. And I know both 6A games are Dallas area versus Houston area. So going to make for some fun matchups coming up for sure.
No doubt, man.
Wanted to play that clip there from Claude Mathis. That's awesome stuff right there. From him. All right, before we talk a little SEC football and a little college football playoff with Chris Phillips of SEC Unfiltered, of course, we'll dive back into the Texas football conversation in an hour or two. If you missed it, we did spend the first 40 minutes or so talking about the DeAndre Moore and Liona Lefau news. If you're watching on YouTube, just scroll back to the start of the video. We'll obviously put up the podcast for the show, but we'll talk more about that in hour 2 as well. But before we chop it up with Chris Buck, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Say hello to Jay and the gang over at Sue Patrick, the incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel, folks, collectibles, accessories, and they've got tons of Texas-themed gifts and items, books, the whole wide variety of everything that you're looking for the holiday season or non-holiday season. I love the shirts that they have in all sizes, small, extra small, large, extra large, double X, and some of you will be even in triple X. Some of you are bigger people than others, and that's right. That's what they have at Sue Patrick. They fit all sizes there. They've got all the different ball caps that you're looking for, tons of caps, folks. They got everything. They've even got luggage for you. I was there with a shot of the Jellycats yesterday. New Jellycat in. Big old white cloud with feet. It was so funny looking. hey, the eggplant's still hanging around there too. They got a new eggplant. Hey, you know what else? BK, they have a pickleball racket with legs. It's great.
Come on.
Folks, they've got it all. And hopefully next week we get a chance to go over to see Jay and the gang over at Sue Patrick. You can too, folks. Online orders over $59 or more, free curbside pickup, and plenty of parking space at 5222 Burnett Road. We love Sue Patrick. I know you will. Once you go in there, I saw Sue in there. I had a little conversation with her, of course, because I gave this out an opportunity to learn more about the state of Texas. Forget the city of Austin, the state of Texas with Sue Patrick herself. So it was good to be there. And it's also a great opportunity for you to pick up all your Longhorn apparel right now. As I said, Jay's got plenty of it available, still coming in all sizes. 5222 Burnett Road or SuePatrick.com.
Yes, indeed. Love Sue Patrick. Also love our friends out at Covert Bee Cave.
You see Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Sweet.
Yes, indeed. Love Covert Bee Cave. Shout out to them. And also a shout out to the Hecht Law Firm. We talked about Ryan Hurricane Hecht a few moments ago, the best personal injury attorney here in Central Texas. He's not out filming commercials, standing on top of cars, hosting podcasts with little girls. He's out there in the courtroom fighting to get his clients every dollar that they deserve. That's what you want. You want a junkyard dog. You don't want somebody to pawn you off on somebody else. No, you want the guy whose name is on the firm representing you in the courtroom. That's what Hurricane Hecht is all about. He's been a friend of mine for more than a decade. He's been fighting for justice and big results for more than a decade, and he will fight to get you every dollar that you deserve. So if you've been hurt in a car wreck, if you get injured on the job, reach out to the very best Ryan Hurricane Hecht. 512-938-8929. That's his number. Or you can go to his website, hechtlawfirm.com. That's HECHT lawfirm.com. Let Hurricane Hecht blow their case wide open and flood your pockets with cash. It's Ryan Hurricane Hecht.
Sweet.
All right. I'm going to shoot Chris Phillips a text here. Make sure he's awake this morning.
While you're doing that, I'll tell the folks that, on Saturday night, on the way back from the high school game in Houston, I listened to the Spurs play OKC. And, there was a battle in the first half. They were down, and they came back in the second half. Wimby's coming off the bench now because he's been banged up. Boy, that's a good basketball team. It's a young team that they can play with anybody. They look good. And Wimby coming off the bench I know it's weird, but they're just trying to get him back into shape, because he missed so many games. But God, are they good? But they made a comeback on OKC. That's hard to do. That was on the OKC's second loss. They're like 29 or 30-2.
Nope, 24-2 right now.
24-2?
They're probably on their way to 29-2, the way that they've been rolling as of late. And that was a huge win for San Antonio in the NBA Cup semifinal. You've got the final tonight.
Wow.
San Antonio and New York. It's the Spurs and the Knicks meeting with the trophy on the line for the first time since the 1999 NBA Finals, Buck.
Sweet.
Because the NBA Cup trophy is about the same level as the Larry O'Brien trophy, isn't it?
No, it's just a gimmick that they've bought into a little bit. I think Wimby's excited about it. He said it's just another great opportunity for a high stakes, play. That's all. I mean, he didn't think of it like being the MVP or whatever. He just thought it was high stakes play or high intensity. He didn't say much about how, this is the greatest thing I've ever played. And no, he just said another big kind of game.
Right. Yeah, it's pretty funny to hear the coaches and players talk about the NBA Cup like that. They know it's supposed to be important, but they also know that it's really not that important. And really, You're playing for money more than anything else.
It's like $530,000 per player to win.
Yeah, tonight's game doesn't impact the standings at all. So the
No.
Spurs and the Knicks are both 18-7 on the year. After tonight, they're both still going to be 18-7
Right.
on the year. So this does not impact your standings or your playoff positioning or anything like that. But yeah, like you said, it's all about the money. So each player, like both teams already get $200,000, like each player on both teams just for making it this far. But each player on the winning team gets an extra like $318,000. Wow. So yeah, there's that motivation. I mean, De'Aaron Fox was interviewed about it, and he's like, hey, they asked him, what are your thoughts about this game? And he's like, people like money. It is what it is. That's life.
Yeah.
That was his exact quote. Yeah, some guys are like, again, hyping it up like, oh, it's a big deal. We're playing for a championship. And then I think you got the truth serum answer from De'Aaron Fox. It's like, if we win this game, I get an extra $300,000. Like, I'll take that.
Yeah, just for playing this game, I got a bill. There's a bill I need to pay.
Yeah, exactly. Now, De'Aaron Fox makes hundreds of millions, so he's going to be okay regardless. But still, it's
300,000 is nothing to you don't just shoo that like that's no big deal. That's okay for playing a basketball game.
You can get somebody a nice holiday gift, or you can get a bunch of people some nice holiday gifts with $318,560.
Wow, yeah, I'll just take that check and buy everybody their gifts and leave the rest of my bank account alone.
Yeah, the Knicks are 2.5-point favorites in this game tonight. It is a standalone game in the NBA, so they're making it a big deal, but also it's on Amazon Prime, so you won't be able to watch it if you don't have that streaming service. By the way, the Mavs lost in Utah last night, but Cooper Flagg had 42 points for Dallas.
Yes.
That is the most ever by a player aged 18 or younger. Flagg has been coming into his own as of late, and that was the best game of his young career, so that was pretty cool to see.
Does Chris Paul BK ended up anywhere?
Does Chris ended up anywhere?
Yeah, I mean, after they ran him out of town there, I mean, he's at the food trailer himself. No, he's got enough money. He's done.
Yeah, I have not seen Chris Paul get picked up by anybody right now after that wild situation with him in Los Angeles where they basically told him overnight that they no longer
while he was asleep
anymore. Yeah, that was a bad look for the Clippers and a pretty ugly end to a Hall of Fame career for Chris Paul. Now, again, he could get scooped up by somebody for a second half playoff push, I guess, but I don't think that has happened as of now.
Is Cooper Flagg still playing guard? Is he still playing all the positions?
Yeah, they're using him all over the place right now. They're not making him run the offense as much, but yeah, I mean, he still has the ball in his hand a lot, and he might be the best player on that team. Yeah, so that was good to see, and I'm perfectly fine with the Mavs losing games. They've been winning a lot of games lately, which is not good for their draft pick. So I'm fine with them losing in Utah and Cooper Flagg going for 42. I think that's best case scenario for Dallas right now, if we're being perfectly honest. All right. By the way, Knicks 2.5-point favorites. You got a gold star lock on the NBA Cup tonight?
I'll take the Spurs for 100,000 units.
How about that? It's your first basketball bet of the year.
On the Spurs.
Okay. Va Spurs va, as they say.
Yes, indeed.
I know you're a big Spanish speaker, Buck.
Yeah, I mean, every once in a while I'll go to, La Fitness.
Yes, that is great Spanish by you, sir.
Thank you very much.
When's the last time you've been to a La Fitness?
I go by it and I see that everybody's there. There's another group that's always demonstrating they're not getting enough money at La Fitness. They're always on strike. I'm like, what are you on strike for? You're a fitness center. What do you got to strike for? You don't do nothing but throw out towels.
I don't know.
And
no one's happy.
Turn on the steam room. What else do you have to do?
They want more than minimum wage for that, I guess.
You and the baristas.
Doing the baristas.
Sorry about the baristas.
Some big, we got some other college football news to get into. Yesterday was a big portal day, not only for Texas with Liona Lefau entering, but apparently Florida quarterback DJ Lagway is putting his name in the portal. Not apparently. He released a long statement on social media saying that he intends to leave Florida after a couple of years and go take his talents somewhere else. This one was...
You need a tight end?
Oh. You don't think DJ Lagway is good enough to play quarterback? That guy kicked the shit out of Texas this year. I wish I didn't have to say that, but...
When you said that, I was like, oh, that hurts.
Yeah, well, I thought he looked pretty good in that game.
Nah, you're going to one-year quarterback. Yeah, if you're maybe North Texas, since their guy's probably going with their coach, maybe a place like that.
God, you were relegating all of these players to.
I'm trying to tell you, that's good football. Why am I being? I'm not being facetious either. I'm seriously, that's good football. Why wouldn't you go there?
What? I mean, you would go there if you don't have options at bigger schools that are better and can pay you more money. But DJ Lagway can.
It's going to be interesting to see where these guys end up.
I mean, it will be interesting. I agree with that. But DJ Lagway's not going to end up at North Texas. I can tell you that right now. I'll put any amount of money. I'll put 100 million units on that one.
Where's he going to? Is he going to go to Auburn and dethrone one of those bad quarterbacks?
I don't know. But it's interesting because, anytime you get a coaching change, right, you always think there's a possibility of a bunch of guys entering the portal. So, like, everyone's initial thought was, all right, like DJ Lagway, like the coach who recruited him is no longer there. So he just wants to go play somewhere else. That happens all of the time in this sport. Apparently, John Summerall, the new coach at Florida, met with DJ Lagway and questioned his toughness, questioned what he's all about, questioned if he was any good. And DJ Lagway's like, to hell with that. Like, I'm out.
Once again, I told you before, I said communications is big. It's in this day and age with these kids, it's really important how you communicate with them. If they have any inkling that you don't think they're worth a shit, they will leave. They won't. I'm not saying they're all like that, but some of them don't want to gut it out. If my coach thought that and I had some ability, I'd be like, I'll show you.
Right. Yeah. I think, if the reports are true and that's what happened, and again, the report says that DJ Lagway wanted to go back to Florida, but his first meeting with the new coaching staff just didn't go well. It just didn't feel like they cared about him at all. That's crazy to me. Now, hey, Florida lets DJ Lagway walk. They go get a big-time transfer quarterback in the portal themselves. And if that guy's better than DJ Lagway, then it's all water under the bridge. But you should be doing whatever you possibly can to make sure your 5-star quarterback comes back if you're a new coach, don't you?
With that particular kid, I guess I could try to get a good year out of him. They've got some good players. They've got some good wide receivers. And the core of it will be, the interceptor and throwing DJ Lagway. But I don't know, the backup can't be any better. So, or he would have been playing when that guy was throwing picks all over the place. So you got to come there and start somewhere, unless you've got a quarterback that you're bringing with you.
Right. We'll see if that's what happens. But I don't know. I was shocked to see that because John Summerall, a lot of Florida fans were questioning that hire, right? The Gators really wanted Lane Kiffin. They obviously didn't get him. So they pivoted to John Summerall. And a lot of folks were questioning it. Then he crushed his introductory press conference. And I think Florida fans were like, all right, we've got our guy. This guy's great. Here we go. And then now Gator fans are reading that the fan favorite quarterback, the former 5-star and top 10 recruit in America, who still has 2 years of eligibility remaining. They're kicking him to the curb. This new coach is kicking that guy to the curb.
I thought he'd only have one more year. No, a good coach can do some things with a guy like that. That's for sure.
Yeah. So we'll see where
we've seen him play hurt and banged up. He just gets hurt a lot.
Yeah, he does get hurt a lot. And I'm fascinated to see what Florida does. And I wonder how this impacts Texas. Maybe I'm reaching here with this one. Obviously, the Longhorns aren't in the market for a quarterback. They have somebody much better than DJ Lagway.
Yeah, but they got to find a couple of fine receivers.
Well, they got to find a running back. And we've spent a lot of time talking about Jaden Ball, Florida's running back, because Texas just hired Jaden Ball's old position coach with Jabbar Jalouk. And, my initial thought was man, Texas has no shot at Jaden Ball because Florida is going to do whatever they need to do to keep that guy in Gainesville. Right? They're going to bend over backwards. They're going to pay whatever they have to pay. They realize he's really good and they don't want to lose him. But then I see Florida tell DJ Lagway to leave. And I'm thinking,
if I'm Jaden Ball, I'm like, you taking this quarterback away from me and bringing in somebody new?
Right. I'm thinking that. And I'm also wondering, is John Summerall dumb enough to tell Jaden Ball, bye, we don't need you. We're good.
Well, that communications with the quarterback was not good, obviously. Quarterback didn't like what was said to him. And for me, the damn running back coach that's here now, that running back ought to have been right in his hip pocket on the way here on the same flight.
Well, that'd be nice. I mean, again, it takes two to tango, and it's not like Texas is trying to poach a kid from FAMU, to use a school that you always bring up. This is Florida we're talking about here. They've got a ton of money to spend. So it's not just that. And I mean, Jaden Ball hasn't entered the transfer portal yet. You can't officially enter it until January 2nd anyways. But I wonder if the way Florida handled DJ Lagway maybe makes it more likely that Jaden Ball does end up.
Well, I know this, that if there's any target out in America, he should be the target for him at running back.
Yeah, I think so too. Like Jaden Ball is aware that Texas is interested. And I think everybody's aware that Texas is interested.
You know, his coach is here. His coach is they've already talked.
Of course.
They talked before the season was over.
Right. Well, I don't know. I don't know if that happened, but they've definitely talked since Jabbar Jalouk took the job. I mean, I think Jalouk wanted to stay at Florida. The just new coach said, we're not keeping you around, so see you later. But since then, yeah, I'm sure those guys have had conversations about, hey, man, you know, we saw what we did together at Florida. That team was 4-8. I come to a Texas team that has a legit shot to make a run at a national championship next year.
Yeah, God, you talk about making sense. I mean, to have Arch Manning and that dude in the backfield, wow.
I'm telling you, that solves Texas's running back issues or running game issues immediately.
If he's healthy and you've got another one that's ready to go behind him, you really got – that guy is big time. You don't have to block them all with him.
Right. I mean, if you get Jaden Ball coming in and you still have Trey Wisner coming back, it's a very good 1-2 punch right there. Plus, you know, James Simon and Derek Cooper and Jet Walker and Christian Clark, all of those guys waiting in the wings, getting developed, not getting rushed into action.
Yes.
That feels like a very good running back room considering what you had this season.
Has Trey Wisner not made a decision yet? Is he practicing?
Trey Wisner's practicing. Yep. And I think either way, he is intending to play in the bowl game on the 31st.
Well, any film he gets is good film for him.
Yeah. I heard yesterday that sounds like Wisner's leaning towards coming back, which is great news. But again, nothing official just yet.
Uncle Willie hadn't talked to him yet?
Yeah, maybe some NIL conversations are going on right now behind the scenes at Texas. But I think it makes too much sense for Trey Wisner to come back. Like,
God, this NIL, this is just crazy. I can't imagine being involved in this kind of talk with a player that's played for me. It just would be hard.
The times there's
enough distractions in the game, you know, enough during the week and practice and school and stuff. And then the NIL stuff, you got to be here. There are expectations of you there. This is what we expect of you. We're going to give you this kind of money. I wonder how many schools are taking that money back. I wonder how many people are saying, oh, no, you know, the deal you got last year, not quite going to be the same.
Yeah.
I hope that's working both ways with these players.
Oh, 100%. 100%. That's, yeah, you know, the exit interviews back in the day were just like, hey, you know, thank you for this year. Here's where we envision your role next year.
Here's a list of things you have to get better at.
Right. And now I think the biggest part of those exit conversations are how much money is changing hands.
Wow.
Right. Players typically want more. And, you know, the programs typically want to spend less, of course. Like an employee. They're not employees, but hey, you want to get your guys on as good of a deal as possible. And that's definitely a part of these conversations. And a lot of guys, you know, I think of Trevor Gooseby. I think of Hero Canoe. I think Canoe's probably a better example here. That's a guy who had the transfer defensive tackle from Ohio State who had a really good year. He was the best of the 5 portal defensive linemen that Texas brought in. He's generating some buzz in NFL circles right now. I think if he went pro, he'd get drafted. And probably a 3rd through 5th round pick. But he's weighing that. There's pretty good money involved in that.
Sure there is. I mean, that's why you came to play football, is to have an opportunity. And it's not like you have to be a first-round draft choice to make a bunch of money for the longevity part of it. You just got to be healthy and good.
Yeah. Well, the second contract is where you make your most money, right? So you get to the league. That obviously gives you a quicker chance to get to that second contract. But now it's like, you know, Texas, they can't just say, if you come back, we think we can develop you into a top 50 pick.
No,
like, right now, maybe you're 3rd through 5th, but we think we could turn you into a 1st or a 2nd if you come back. Now it's, you got to say that, and you got to say, okay, here's what the average third-round pick makes in the NFL. We're going to pay you that, and we think we can convince you.
Sure.
And we think we can develop you into a much higher draft pick.
Yeah, no, there's some bargaining going on in that. It's not just we think we can develop you. No, dude, I'm the one out there working and sweating and getting cut from behind and stuff like that. How much are you going to pay me to come back?
Exactly. So that's happening right now all over the country. That may be a part of the Trey Wisner conversation too. And
for him, to me, it's just a matter of you need more film. You need another, once again, it's easy to say, well, he can go to anybody's weight room and he can go and have some agent do something for a year and he can get bigger, or get better that way. He needs to develop on the field stuff.
Yeah. And I keep making this comparison, and I know these guys aren't the same player or same skill set, but look at Jaden Blue. Like, Jaden Blue left early, fell in the draft to the 5th round, and can't see the field with the Cowboys.
Yeah, I look at Trey Wisner and I think of the kid Gainwell that's playing, that was with the Eagles for a while. I don't know who he's with now, but that guy gets a lot of run. He catches a lot of balls out of the backfield. He's not a devastating runner. His size-wise, he's like that. But, he's not big enough to do every down. But he comes in. Is he playing for Kansas City now? Who's
Pittsburgh.
he playing with? Pittsburgh. Yeah, but he gets in the game and he catches a bunch of balls. He caught, some balls last night. So, I mean, you can make a nice career out of that.
Is that a Trey Wisner comp or a?
No, it's a Trey Wisner kind of comp to me. Probably Gainwell. Yeah. I think I said Cooks the other day. He's not as quick as that dude.
Yeah, Gainwell listed at 5'9", 200. I think Trey Wisner's like 5'10", just shy of 200.
Yeah, he reminds me a little bit of him and should be able to have the ability to catch the ball out of the backfield on swing screens and, little slide line routes or go one-on-one against a linebacker. He should be able to do it, but he needs that. He needs even more playing time to do that.
Yeah.
And not have soft tissue injuries and just go play,
Exactly. Yeah, I think Wisner needs more film. I think it makes too much sense for him, and I think it makes too much sense for Texas for a reunion to happen. And Kenneth Gainwell, by the way, because I looked this up because I do like that comparison, and Gainwell's had a really solid career as a 5th-round pick. That guy ran a 4.44 at the combine. I don't think Trey Wisner's 4.4 guy, unfortunately.
No, I think he's 4.56 guy.
So he's
trying to get to be 4.5.
Yeah, he's undersized, and I don't want to call him slow. He's just not the fastest.
He's pretty quick, though. I like his quickness.
Yeah, I think if Trey Wisner left, he would be like 6th to 7th or UDFA. And that's I don't know why you would leave early for that. Especially, I got it before NIL when you weren't getting paid here. It's like, all right, shit, money is better than no money. Go take it. But when you could get paid more money than that, and you might not even get drafted,
you can. I mean, you get to be they find out that you're a 3-year starter at Texas. That's pretty big. That'll go a long way in the running back position.
Yeah,
people would have thought highly of you if you got to be around here as a starter for 3 years. That's nuts. Yeah, and I got a feeling he'll come back unless Uncle Willie gets to him and said, "Hey, listen, I'm trying to get a new car here. I need you to go ahead and go pro."
Well, back to the point, I think Uncle Willie has a better chance of getting a new car if Trey Wisner comes back to Texas.
Yeah.
So
or at least quicker. He'll get that car a little quicker. You're right.
Get that car a little quicker. Yep. So we'll see what happens with Jaden Ball. Again, still not in the portal. And we'll see what happens with Trey Wisner. No official decision on what he plans to do after the Citrus Bowl. But again, as of right now, Trey Wisner still practicing with the team.
Well, that's good. That's good news that he's not bailing out and not playing.
Yeah.
So Lefau's done. His stuff is packed, huh?
Yeah, Lefau's done. Locker room, or his locker is cleared in the locker room. He's done. DeAndre Moore will not play in the bowl game. Apparently, DeAndre Moore's been in a boot for the last couple of weeks.
What else has been a boot since last year at the end of the year?
That's not true. But
you sure he wasn't in a boot this year?
He was not in a boot this year. Played every game except for one where he had a concussion this season. But yeah, DeAndre Moore, I don't even know if he'd be playing in this game, even if he wasn't going pro. Like it sounds like he's also hurt right now. So he's going to be out. But some other opt-out news. Michael Taft is opting out of the game against Michigan. Not a huge surprise. I mean, a guy who's going pro and he's going to be drafted.
He can't afford to have his thumb get jacked up anymore.
Yeah, I was just curious, if he – sometimes you wonder and you think like guys who have been that committed and that invested into the program, if they're going to stick it out and play that one final game. But
sometimes they're just 100%. They're not 101%. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think Michael Taft has given enough to Texas. I'm not going to hold it against him at all. I think it makes sense for most of these guys to not be playing in this game, considering their NFL futures. But yeah, there will be a lot of starters. I mean, Trey Moore's not going to play. Anthony Hill's not going to play. We talked about Michael Taft, Manny Muhammad, presumably not going to play. So it will be a new look.
By the way, this game could be a mess. There's distractions kind of on both sides. I mean, Michigan can be so distracted in this game.
I have no idea what to expect.
Yeah.
You never do in these non-playoff bowl games. Like, look at the Citrus Bowl last year. Maybe you don't want to look at this from last year because I don't think anybody wants this to happen to Texas. But last year, Michigan and Alabama played in the Citrus Bowl. And Alabama, maybe it was a different what was it? Maybe it wasn't the Citrus Bowl. It was some bowl game that they played in. But
it was Alabama, Michigan.
Yeah, it was Alabama, Michigan. It was the ReliaQuest Bowl, the other New Year's Bowl in Florida on December 31st. My bad. Alabama and Michigan played last year. It was an Alabama team that just missed out on the college football playoff, right? They had 3 losses. They felt like they should have been in. They weren't in, so they got stuck playing in this other New Year's Bowl that wasn't in the CFP. They took on a Michigan team that was 7-5 in the regular season. I think Alabama was like a 2-touchdown favorite in that game, and Michigan won 19-13.
Yeah,
so
you don't know what you're going to get.
Exactly. So even though Alabama was left out of the playoff, it's like, oh, Bama's clearly better than Michigan. They're going to win. They were a huge favorite, and Michigan won the game. So
yeah, just think, like I said, you just think of these as this is just a reward for your team that's played hard. They didn't make it to the playoffs. They're going to have some fun with the players, because you get back and you get ready to start winter workouts and spring ball. You're not going there to dog the players about winning the game and show me your stuff and give me all of this. No, this is a reward. Those guys, like I said, they will be out every night until the curfew hits. Nobody's going to bed early. Nobody's going, they're going, oh, no, we got to have this game. There's nobody in that team except for maybe Arch Manning, who's probably, headed to bed at the right time. Those guys are going to be out just doing what kids do, what young college students do.
So we're saying it's meaningless bowl game?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. All right.
It's a sponsored bowl game. It's, you can talk about the extra practices you get. The only thing, it's time to rest for them. That means mentally rest from football, go out, have some fun, got your NIL money, you're getting your bowl money. But you gotta make sure your body's okay. You can't be in a drunken stupor every night.
Right.
Just the nights when they said the curfew's on.
You don't want to get hurt if you're getting drunk every night, not preparing your body for the game, and then you go out there and play. It's still football at the end.
And it's already hard enough if you're not in the playoffs to get yourself motivated to go stick your face in there on the tackle.
Yeah.
If you're Lefau and some of these other guys and saying, I haven't really hit hard here in the last 2 to 3 weeks. Do I really want to go in there and slam around? I mean, that makes you think about that stuff. When your body's away from that kind of brutal schedule and you're away for a week or so or 2 weeks, BK, and all of a sudden you got to gear your body up to doing those things that you did during the season. Sometimes your body says no.
Right.
Your mind may be saying yes, but your body's saying not so fast, my friend.
You going R. Kelly?
I'll see you in the spring.
You quoting R. Kelly with that one?
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's a long time. It'll be a long time between games for Texas. Obviously, they played on Black Friday, November 28th, and then this game's coming up on December 31st.
But the coaches are going to tell you, Sark's going to tell you how important this is, and it's important to young players and all the good coaching stuff that, don't buy it.
Every coach says that, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Every coach is going to tell you how important to get the extra practices, to look at your younger. We're going to be looking at a lot of younger players. Yeah, while your older players aren't really giving a shit, they're out getting drunk every night.
I think the practice stuff matters way more than the game does. Actually,
there's no doubt about that part of it.
Right, seeing what the young guys have. I mean, you're basically getting an extra spring practice right now to see what these young dudes have, and you're also kind of monitoring what you need in the transfer portal with these practices too.
Well, in this game particularly, you can watch the other opposing team that has a bunch of guys that you may want to really focus in on. After that game, you're going to get to see them on film. You're watching film over and over of the Michigan offensive line. Which guy would we like to go try to get here once this, we'll see him in person. We'll be at events with him.
Sure.
Maybe some talking going on, bumping into another, opposing player that is on the offensive line. I damn sure know if I was Flood, I'd be talking to people. And then the Michigan people got to be going, hey, don't talk to my guy. Oh, we're just talking about some offensive line stuff.
We're just chopping it up, man. Like, what's the big deal? Like,
it's kind of a really relaxed atmosphere in those things. And, they'll have a night of bowling together and stuff. If I'm the offensive line coach, I'm sitting on the other side of the bowling alley talking to their guys.
Yeah. Maybe slip him a 20 or something. Hey, here's a $100 right there. Go get you something. More of that.
Yeah, but there's a lot of, like I said, for me, getting better and all that stuff. No, it's like, no, dude, I get better if I was relaxing my body at my house with my family. That's what I do. But since you got me here and paying for everything, I'm going to get slammed. And I got no curfew. I just got to be on the practice field. Yeah, I'll see you about 3 or 4 o'clock when I get in after I jump out of the cab onto the practice field.
Oh, man. Good luck with that. I don't know how you're doing that. Practicing drunk or practicing hungover.
They do it.
Sure.
It's remarkable what those young guys can do, how they can get hammered, be on the field, staggering around, miss the bus and be at the practice field sometimes before you get there. Oh, I'm here. Yeah, you're here, but you smell so bad right now.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to be all right? Or are you going to be on the side? And most of them, you see guys puking on the side. You hadn't seen that since the first couple of days of summer practice,
Right, exactly.
All of a sudden, you've let them go. You let them loose for 2 weeks. And, dude, they are heaving and dry heaving and everything else. Nobody's drinking enough fluids except for Altstadt and shots, Jello shots. I mean, it's crazy. And in Florida, all the folks where they are, all the girls that are around, it's nuts.
Yeah.
They're just young people. That's what young people do. You give them an opportunity.
Of course.
Football players that you've been yelling and screaming at, then you take them to a bowl game and they're not in the playoffs, and you try to tell them how important it is. They're looking at you like, what?
Most of these guys have never experienced this, right? Like,
that's true. You're right.
Texas has been in the college football playoff the last 2 years. So
you're absolutely right. Most of them have not experienced the bowl system.
Yeah. Normally, for every other game that you play, it's like you get to the road venue a day before and you're pretty much all business. So you're doing a walkthrough, you're going to bed, you're waking up, you're going to the stadium, and then you're leaving. It's very rare where it's you go to a place for a few days, you get to hang out, explore the city a little bit, and then you play the game and go.
Yeah, I mean, there are more banquets. You're talking about being on the eating circuit.
Yeah.
There are more get-togethers and weird banquets, and the Cheez-It Bowl. People have to have a banquet where their representatives have to speak about how much they love your universities. I mean, you're sitting there eating prime rib and looking around and, okay, what do we got tonight? Oh, we got another banquet. We got another talk. And then I'm going out. I'll see you in the morning. It's kind of crazy. It's like the banquet tour when you go to those bowl games, especially bowls like this, the Cheez-It, because they spend a lot of money.
Right. Yeah. We got to talk about how good Cheez-Its are, how you woke up feeling the cheesiest. Yeah. Wake up feeling the cheesiest. How many times are we going to see that commercial during that game? I mean, we see it a bunch already right now in games that aren't sponsored by Cheez-It.
I am surprised Arch Manning doesn't have his Cheez-It commercial in there. And we still got time. A
couple weeks before the game, we could get an NIL deal done between Arch and Cheez-It.
Oh, yeah.
December 31st.
Warby Parker, he'll have all kinds. That thing will be lit up with his stuff.
Yeah.
Lit up with his family's stuff.
By the way, Arch Manning did announce yesterday that he is going to be returning to Texas for the 2026 season.
It's great news for him and the university.
Yeah, I guess it wasn't Arch himself who announced it. I think it was his dad, Cooper, who basically told somebody at ESPN that he's going to be coming back next season. So I think we've all known, like, it wasn't the lead story because I think everybody has anticipated it and expected it for a long time. I mean, something we talked about like all last off season.
Yes.
That Arch Manning was going to be the starter here for multiple years at Texas. That was always the plan. And look, if Arch Manning left, I know he didn't win the Heisman Trophy. He wasn't a Heisman finalist. He didn't live up to all of the hype that there was before the year, but he had a good enough year. If Arch Manning left, he would still be a first-round pick in the NFL draft.
There's no doubt.
And despite that, again, he's coming back for another year. Obviously,
and definitely probably would be working at the food truck.
Yeah, Pavia.
in the food court.
Who's going to be at the food? We got Pavia at the food truck. We got DeAndre Moore at the food truck. Who else are we?
One guy's doing pizza. One guy's doing tacos.
Oh, my God. Oh, of course, the Latino guy's got to do the tacos.
He doesn't know. He's the pizza guy.
Okay. All right. Yeah, good pivot there. Good pivot there. All right, we'll take your thoughts on all of that. Again, 15 days away from the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl, some Texas football conversation, some transfer portal conversation. We'll shift gears. We'll get to some NFL chatter. We'll start talking college football playoff. A couple of funny videos for the people before we get out of here at the top of the hour. But before anything else, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, our good friends at the League Kitchen and Tavern with their 4 great locations, Lakeway, Belterra, Bee Caves, and Avery Ranch, chef-inspired comfort food for the heart and the soul. Made from scratch each and every day, teriyaki glazed pork chops, Cobb salad, all day breakfast, y'all. I mean, all day, and great bacon there. They do. I don't know why I praise their bacon. I mean, is bacon bacon? Not really. Their bacon is special, man. It is absolutely delicious. Happy hour each and every day from 3 to 6. Unbelievable savings on single glasses of wine, special beers, of course, and cocktails. And as I said, prime to wine on Thursday. That is half-price bottles of wine with your prime rib. And Lonnie's Eggnog is available for you. Burger of the month is the Steakhouse Burger. Chef specials include shrimp cocktail, the Steakhouse Wedge, Classic Sundae. Still haven't got that yet. I'll get that this weekend, get my Classic Sundae. Great place, folks. It really, really is. Whether you're watching games or just hanging out with your friends during the holiday, head on over to the League Kitchen and Tavern. As I said, Lakeway, Belterra, Bee Cave, and Avery Ranch.
Yes, indeed. Love the league. Also love audio-visual consultations. Our guy, Tom McKay, very best in the business, and AV Consultations is the best in the business. If you want to upgrade your home TV setup, you could do it with AVC. They've been designing and installing audio-visual automation systems in Central Texas since 1988. If you want the multi-screen man cave like I have, if you want the 85-inch screen like the Buck has, if you want that home theater room with the badass surround sound where the whole house is shaking whenever you're watching a movie or a TV show, AV Consultations can do all of that for you. Don't buy TVs or surround sound speakers and then call AV Consultations. No, you're wasting time. You're wasting money. AV Consultations can get the best prices on everything because they buy in bulk. And again, they do the best work. They're going to install everything professionally. Everything's going to look great. Everything's going to work great. They're the best in the business. And it's not just TVs and speakers. They do whole home lighting. They do surveillance cameras to keep your family safe. They do heated floors for your bathroom to keep everybody warm in these cold mornings and nights. They're the best. Seriously. avconsultations.com, or you can give them a call at 512-255-8678. I just brain farted there. I've been talking about AV Consultations.
Dude, you missed out on a number there.
There's been a time where somebody asked me my cell number, and I gave AV Consultations number. And I'm like,
you did?
Shit. I'm like midway through the number. I'm like, wait, no, that's not. Sorry. 512-255-8678. 255-8678. That's not my cell number, but you should still call it AV Consultations.
And once again, folks, if you wanted to have a little quick stay out someplace, go to Horseshoe Bay. HSBresorts.com will give you all the information you need for a wonderful stay out at Horseshoe Bay. It doesn't have to be a week. It could be a night. If you want to just get away with mama after the Christmas, and you got a little in-between time between New Year's and Christmas, they are welcoming you to stay out there. They're a wonderful hotel. The facilities, the villas are fantastic. If you're a tennis player, they got clay tennis courts out there. They got plenty of golf courses, 4 great courses at Horseshoe Bay. Like I said, for more information, go to hsbresorts.com.
Yes, indeed. And some love to centextickets.com as well. You're looking for some great holiday gifts. Don't forget about tickets, man, to a sporting event, to a concert, to a comedy show.
A nutcracker.
Yeah. It's a great experience. Like, experiences make for great gifts, and you can gift an experience at centextickets.com. You can crack some nuts. They've had Beauty and the Beast in town recently. I mean, there's all sorts of stuff. Just go to Centex Tickets. Of course, Texas basketball back in action tonight against Lemoyne. If you want to be at the Moody Center for that, you can do it. How about Home Alone in concert?
What? I've seen it again. I saw the whole thing the other night again.
There you go. That's coming our way. That's at the Long Center tonight. I mean, there's all sorts of stuff. You might not even know what you want to go see. Just go to centextickets.com. They've got everything right there on their homepage. Don't forget the promo code Centex10. You type that in at checkout, you're going to get 10% off of any ticket purchase from our great friends at CentexTickets.com.
Nice, nice. How about our folks at Humbug? Are they still putting up lights? They still doing their thing? Or
I don't know. I mean, maybe you could call them. I'm sure they would take your business if you want to call them. Humbug Holiday Lighting.
I see my nativity scene out there, but I'm looking out in the front and I see a couple big piles of the dog crap. Did they move the dog crap first? Because I don't want to go out there with the shovel and a bag.
I feel like that's your job.
Do you think so? I just put dirt on it and watch it disintegrate into the ground. I'm not going out there shoveling it. I did try digging a big hole and sticking it in and throwing some fertilizer over the top of it so it just disintegrates. But sometimes you just got to learn how to dodge that stuff out there. You shouldn't be out there in the front yard walking at night anyway.
Well, how do you dodge it? Like if you cover it up with some dirt, doesn't it just look like some dirt? So you think you can step in it, nothing's going to happen?
No. I know. It sits. It's not like a little ant mound. It sits off the ground.
Okay.
This dog is like part elephant.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's just All
right. And that works
by the way,
for you.
By the holiday seasons, I don't know if you can eat a rooster, but my next door neighbor's rooster is now starting his deal at 4 a.m.
Nope.
It is like, people don't eat roosters. What's a rooster good for except for banging a chicken? I mean, is that all they do?
I don't know.
Edible? You'd eat a rooster if you were like starving, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
It's
a bird.
Yeah, exactly. It's got to be close enough that chicken and
those
turkey.
Damn stupid pigeons. They should eat. Why don't you eat a rooster? Somebody should come and eat this rooster.
Have you eaten pigeons?
No, I mean doves and pigeons. They're kind of similar, aren't they? No.
Okay, I don't know. I've never tried pigeon before, so I can't.
I think if I was hungry enough, I'd probably get a little pigeon leg. I wouldn't touch it with my fingers, but I'd probably have to eat that. If I was starving, yes. Yeah, I guess I would eat a rooster, but you'd have to be very hungry. You wouldn't know it. It looks like a freaking chicken.
Yeah, roosters, they got to fertilize eggs for hatching. They got to protect the flock. They got to maintain flock harmony by establishing order. They guide hens to food.
They are the head coach, huh?
That is what Google says that they do.
Well, they talk a lot. They do too much speaking.
Yeah. What about the Cornish game hen? Who's having sex with the chicken?
Yeah, I mean I thought that was their job. I didn't know they did all that other rooster and shit. I don't know why they. I mean, they don't stop at a particular time. By the way, they start early, and it's not like by the time the sun comes up they quit. They don't quit.
I'm surprised you haven't taken out your 12 gauge and say hello to my little friend.
Yeah, I just don't want to be pointed over there at the cage. There's no there. You could hit a person over there. It's not.
In your shot, you'd probably miss.
When you got like 300 chickens, there's always people around there.
Well, then there's dinner for you. If you miss a rooster and hit a chicken, wouldn't be too bad, would it?
No, my neighbors try to give me their turkey. They have turkeys too, by the way, and ducks. They use duck eggs for baking.
All right.
They have turkeys. And I saw the size of the turkeys, the frozen turkey that they wanted to give me. I don't know if there's a 6-ounce turkey that's good enough. That's kind of small for a turkey. That's like a Cornish game hen. I'm like, no, that's all right. You keep your turkey.
A 6-ounce turkey?
I mean, they're like.
Not a 6-pound turkey?
No, not a 6. It's like that big. The turkeys don't get, the ones you try to raise yourself don't get to be real big.
I don't think the 6-ounce.
I have some experience in raising turkeys. I had that at my house.
I don't think you did. If they were only 6 ounces, you didn't do a good job of raising them past like one day.
Bigger than that. Mines were huge. They look like, those turkey vultures that you see. That's what my turkeys looked like when I was doing all that with the goats and the chickens. I had quite the little farm there. I did a pretty good job, but then I just said, enough of this. Once the rattlesnakes started living inside where the chickens were, because the mice would come for the feed. And once a rattlesnake came out of the wall of where my chicken coop was, and and as many times as I had my back to that wall to the chickens, and this head comes out, I'm like, oh my God. And so I started poking in there, and the whole dude came out. It was like 4 feet long. It just brought itself out. And my man Javier took the trash can top, and as that thing came on, he smashed it in the head and then stood on top of it. And you could feel the muscles of the snake through the metal trash can deal. I was like, nah, those farming days are over with now. I'm just going to be a lettuce rancher.
One rattlesnake is all it took, huh?
Well, dude, those things are big and thick. It's like a big bicycle tire.
Yeah, I want
And
no
they,
part of that.
when your feet are, when you're standing on a grown man standing on the can and the thing is moving and the body is the muscles of that snake. So I'm thinking, how do people just reach behind the head of that thing and hold on to that?
I don't know. Those videos
No.
are crazy to me, but people do them all the time.
No,
All
I
the
don't.
time.
I've never even thought of a rattlesnake hunt. No, that's no. I don't even think of a scorpion hunt. Forget a rattlesnake.
I'm out on both of those things.
Yes, you are.
Yeah. All right. A couple more Texas thoughts here. Again, Texas basketball in action tonight against the Lemoyne Dolphins. Buck.
Nice. Lemoyne's in town.
You familiar with their work?
That's the dolphin sound. What does a dolphin do?
Not that.
They don't do that?
I don't think.
What is a dolphin sound?
It sounded more like a rooster than anything else.
No, that rooster is cock-a-doodle-doo. Here's my
Like
cockle-doo. That's what I have to hear from that at 4 a.m.
Your cock makes that sound.
That's what those gamecocks make all that noise. You know, they are good for fighting, though. I would like to go see a good cockfight someday.
All right, Michael Vick, be careful over there. Lemoyne College in Syracuse, New York.
Really?
Yep, they will be here tonight. It's the second to last non-conference game for Texas basketball. Should be an easy win for the Longhorns. Lemoyne is 5-5 on the year, and they've only played one major conference team. That was Xavier, funny enough, where Sean Miller was coaching the last few years. I wonder what type of crowd we're going to get tonight at Moody Center. The last Texas home game last week against Southern was pretty ugly on the ice.
Ugly, yes.
It was, I think, the smallest crowd that I've ever seen for a men's game in the 4-year history of the Moody Center.
This is going to look like it's a practice.
And Texas is coming off of another loss. Now, they played well at UConn. We talked a lot about that game yesterday, but they still did lose to UConn. And this is still a Tuesday night during winter break against a total nobody. For Texas team that's 7-4 on the year. So I don't know how many folks are going to be at this one.
1,500.
You going 1,500?
Yeah.
I think Texas said that there was like 9,000 to 10,000 for that Southern game.
No way.
We went with that bit. Yeah, you see it happen all the time around sports where it's like you could see on TV that there's nobody there, but the stadium will still say, oh, no.
Sometimes they actually buy tickets and don't show up.
Right, exactly. I mean, they're basing it based on how many tickets they sold. So it's not totally – no, it's made up. It's made up. It's attendance. It's not –
yeah, I mean, it's a good time to take the neighborhood kids with it for a game.
Yeah.
And say you've done something. Hey, you're letting your light shine. Take the neighborhood kids and say, okay, it is Tuesday night. Let's go to the game. Hey, kids, I want to take you to a good game. Even the neighborhood kids will be like, that ain't a good game.
No, I mean, you can get in there. I'm looking at Centex tickets right now. You can get in there for like $10 tonight.
Hell yeah.
So, yeah. And with the 10% discount, what is that? That's $9 right there.
You
go to a Texas basketball game. You take the whole family for like less than $50 tonight. So there you go. There's your chance at that. Mentioned the NBA Cup final coming up tonight. Some NFL news, Buck. Micah Parsons does have a torn ACL. That was confirmed. Patrick Mahomes avoided major damage to the rest of his knee. It's only an ACL tear for him.
Yeah, for both of those guys, they came out of that pretty good.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, look, for the Chiefs, their season was done, right? They lost that game to the Chargers. That eliminated them from playoff contention, so they didn't have anything to play for. For the Packers, I mean, that's a team that had Super Bowl aspirations, and they're not a lock to make the playoffs. I think they will, as long as they don't completely collapse down the stretch. They're going to make it, I think. But that goes from a team that, again, you felt like had a real shot to win a championship this year.
Yeah, that truly holds them back. That could be the deciding factor right there.
I mean, he is that good of a player and that much of a difference maker on defense. So. Good news for Cowboys fans. Of course, Dallas owns Green Bay's first-round pick this year, so you're rooting against Green Bay as much as you can. In their last 3 games, they're at Chicago this weekend. They've got Baltimore at home, and then they're at Minnesota. So a couple of tough games down the stretch.
Yeah, that Minnesota game will be tough, of course.
I don't know if that Minnesota game will be all that tough. But
ask the Cowboys how tough it was.
Well, the Cowboys are ass.
Ask the Cowboys defense how tough that Vikings offense with that really kind of rookie playing, who hasn't played for 2 years, gets in there and just shreds that group.
You know who the Cowboys defense could have used this year?
Who's that?
Micah Parsons.
Yes, for sure.
I think I might have helped because J.J. McCarthy had plenty of time to do whatever he wanted against the Cowboys defense.
Dude, he rolled out to the one side and threw a touchdown across his body. If
I go
would have been there, he would have got that right in the chops.
Yeah, I go back and forth. The Cowboys' defensive line is the strength of their defense. I go back and forth between what's worse, the linebackers or the secondary, because they are both so bad.
Yeah, you're right.
And it's like they could fix one of those groups, but if they don't fix the other one too, it's not going to matter that much. That defense has so many holes in there. And the whole Trayvon Diggs situation is now, I mean, there's no way Trayvon Diggs is back in Dallas next year.
I don't even know if he's any good anymore.
All right. He's under contract for next year, but the Cowboys are going to cut him or trade him or something. I don't think they can trade him with that contract. But Trayvon Diggs is telling people that he's healthy, he's ready to go. And Jerry Jones, in his post-game media scrum the other day, is like, Diggs isn't healthy enough to be out there. He's not, like, he got testy with the media who kept asking him questions about it because the player's like, I'm good to go. And then Jerry's getting pissed that people are like, why is the player not playing?
Yeah, generally it's the other way around.
Yeah. So Jerry, I mean, you can't trust anything he says. You can't trust anything the Cowboys do. They don't deserve your trust with what's happened there for the last 3 decades. But it's a total clown show right now. And I think Trayvon Diggs, the Cowboys are technically, they're still alive for a playoff spot. They're really not because of the loss to Minnesota. But obviously going into the Vikings game, they were still sort of in the mix. You would think you would try to put your best players out there to win that game if they're saying they're healthy. And the Cowboys corners, it's not like everybody else is really good, so we don't need Trayvon Diggs.
They're either going to lose a bunch, BK, or it's going to come down to that stupid tie that you said in the beginning of the year. That tie is going to come back to haunt them. Somehow, some way, they're going to find a way to make that the reason why they don't get in the playoffs, that stupid NFL tie rule.
It'll be that or the fact that they lost to Arizona and Minnesota this year. I don't think the Cardinals have won a game since they beat Dallas on that Monday night. They've lost 6 straight since then, including getting boat raced by the Texans this past Sunday. And, they've lost to some – they're just not a very good football team. Like, we talked about it before the year, I honestly didn't expect them to be hanging around as long as they have in the playoff picture. But they're not going to make it, and they've got a lot of big questions in the offseason.
And how are they going to sell this malcontent at wide receiver to come back again?
Well, it's very easy to do that. You just
get a boatload of money.
Yeah, that's how it usually works with these players. They might seem upset or angry. And I think George Pickens has been very happy in Dallas, especially considering that, like, how disgruntled he was in Pittsburgh. I think he really likes.
Well, yeah, compared to Pittsburgh to here, he seems like it, but he's not engaged all the time. So
he's
guess
not
what?
perfect.
He's going to always be like that.
Yeah, I mean, look, George Pickens, I'm going to defend him for a little bit. Yeah, has he been engaged all the time? No, of course he hasn't, but he's 4th in the league in receiving yards this year. So if you're going to do that, it's hard for me to say you're not very engaged. The guy's got 81 catches, 1,200 yards, and 8 touchdowns with 3 weeks left in the season. That's pretty damn impressive right there.
Yeah, it is.
So he's obviously going to be expensive, and he's playing for that contract, so he's extra motivated right now.
So he's pissed that when you do stuff that he's not going to get, you're holding him back from making more money.
And you also wonder, he's one of those guys. I think you wonder this with everybody in sports, but especially a wide receiver in the NFL. Like, okay, we paid them. Are they going to have that same motivation and work ethic that they had before?
Yeah, that's true.
And George Pickens, it's easy to wonder that with him. So I think the Cowboys probably should pay him, and I think they probably will pay him.
Jerry will not be able to lowball him, but you know how long this is going to last.
Yeah, you're going to be paying 2 receivers $30 million a year if you end up paying Pickens. So I kind of wish the Cowboys, obviously hindsight's 2020, but it would have been nice to agree to an extension with GP right after that trade went down. Instead, he kind of bet on himself. And the Cowboys, they wanted to see what they had with George Pickens. And
yes, they did.
Obviously, it's worked out this year, but the price tag has gone exponentially up throughout the course of this season. So there's that. I don't know how we got there. How did we get there?
We should be talking about the damn Texans and what they're going to do.
Oh, we were talking about Micah Parsons getting hurt and how the Cowboys could have used Micah Parsons, and that turned into a Cowboys conversation.
We knew that. You knew that when they traded him.
Yeah, of course. Everybody did. The NFL news, the other NFL news, Phillip Rivers, Buck, going to remain the Colts starter. Indianapolis. How about these first 2 games coming out of a 5-year retirement? Had to play at Seattle last week. Almost won, by the way. Seahawks needed a game-winning field goal to get that one. And Indianapolis hosts San Francisco on Monday night this week.
Yeah, and they're playing better, San Fran.
Yeah, those are 2 very good playoff teams out of the NFC West to, hey, welcome back to the league. You got to go against Seattle's defense and then Robert Saleh's 49ers defense there.
Wow.
But Phillip Rivers stayed alive. And then Jaden Daniels being shut down by the Commanders for the rest of the year.
That elbow, they said they're done.
Everything. And the Eagles played the Commanders twice in these last 3 weeks. And the Cowboys' only chance of winning the NFC East is winning all 3 games and Philly losing all 3 games. Yeah,
that's not happening.
If you, for some reason, were holding out hope that was going to happen, there's your dagger.
No.
The final nail in the coffin right there for Dallas. So there you go. There's your NFL news for the day.
Yes.
I want to play this, by the way. College football playoff starts on Friday. First game of the playoff is that Oklahoma-Alabama game. We'll get Lee Sterling's thoughts on those games on Thursday, and we'll obviously start to preview the first round of the CFP more as we get closer to the weekend. But this is a real video, not AI here. Sometimes
Are you sure? That's what AI is all about.
Nowadays, you can never be too sure. But I feel pretty good about this one being true. John Mateer, what do you like to call him, Buck?
John Interceptier.
John Interceptier, quarterback of the Oklahoma Sooners. He hasn't really been the same player since playing Texas in October. And you can call it the thumb surgery. You can call it playing Texas. You can call it whatever you want to call it. Like he's, the first month of the year, that guy was the favorite to win the Heisman Trophy.
Yes, he was.
And then got hurt, had the surgery, came back, was awful against Texas, and it's just been up and down all year. Now, did enough to help guide Oklahoma to the playoff, but we all know the defense is the reason they're there. And that Sooners offense has just not been good at all, and John Mateer has looked like a shell of himself down the stretch. This is some film from him at practice yesterday. He's doing a drill in the end zone, and you've got some tackling dummies there. And John Mateer is like dropping back to pass, just mocking a normal play, and he trips over the stationary tackling dummy and falls down.
That looks a little goofy.
What is going on with this dude, man?
I don't know.
What happened to this guy?
Why does the dumbass have the tackling dummy right there anyway?
Yeah, it's a bad bit. Probably should be doing the drill a little bit more
away from that. Don't be near the dummies.
But also, don't be a dummy and don't. How do you trip over that?
He's got his legs. I mean, he's not expecting to be tripped. He's expecting to drop back kind of cleanly.
Isn't that bad awareness? It's not like he couldn't tell what was around him.
Well, I'm just saying this. Maybe if it's his first snap, but if he's done the drill, he's got to be able to see that there's bags right beside. If that's not his, if they didn't catch him on his first snap right there, if you told me that was his first snap doing that drill, I'd be okay. But he had to see the bags, how close the bags are, to drop inside like that at all. I mean, really, John?
Almost looks like he's backing up at an angle, too, to run into that thing.
Oh, yeah, he does. And you notice the coach doesn't move the bag. He just says, hey, listen, dumbass, come straight back.
That's exactly putting that on John Mateer more than anything else.
Yeah, maybe that's not your drop back, straight drop back there, John. And the coach is laughing his ass off behind that bag, man.
That's what happens when you have a guy named Dr. Shin operate on your hand.
Yeah, he screws up your balance.
Can't let Dr. Shin be working on hands right there. He got sacked by a stationary pad. That's what happened. And, of course, everything's on film these days. So
yeah, and that, like I said, if that's the first drop back of the day, he did. But he's got to see where those bags are lined up. I mean, he's got to understand. No, he doesn't. You know what he was doing? Oh, no, see, this is not a bowl practice. This is a playoff game.
Right.
He wasn't out the night before. That's the thing. You should have some awareness of that, being the quarterback.
Can't blame that on being drunk or hungover.
No, you can't blame that on the Cheez-Its. Can't blame that on the Cheez-Its practice.
No, too much Chipotle for John Mateer.
Yes.
I don't know what's going on there. So I thought that one was pretty funny. Early thoughts on that OU Bama game?
I think that OU will win it at home.
Okay.
And they will own Bama for the last 2 years.
Okay. Yeah, they've won the last 2 against them, including earlier this year. That was a very interesting game in Tuscaloosa. Like, Alabama dominated the stat sheet. They had more than 200 yards more of offense than Oklahoma did. But the turnovers, the ultimate equalizer, right? Alabama just couldn't punch it in. They kept turning the ball over, giving Oklahoma extra chances. And the Sooners were able to do just enough to get a big road victory in Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, what's tough is their quarterback hasn't played well. They don't have a real running back, and their wide receiver hasn't caught enough balls, the great wide receiver. So offensively, you're talking about struggling, but Alabama's still good enough on defense to handle John Interceptier. But the Oklahoma defense can get a bunch of turnovers, I believe, against this offense.
Yeah, John Interceptier did not throw a pick in the first meeting between these two teams, but he only threw for 138 passing yards. I mean, Oklahoma only had 212 yards of offense in the game, and they won at Alabama. The Crimson Tide had 406. But again, the turnovers, Oklahoma won those. They made some big plays on special teams, and that was enough to get them a victory. So,
yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with Alabama's offense, but their quarterback hasn't played like he did. I mean, just before the last 2 games, that guy was on fire. He was throwing balls all over the place. They were getting it done offensively. And now they just become so stagnant because they can't run it a lick.
I think that's what's happening with Ty Simpson right there, right? Like,
no running game.
He's just not getting much help from the guys around him. I don't care how good you are. I mean, if you don't have a running game to speak of, that's going to make your life a hell of a lot more difficult. So Alabama, like you said, they've just totally lost the ability to run the football as of late. And you don't want to be one-dimensional.
The Boers offense, I don't know what the hell happened to that thing.
Yeah. They don't have a great offensive line, and they've been dealing with some injuries in their running back room. But you're right. I mean, they brought in Ryan Grubb, the offensive coordinator that they had at Washington, who was not with the Crimson Tide in DeBoer's first year. They were thinking that, all right, that guy's going to fix all the offensive issues. And
sure,
look, the quarterback looks great. I mean, Ty Simpson's having a better year than Jalen Milroe had as the starter last year at Alabama. Yeah, the Crimson Tide's leading rusher, 493 yards this year. They have just been horrible at running the football.
I mean, it's like Texas. You mean you can't find a running back at Alabama?
I know.
You can't figure out which guy is good enough. Like I said, the big kid, the bow-legged kid, I didn't think he was that special anyway. They loved him because he's a hard runner, but he doesn't make you miss. He'll run you. He'll run you over when you're not expecting it. But he's been banged up. They have nothing. They have no backup to that guy.
No, and it's pretty crazy. I mean, Alabama and Oklahoma both struggle to run the football this year.
How about that? Alabama, Oklahoma, and Texas.
Yeah,
you think struggle to run the football? That doesn't sound right.
Doesn't happen often at all, but and it's crazy. I mean, 2 of those teams were in the playoff, and Texas, I think, should have been in the playoff and just missed it. So, obviously it goes to show you that those other teams, those 3 teams have a bunch of talent, and it's like, okay, even if you're not great at everything, you could be good enough at everything else to where you can overcome a deficiency like that. But yeah, it's just something with all the history that those schools have at the running back position, the fact that none of them have anybody that you can count on for basically an entire season. It's pretty bizarre too.
By the way, there are other schools after Baugh at Florida too. I keep thinking, yeah, Alabama could use a running back too, couldn't they?
Yeah, of course.
They'll get in the portal game, won't they?
Jaden Ball will instantly become the #1 running back if he does decide to portal. And
yes,
Texas, I think, has the advantage with the fact that they've got his former coach, and by all accounts, those guys had a really good relationship in Gainesville.
Yeah, that just makes too much sense to me.
It could come down to money. And look, I think Texas is going to be willing to spend a lot to get its running game fixed.
For sure.
You don't fire your coach after 1 year and pay his buyout and bring somebody else in if you're not pretty serious about getting that turned around.
You're right.
I do think the Longhorns would be able to win a bidding war against some other teams. But yeah, I mean, there are a lot of other teams that are going to be in the market for Jaden Ball if he decides to enter the portal in January. Be fascinating to watch. All right, I see Wags in the waiting room. Got one chaos theory.
What's up?
Joining Wags again today. What's going on, sir?
Hey, and just sitting here looking over some stats and coming up with some of the power rankings and MVP rankings for the NFL. We'll be talking a little bit about that today. Liona Lefau, of course, we, exit stage right. Sucks to see him go, but wish him farewell. We'll be talking about that probably a lot more in hour number 2 with Jordan. So
I wish he stays healthy. I don't know about farewell. I don't get that one.
Out of the blue, right? So that's what we're talking about, Jordan, about Jordan kind of hinted it out that it might be happening a couple of weeks ago, but again, hour number 2 will kind of unpackage that. What's up with you guys, man? Good show so far.
Yeah, you know what? I'm just thinking, Wags, in this day and age, how you tell a kid that he's going to have some competition is important. How you plan that out to say that at these exit meetings. You really used to be able to say it. Here's what you need to work on. Here's what you need to go do. We'll see you in the spring.
Constructional
something wrong to a kid in an exit interview. You know what they're doing? I'm out of here.
What did you say back then? And I guess this is a 2-part question, Buck. How did you handle athletes like that with, I guess, a little bit of ego and hubris, right?
Yeah, I mean, my guys knew that if they were shitty during the year, they knew they were going to be shitty all the way through. And I said, there's a lot of stuff that you need to work on. But I never threatened them by saying such and such is coming. The only threat I ever made was when Ricky came, and I just told the guys, he's starting. And I knew you guys got a lot of work to do. And they would say, how do you know that? I just said, when he comes here, he's starting. He's better than you are right now. You have a lot of work to do. I mean, I told guys like Ricky Brown, I just told them that. I wasn't messing around with him. I just said, he's better. He's going to be playing. You have to go home and get better. And they were all like, you don't know. How do you know that? He's not played at this level. I just no, he's better than you.
You know when you see it, that's for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. And I didn't spend time messing around with guys talking about, they knew what they had to work on. You're working with them all season long. You don't have to spend a long time. That exit interview be, hey, you may need to get bigger, work on this, work on that. I don't know about your NIL deals. I never had to deal with.
Right. That's probably what it is too.
We're taking, you're not going to get the same kind of money you got last year. I never had to talk about that with players. It's different.
So yeah, that's a new added element to this, right? Like you show up and you're just like, hey, so you can come back, but you're going to come back for this number instead of that number.
Well, yeah, you give them any inkling. Generally, that's the head coach that would do that even today. But if you give them any inkling that you think that they're not good enough, oh, I'm going somewhere else. Okay.
And which brings me to my next point. Isn't competition a good thing? Like, doesn't it keep you sharp and on your edge?
No, a bunch of these guys don't want competition. They want money and they want to know that they're going to be the starter, period.
That's Charmin right there. Yeah. That's some Charmin extra soft right there.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, there are some softies out there. They still get paid.
Yeah. Well, for Liona Lefau, again, we don't know exactly what happened, but he's a guy with 1 year left of college eligibility. So
and was doing great things here.
Right. Well, if the coaching staff is like, you got to compete, there's no guarantee you're a starter, he might be thinking, well, shit, I better go somewhere where I know I'm going to put enough on film to where I'm going to be an NFL draft pick in 2027.
Yeah, but the guy should be smart enough to understand that he's played in 23 games, right, BK? He's 23 games.
Started 23 straight.
Yeah, right. I mean, how stupid does he have to be to understand that you're probably going to be one of the starters?
Right. Yeah, I had pinned him. Forget pencil. I had pinned him in
as
a starting linebacker for Texas in 2026 without Ant Hill and
you got
Trey
all
Moore.
The means here. You're probably making enough money. You can get bigger. He's good at the game. I don't know why there is something in the communications there, or there was something in the bag of money that's getting him closer.
That's what I think. I think they kind of had a conversation with him and said, you can come back, but you're going to come back for this number instead of that number. And he's just like, yeah, right. Did you see what I did did you see what I did against A&M? I don't think so, buddy.
Yeah, I'm your returning starting guy. What are you going to try to shortchange me now? I mean, that's the lingo thing, that's the part I couldn't handle. I couldn't be talking to a kid about money unless he was about to buy me dinner or something.
It's pretty funny. We've got an insider war going on here because one insider site says it's about money and somebody offered Liona Lefau a bag, somebody at a different school. One insider site says, oh, he doesn't like the scheme and he's not a great scheme fit for Texas. And
he looked like he was a great scheme fit.
Yeah, he looked fine to me.
Yeah, and one insider site says, yeah, the exit interview didn't go well, and Texas basically said that he was going to have to compete for playing time, and that's why he wants out. So I don't know. It sounds like nobody knows because everyone sources are saying something different. and all I do is regurgitate what they have to say, and they're all saying
Sure.
different things. So again, maybe we'll
report,
find out.
they decide, or no,
No.
they
report. They report. I decide.
That's right.
Yeah, all I know is that's the biggest surprise to me. A guy getting going to his last year, who's played a lot of football, decides to, he's not like he's all-American, but he's very good at what he does on that type of defense. And if the scheme doesn't fit him, I don't know what the hell that means. But all of a sudden, you want to be Dick Butkus and take on shots to the head.
Ray Lewis and shit. You're just patrolling the entire middle.
Yeah, I mean, you want the whole thing. Maybe that's what he wants. I don't know. I don't know if he'll last this season at that size.
Yeah, I don't think he's got that size to platoon the entire or to patrol the entire middle of the field there. What's up, Walsh?
They may fix that. The communications may get straightened out there, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, it's look, he isn't officially in the portal until January 2nd. And
right.
Sometimes guys do enter the portal and decide to withdraw from the portal and go back to whatever school they were at before. So I have not heard anything that says that is going to happen. So I do fully anticipate Liona Lefau being somewhere else next season. But if Texas has a change of heart, or if he has a change of heart, there is still time to right these wrongs and get over these differences, whatever they may be.
In this day and age, Walsh, as you know, it's now changed. It's now changed. Money does matter in some of these decisions that these guys make. It's a shame. It's not even the competition part of it. It used to be all about the competition. Oh, I'm going to compete. I've been a starter for this long. I'm coming back. You think some kids or somebody else is going to take my spot? It doesn't work that way anymore. It just doesn't. That's a shame.
I was going to say that too, right? With money. I mean, it's not even them, right? You got to imagine they got family in their ear, right? Like, especially if a family needs some money, right? Maybe they're not getting the best decision to go to that school, whatever the case is, right? But it's not just on the player, right?
Right.
I mean, there's a lot of different factors that are in there too. So I don't know. I mean, I thought that all of this was kind of rushed in to the college landscape, but I mean, it is money, right? Like, I've worked at so many different sports books, and it's always like, all right, Super Bowl's most important, March Madness, right? But like, now that you can bet on these things, I mean, there's a hunger for it everywhere.
Well, the money matters. They've made it so that the money matters to the players. For years and years, they weren't worried about the money. They were worried about the competition,
right?
The education,
or getting to the next level. Like that was the tool, right? That was the pitch. Right?
No, that's not now. It's not the first pitch. It's the first.
I know, but
here's what we can pay you.
That machine because we produce NFL ball players,
and the softness about their little egos that I don't really want to compete that hard. I want to get paid this much, but I want this spot. That should be my spot. No, screw you. You got to go work for it. They don't want to hear. They really don't want to hear all that.
Right.
Yeah. I have the greatest idea for contracts. I mean, I don't know if we have the time right now, but everybody goes on incentive based. Right, like depending on how you perform throughout the season is how much you get paid at the end of the season. But I mean, listen, we can do a whole PowerPoint on this stuff. I love it. Like I feel like it goes for college, pros, everyone.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you've got everybody to decide on that, but players just like they want the easy way. What's the easy way out? Pay me the money.
Right. But we talk about this all the time, though, right? Like players usually show out in a contract year. And if you can incentivize and make it a contract year each and every year,
could you get the best out of them?
You might get the best performance. So
that's a great point, man. Oh man, that's definitely going in the PowerPoint.
There you go. You're right. Can you get the best performance out of an incentive year? You're right.
But I just don't know if you're even able to structure a contract like that these days. I don't even know. Like, there's so much money. Pandora's box has been opened. I don't know if the lid can be shut.
No, I don't think so. Or you're going to get bad communications. Then, hey, you're going to have somebody on your staff that's the communicator to what's going on. Maybe your head coach isn't quite as good doing that to individual players, makes them seem like they're not wanted. Mm-hmm. Then go find somebody that your GM's got to be that guy, obviously.
Yeah.
That's going to do that.
They've got people on the staff who do.
You're right.
They're specialized.
And they get paid for doing that. So they ought to be good at the word game,
Exactly.
Look at this showman coming in here with this burnt orange here all the way on the East Coast. That wasn't even planned. Look at you running for mayor and shit.
I get this shirt yesterday and I'm like, oh, I know a perfect place I could wear this. And, they can be unique, right? These guys are tired of the burnt orange. Nope.
Never.
And
never.
I don't even have the right color.
That's close. Yeah.
There's multiple shades of burnt orange. That's the thing.
All right.
Apparently.
All right.
All right, guys.
All right, boys. Have a
We're
great
up to
day.
it. See you tomorrow.
There they go. Here we are. Welcome to another edition of Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I'm Wags. That's Walsh. You can find him on Twitter at 14a.walsh and all around your social media platforms there. Brand X, InstaFace, Facebook. It is 14a.walsh. Make sure you hit him up and give him a follow. Subscribe to his little, I guess they still call it a column now, right? They still call it a column on Playboy.com. Make sure you hit him up there. He's got some articles there. You can't really subscribe to his column, but you can subscribe to the literature there.
You know,
but what to do, man? How are you, good sir? Happy Tuesday.
Happy Tuesday. I like to think that they call it hard J journalism over there. So,
Right.
you know, you're getting an SEO pro and all kinds of stuff. Today I actually was going to write an article about Arch coming back to Texas, but somebody else scooped it up. So went with the Steelers last night, over the Miami Dolphins. Didn't get a chance to see the game live, but I watched that condensed version, where I don't gotta hear all that crap between the plays.
Absolutely. So when you say, I'm intrigued here. You got my ear. When you say you're going to write about an article of Arch returning to Texas, are there articles about there that might suggest he's not coming back to Texas?
Nah, look, I think what we try to do, right, when we're writing articles, what's in the news, right? So
Sure.
Archie Manning coming back to Texas was on the front page of ESPN.com this morning. So try to go with the stories, something along those lines, right? Like, again, the big story from the Monday Night Football game last night was, the cast-offs or whatever Rodgers called them in the post-game press conference. So that was sort of the narrative on the story. So I just went with, all right, they got a good win from some solid contributors. Now they have another tough game against the Lions this week, right? So it was more about like looking ahead to the Lions, recapping a little bit from last night. But yeah, that's little bit how the sausage is made out here in the
nice.
Well,
we love pulling the curtain back and going behind the burnt orange curtain, as our guy Rod Babers loves to say. Hey, on the show today, we will be talking a little bit about MVP race. I think I'm pretty sure it's kind of been solidified, but we'll get into our top 3 selections, power rankings for NFL. And yeah, we just mentioned and talked about the news. Liona Lefau, he is exiting Texas, exiting the burnt 40 and entering the portal. We will talk a little bit more about that in the detail in hour number 2 when Jordan Scruggs comes on for the Lone Star Playbook. Oh, but where you want to go first, Mr. Walsh?
Man, we can go so many different places. That was interesting, right? With the sign off from the guys, just kind of talking about money and how it's made in sports these days. And I was thinking about,
is there a way to kind of put a structure on this damn thing?
Probably not, right? Everybody's so greedy right now. And, we talk about like the guaranteed money, right? Like that's something that every single athlete wants. They want that guaranteed money in case they get hurt. Then it can't go away.
But isn't the guaranteed money the how do I say this? Isn't the guaranteed money the contract or the opportunity to play so that you can get to the next level, so that you can showcase your bag and your bag of skill, not your bag of money, but so that you can showcase your bag of skill and get to the Sunday game?
I think whenever I've thought about this, I thought about it from the pro perspective, right? Because we had like Javi Baez, right? For most of his Tigers career, guy's been hitting right around 200 and he's making, I think like 75 mil or, close to 100 mil, whatever that contract is. I don't have the figures in front of me, but, I know it's multi-millions for shit production. Now he did have a pretty good year this year, but I guess that's kind of the way that I looked at it. But I have this idea in the pipeline and, I got approval to write it, but right now, I think everybody's always going to complain about the economy. I don't think either side, left or right.
The economy's always going to be shitty, right? Or we're always going to want it better.
But when we talk about things like, houses, increasing and affordability and, the cost of going to these games, for Christ's sakes, right? Like it's not easy at all.
Who could afford it?
the whole point of the article is basically like, all right, we're looking for cutbacks in every area, and Javi Baez is making like 100 mil hitting this much. Like, is that really the best use of our money as a society? Now, it's funny, right? Because believe me, I'm not trying to cap anybody's spending, or like how
No,
much
but it's
they
still
can
it's
make.
a little
That's
excessive. And those of you guys
right.
out there that are listening, please put into the chat box or the chat column here how much you spent on like the biggest ticket you've ever spent, or if you went to Texas A&M in Texas this year or last year, please let us know how much you paid for the ticket. Sorry,
Oh
go
my
ahead,
God.
boss.
Yeah, when we were looking at coming down to Austin, right? And these were the September games. And
I put a pool in just for you, dude.
Yeah, thank you. I know it's happening, Wax. It's happening.
Actually, I honestly I put it in for George, but
the tickets for those September games was like $90, right? And you were not playing good schools, right?
No, I know. I
can't imagine I'd be standing next to the mascot for $90, right? Like, everything in sports, like the amount of
escalation,
right,
escalation
that we're paying to come see these guys live, right? Not even, let's even talk about like the NFL Sunday ticket. That's not, it's not like completely out of the realm of possibilities. Like, I afford it and I'm not rich, but it's
definitely a luxury.
It's not cheap. It's not.
Right.
Yes, absolutely, without a doubt. Right. So all of these different things, hell, even look at the concession workers at the stadiums, right? You think they're
how much is a beer? 50 bucks for a beer?
Yeah. So again, like the whole point of like digging into this, right? And I don't even want to come to a conclusion, right? Like, I do want to leave it open-ended and have people think about it. But it is absolutely wild the amount of money that's in sports, how much these guys are making, how much we take or how much we pay to consume it. Just that kind of stuff. So
Boston Rob says, last year when my family came to town at the top of the stadium, the nosebleeds, Walsh, of UT versus Florida game, it was $265 per head. And then producer Jake, I believe the most expensive single ticket I paid for was just under $300 for the Michigan game. But you pay $300 just to get into the damn seat. You got to pay what, $15? $20 for some soda and some nachos, man. Nacho cheese, my cheese, Walsh.
Yeah, I think most stadiums now, they have that general admission, right? So you can kind of, I know for sure, Philly, both New York stadiums, right? They have that sort of walkway along the outfield, basically, where you can like drink and eat and all that kind of stuff. But for playoff games, those usually run
like standing room only and shit like that.
Yeah. So like in Philly and New York, I know a lot of those seats for the playoffs have been like $150, right? And you're not sitting, you're not enjoying yourself. And then, I know what a lot of these people will say who set the prices, right? Like, oh, you're paying for the experience. Well, what if the Phillies give up 7 runs in the first inning? Like, what the hell did I just pay for,
Right. Or hell, even now, let's flip it and go to NBA, right? You're basically paying. There's not much loyalty, especially like in my son's generation. I still like the Wizards, right? Like, I know I'm not I swear I'm not a masochist.
Wags, I like the Nets.
I know, yeah. So
you're talking to the right choir here.
We're smoking the same shit. I got you. Man, it's hard to not have the loyalty there, but maybe it's a generational thing, but for my son, like, he doesn't have a favorite team. He's got favorite players, right? Yeah. Like he's gone from Oklahoma City. He's gone from hell, I think he was on Orlando for a minute there, and then over to the Lakers, from Dallas to the Lakers because he loves Luka and he loves Kyrie still, but it's a shit show. And now he's on to San Antonio because he loves Wemby. So it's like, all right, man, like there's just no loyalty there, bro.
Yeah. Well, my brother went from being a Giants fan to a Bills fan, right? I mean, it's hard to blame him, but he's also got friends that are Bills fans. So, it could have been more of like a social aspect thing. But yeah, I mean, listen, I was.
But to my point though, right? Like the generation now are going to games to see their favorite player, right? They spend an assload of money to go see their favorite player play, and they're just like, hold up, load management night.
And
Sorry, guys.
Jesus, like Steph Curry just missed a friggin' road trip, right? So imagine you got those seats in
Right,
like
right,
September or whatever the case was,
Or
right?
if you were if you were doing like a season
Yeah.
ticket share or something like that, and you're just like,
and you
oh
pay-
wait, Steph's coming to town. I'm paying this much for Steph. Let's trade
Yeah.
here, and then all of a sudden it's just shot to shit.
Yeah, like those seats, right? Probably at the beginning of the season. Like, let's say a dad, wants to take his kid, and he absolutely loves Steph Curry. So we're gonna sit closer for this particular game, so we could see Steph Curry closer to the floor on the bench, maybe get an autograph, something like that. And he's hanging out in his FUBU gear or whatever the hell he's wearing, right? Like, that sucks. That's so shitty. That happened to me because I wanted to see Harden like in his heyday against.
Oh
Nets,
yeah, I
and
remember.
he
I remember you talking about. I remember how pissed you were. You were highly upset, adamantly upset.
Yeah, and I like worked the full day right before I went. I mean, come on, that's not.
And it's not just that. Like the work. It's for people to live in the city, right? For people to live in New York or for people to live in Jersey that are trying to get over across the bridge and into the city to see that. It's a hop, a skip, and a leap. Like it's a trek, okay?
Yeah.
And it's you got to go through some bullshit just to get to the venue, all right? And then you find out like homeboy's not playing. All right.
Yeah,
cool,
I would, that. Geez, we want.
He was on the morning shootout. He was out there on the morning shootout. Everything was great, and now he's not playing. So
we want to start changing the world with incentivized athlete contracts. How about we start putting some major telephone poles up here around the tri-state area, and we get a trolley system going from Jersey to New York, or we make helicopters more affordable or something. Like, we got to do something.
Well, see, that's just it. I feel like there's more viable public transformation up east or back east than there is down here. Like, if you come down here, Walsh, especially Dallas is a little bit more better because I think they got it. I think it's called the Dart up there. But down here in Austin, it is just it's shit. It is public transportation down here is shit.
Yeah.
It's just not. It's not viable. It's not enough. It's not. There's not enough volume of it, and honestly, it's just not reliable.
Not only, especially around here, right? Like, a lot of everybody here, travels to the city for work. So not only and it's weird, right? Because you're going straight and then you're going this way, right? Like because the Hudson River's in the way for everybody that's not a geography wizard. Jeez. But yeah, I mean, it's a pain in the ass. Now people are crazier than ever. Like, then you got to deal with those people. Like, it's just a disaster.
And they're just pissed off. They're just pissed off that they got to make the trek because they don't want
everybody
wants to work from home, Walsh. Everybody wants to work from home.
Yeah. Listen, I am guilty of this myself, right? But everybody running late, nobody's on time anymore, right? Everybody's rushing. They're stiff arming each other, Heismaning each other with coffees in their hand. Come on.
Hey, we got a football game to talk about here, right?
Oh yeah.
But before we do that, let's talk about our friends at Hecht Law Firm here. Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your personal injury attorney right here in our Fairburg of Austin, Texas. No better guy to call whenever you get into a jam. If you got any type of personal injury at all, give our guy Ryan a call, man. 512-938-8929. He's aggressive in the courtroom. He's compassionate with his clients. He knows what you're going through, and he's going to fight like hell to make it right, all right? Look, man, he's not just a lawyer. He's a Longhorn through and through. He wears a bright burnt orange suit in the courtroom so you can see that fire and pride and passion that he represents for the Longhorns, all right?
Does this guy wait, hold on.
George loves him too. You guys hear George in the background. George loves him too, okay? He's been supporting local sports, local businesses, and local families, and you when you call him today. Friend of the show, fighter for the people. Don't let insurance companies push you around. Let Hurricane Hecht blow the case wide open. Call today, 512-938-8929. Email Ryan at hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT-lawfirm.com. Tell him the crew from TSU and George. Tell him George sent you too. All right.
Not George.
George isn't lobbying for him.
No, that's not George. That's Minnie. That's my girlfriend's dog.
Oh, we got a new guy.
Hey, by the way, does he make appearances in Jersey?
Maybe I think he's got a bat line. I do think he's got a bat line. You got to call the commercial number first, though.
You never know. You never know, right? Maybe the athletes start coming at me like, whoa, I want multi-million-dollar contracts. Then they start coming after me legally.
If you don't even need a multi-dollar contract to be riding in style and affording one of the chariots out there at the Kingdom of Chariots at Covert Bee Cave. Here's a word from our friends out there and family at Covert Bee Cave.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
You are absolutely always treated like family at Covert Bee Cave. I've mentioned the Kingdom of Chariots that they have out there right past our Fairburg, just on out east on 71. Take a ride out there. You might get that car in me, though, so you might want to take an Uber out there because you're probably going to be leaving the lot with something from Covert. That's just what they do out there. They make it very easy and affordable for you. Check out our friends out there, especially this holiday season at Covert Bee Cave. And we would be remiss if we didn't tell you about our other family member. It is Tom McKay, the very own Tom McKay at Audiovisual Consultations.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and all of us at Audiovisual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax, enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call at 512-255-8678 for all of your home entertainment needs. This is my favorite time of the year. I love the holidays, the music, the decorations, the presents, the whole darn thing. So this year I'm asking all you listeners to help make this a special holiday for everyone. Smiles are contagious and free, so let's give them away like the government gives away your money. Let's high-five strangers on the street. Hold the door for people behind us. Tip your servers more than they've ever been tipped before. Give to a charity, or hell, give to a bunch of charities. If someone does a good job, tell them they did a good job. Pat someone on the butt. Sing in public places just because it feels good. And as always, hug your kids until they beg you to stop. Watch some games with your friends and make love to your wife or your husband. I know there's some women listening too. You can still give us a call at 512-255-8678 if you'd like to get some cool electronics. But more importantly, have a great holiday season and a fucking awesome next year.
512-255-8678 for the great Audiovisual Consultations. Give them a call. Also, McCall Custom Homes. You need value built into your home. Hit up McCall Custom Homes. Our guy Mike, he's not just a golfer. He is a professional contractor as well. No job's too big, no job's too small. Give Mike a call. And Humbug Holiday Lighting. Don't look like Wags. Look like Clark W. Griswold and Double R. They did it right. They didn't do it like me and put up the fight for the Christmas lights. They had somebody come out and do it for them. No hassle, all the beauty. Give Humbug Christmas lighting a call, or holiday Christmas lighting a call. All right, buddy, what do you want to get into? You want to go into the Monday Night Football first and then get into our MVP talk? You're muted.
Don't you hate when that happens?
What's up? What were we saying? What were you blessing us with, that beautiful gospel there?
No, I was just saying, I mean, the Steelers took care of business. I had a couple props last night that worked out all right. Got the Jaylen Warren receiving yards by the hook. That's always fun. Tua passing yards, but Waddle was the disappointment out there.
So, and that's, which was a great question for me to piggyback off of. Impromptu question here. I was hit up probably 4 times, I think, this past season for Jalen Waddle in my dynasty leagues, right? Where you can keep them for as long as you want. Is the magic gone? If I get an offer next time, is the value in Jalen Waddle or I should say, or I guess I should ask, is the declining portion of his career starting to come now because the magic is kind of gone out of Miami? Or it appears to be gone out of Miami.
I don't think so. I mean, Waddle's still a very good player. The thing that sucks for him is that that Achane Right.
Oh, Achan, okay.
Achan has been like absolutely remarkable this season. He's stealing all the tutties, right? He's even getting in on the receiving game
Well,
as well. So
I feel like he's kind of had to, right?
oh my God, yeah. I mean, Achan is like everything for that team. And listen, like Waddle still hits his big plays and everything. I think, Miami's been running the ball more. Um, the games leading up to last night anyway, right? Like they were definitely taking a big load off to his shoulders. But like again, right? You got to think about it. He gets matchups right against the Jets, right? Two of those. Buffalo perhaps could have a cold weather game in there. New England, the same thing. But for the most part, right? Guy plays his games at home, which is of course it could be rainy sometimes, but for the most part, he's going to have good weather. So I think you got to take that into account. And he's still the number one receiver on the Miami Dolphins, right? So I think
productivity's down, and I guess it would depend on what the return's going to be for him or what the offer would be for him. Like if somebody's giving me a first, if somebody comes back to me, I passed up on 2 first, or one guy hit me like with a package deal of a couple of second rounders. 2 guys hit me up with 2 first or just a first rounder a piece, and then another guy just offered shit. It was just like veteran players and tried to go off of what I need, necessity, offering me what the hell did he give? Daniel, he offered me Daniel Jones at the time, and I turned it down, which I'm glad now because Daniel Jones got hurt. But
yeah, well, I mean, geez, Daniel Jones, tough break for the guy. But
Phil, hey man, opening the door for Phil Rivers, and Phil Rivers just saying, F you, Hall of Fame. I don't need to come right now anyways.
I will say, like, for all the glory that the Colts had early in the season, I think it showed you like kind of what a weak schedule they had to open the season. And the whole second half has basically been like all against competent teams, right? And they are losing close games, right? Like they do seem like a good football team, but I think they get, if I'm not mistaken, I think Indy gets one layup game. I think they get Tennessee in their schedule. So, I mean, they still could be a dangerous playoff team, right? Like Rivers in the playoffs didn't, never won a Super Bowl, but still.
Seattle's supposed to be one of the juggernauts, right? And they went toe to toe with like Phil Rivers coming off of a 5-year hiatus, put them toe to toe with the Seattle Seahawks.
I gotta see, yeah, because you know what,
Seattle's just on a bad slide, man. Lost to Kansas City, lost to Houston, lost to Jacksonville, lost to Seattle, and again, like 3 of those 4 were at home, were away, not at home. They returned back home to San Francisco. All right, they hosted San Francisco at home. Maybe that's a get right game, but it feels like San Francisco is starting to kind of claw and just find ways to. I mean, hell, that's what they've been doing all year long, just finding ways to win somehow, some way. The McCaffrey way there. But they host Jacksonville after that. Maybe they can, split with Jacksonville. Jacksonville able to take one. They saw them earlier. And then Houston. Then they finish away at Houston. So I just think it looks pretty grim and daunting. And I don't know if Phil Rivers. I expect him to have a much more, productivity and just be able to take a leap from week 1 to week 2, I guess, right? Improvement should be coming for Phil Rivers. I just don't think that he's got the old Phil Rivers to be like, hey man, I'm gonna talk trash at the crowd and we're gonna take you to the playoffs. So
the one thing too, right? I think it kind of depends on the matchups. I mean, the one thing that really sucks for Indy is that Rivers cannot throw the deep ball, right? Like that's just,
and he can't move. He can't throw the deep ball, and he can't move. Like, and here's the one thing for Indy, though, they got a really good tight end, Tyler Warren, right? Like, and remember what Phil Rivers used to do with Antonio Gates.
Yeah. So just looking at it now, Indy is a game out of the playoff picture right now. Houston's got the number 7 seed as the last one, but I mean, damn, Houston's been playing phenomenal too.
They got the number 1 defense in the league, man.
That defense is scary. But yeah, I think Jacksonville is gonna wrap it up. I just wrote an article on Jacksonville yesterday. Now, granted, Jacksonville, their last game, they got to tee off on the Jets defense. They actually fired the defensive coordinator right after that game. But I mean, everybody's been walking all over the Jets this season. But Trevor Lawrence had 5 touchdown passes, had that incredible touchdown run in the game too. So 6 touchdowns in total for him on Sunday. But Jags too, man. Look, they got a pretty good
legacy game for Trevor
you gotta worry
Lawrence.
about.
Sunshine doing what he's supposed to do.
I mean, it came against the Jets, so let's all keep it in our pants.
Yeah, let's what Bill Parcells say about Tony Romo. Let's not go, making him the next Hall of Fame quarterback or thinking he's Johnny Unitas or some shit.
Yeah, and also too, this is kind of a good segue, right? Because I know you mentioned the Seahawks within there, and Thursday night. I mean, holy crap!
Not just Thursday night, the entire slate for Week 16, dude.
Yeah, from Thursday to Monday is incredible. But so we got Rams at Seahawks on Thursday night. Rams favored by oh no.
Did it move? It's moving.
This line could be different at different sports books, but right now it says on DraftKings here in Jersey, +1.5 for the Rams. I like that a lot. Now
plus 1.5.
+1.5. Yeah, I saw on the bottom ticker last night. They had the Seahawks. Or I'm sorry. They had the Rams favored by 1.5.
Yeah, give me. I'll take LA. So I guess another segue to that, right? Thursday Night Football, we can get our predictions there because you won't be on. But I'd like to say with the Rams playing as high-powered as they are, their defense. Well, hell, you turn and you look at the other side. Seattle's got themselves one hell of a defense too. MVP talk. Well, before MVP talk, I'd like to say the Rams finish, and you should probably put some green in your pocket by taking the Rams on that bet on Thursday night, I think.
You'd think, right?
Are you going to advise your clients, Walsh?
I mean, I want to take the Rams. Now, Devontae Adams is probably out, right? Like, he had that hamstring injury. He already had a hamstring injury, and then he re-aggravated it. I saw a couple things, like, I'm sure he might try to give it a go, but I
it doesn't matter. Nakua's going to give him 50 points.
Maybe. I mean, you know what? I saw the funniest tweet about him the other day. It looks like he has a season-ending injury at least once a game, and then he comes back.
Then he just comes back up and does a backflip.
And then he's fine. I'm like, yeah, you know what? Because he did on Sunday. He took a pretty good shot to like the back of his neck, like spine area. So that was pretty scary there. So if they would have lost Adams and Nakua, I mean, definitely not good. But it's funny, right? Because Nakua is their chess piece that they line up all over the field, right? And that's who gets them down the field along with the running game. And then once they get towards the end zone, up until like the last 2 weeks or so, it's been Devontae Adams. Now Colby Parkinson's getting the touchdowns. He caught both of Stafford's touchdown passes in the win against the Lions on Sunday. So it's different, right? But Kyron Williams, he's still phenomenal in the red zone. Blake Corum's been showing some good stuff here lately.
Is it scheme or scouting for the Rams? Right? I mean, you find a guy like Kupp in the rough, you're able to, make him the top wideout. You find a guy like Puka Nakua, you're able to make him the top wideout. Or is it Matt Stafford in that system with McVay?
I think you just got to say all of the above, right? Because it's all working right now. Teams are not even. They just lost to the Panthers a couple weeks ago, and they were still putting up points. It was just the defense that didn't come through. So I don't know. I definitely like the Rams as the better team against Seattle, right? Like Seattle's offense has not been great.
No, if they would stop turning the ball over, they might be a championship team.
Rams have typically, like in a fantasy perspective, they're allowing like the fewest fantasy points to running backs this season. So not great for like Kenneth Walker on Sunday, just had 9 rushes for 19 yards. Charbonnet has done that like every other game this season. So you would think I mean, listen, it probably just sets up really nice for a huge JSN game, right? Because we just saw Amon-Ra St. Brown. We even talked about it yesterday. If you're gonna attack the Rams, you got to do it in the middle of the field.
That's it. We were just talking about Nakua, right? And you just mentioned in Jigba, we got two of the best wide receivers going off and squaring off against each other, man. This could be take the over on this, huh?
I don't think so. I like the under, actually.
No, okay.
I do like the under, but
too good to be true.
Yeah, listen, I think both guys or both offenses move the ball, right? Like, I don't think anybody's going to be stopped dead cold, but I like the Seahawks. I could see kicking more field goals, obviously. Actually, Myers needs 8 more, and he'll be the single season all-time leader.
Look at you with that stat. What are you doing with kicker stats?
I saw it on Reddit. I got it.
Okay. I was just like, are you writing kicker stats, dude?
And again, if anybody, right, if you're not out there on Reddit, there's a lot of good stories. So I use Reddit for stories, to write on Playboy and stuff like that. Like, it's basically people just showcasing like good.
Hey, Rodney hit me up, by the way, asking if I can get him a membership for you. Like, if you can hook him up with a membership for Playboy. So I guess he doesn't want to pay for his subscriptions or whatever. I don't know if you have that type of power, the Walsh wisdom.
Next time I'm at the mansion, I'll ask.
Okay, all right, yeah. Go to visit Hugh's site or Hugh's grave or whatever, and we'll see if it happens.
Oh boy. But yeah, what's the total at here? Let's see. We are at 40. See, that's what I'm saying, Wags. That's exactly what I'm saying. 44.5. That's that dumb shit, right? Like, how's this not going to be
a 50? How's it not a 50
or something like that, right? Like, that's a key number right there, right? The 40, either side of the 45, because you'll see it a lot. 45.5 is probably like one of the most common totals in the NFL. So again, that's essentially, will it get over that 24-21 threshold, or will it go below? That's essentially what that's saying.
Well, look, man, those casinos, they get built for a reason, right? So
I tell you what, again, both teams move the ball, but I could see a lot of field goals from both. I could absolutely see that. But that's kind of how the Seahawks offense. That's why Myers is 8 field goals away from tying the damn record. Like, they move the ball. They're just Kenneth Walker and Charbonnet suck as running backs. So we're not, they're not getting those pushes, right? Like, easy runs for what is an easy run for most teams is not for Seattle. So
we talk about
in order for them to get the ball in the end zone, they got to throw it.
No shit. And which brings me to this point too. We talk about hypotheticals most of the time on Tuesdays, like your hypothetical Tuesday. A couple of weeks ago, we talked about Bijan Robinson and where he would be a beast at, or what team he would help the most. You just mentioned it. They got a shit show in the backfield for Seattle. If Bijan Robinson was sitting there toting a rock up in Seattle, holy shit. Maybe they wouldn't have to rely on Sam Darnold and Mono Man to kind of move the rock all down the field all the time and have to turn the ball over. Which brings us to the next segue.
I'm sorry, hold on. I just wanted to say, like, it's really funny. Like, we're poking holes in an 11-3 team, but like, listen, these guys are going to be in the playoffs.
We're looking for the championship contender, Walsh, right? We're trying to find the calloused, hardest team out there to be the championship contender. We got to put
11-3 and your running backs suck. Like, okay, well, okay, cool.
But that's their kryptonite, though, right? If they had something that they could lean on, if they had reliable running backs that they could lean on, they wouldn't have to drop back so many times and
and
put the ball up in the air. And what's the old adage? You put it in the air, 3 things happen, 2 of them are bad. So it's just playing. It's a numbers game, Walsh. We know this. It's a numbers game, baby. Hey, speaking of numbers, some quarterbacks that we just were talking about, aforementioned Stafford, and we got. I guess Sam Darnold might be in the conversation. I think he threw himself out of the conversation a couple of weeks ago. But you still got Josh Allen in the conversation. Is it solidified as Matt Stafford's year as the MVP? Will he be hoisting up the trophy here for the NFL MVP of the year?
I think so, right? And DraftKings has him at -300 right now to win the MVP.
Drake May. Does Drake May got a shot?
Yeah, so Drake May is number 2. But this is where I say, like, Stafford is convincingly going to win, barring, some major injury on Thursday night. But Stafford minus 300 at number 1, Drake May at number 2, plus 425, and then Josh Allen, number 3, plus 550. So, I mean, that's a very significant difference in the odds. And then
Walsh over here. Walsh, hold on. What about Dak Prescott?
Well, they're not going to make the playoffs, so
they still have a shot. Hold on, they still have a shot, right? There's a chance. There is a chance.
There's a chance I could walk down the road and become the king of Saudi Arabia, but it's probably not going to happen.
No, I'm with you. Shit in one hand, wishing the other, for sure.
Actually, I don't know if I could be the king of Saudi
I don't think
Arabia.
you'd be the king of Saudi Arabia.
I don't have
I don't think you have the bloodline.
Yeah, that's all right. I don't
want that's all right. You know what? I don't need to be the king of Saudi Arabia.
I don't need this oil tycoon, right? They don't even have NFL. Like, what am I going to do?
I know, but okay. So if Dak, I guess it does rely on the entire team, right? Dak's defense did do him in, but damn, man, like if you remove Dak off of the Cowboys, they might have 2 wins, my dude.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the thing. And if you're talking about the most valuable player, isn't that the rubric, or isn't that the grading, or I guess the description of the of the trophy or of the award? It's to go to the person that brings the most value to his team, or is it the league?
No, I mean, listen, wins, right? We need.
No, I mean that's a redundant question. Like, we know the answer. I'm just saying, like,
need wins. Got to have wins, my man. But the way I look at it too, right? The Rams are just, you're getting a good offensive output every week from the Rams, right? Like, I think
consistency, right? But I mean, the Cowboys, you knew that you were going to get that. They've been at the top of the league. Hell, I think they're still at the top passing team in the NFL. I think they are. I don't have that stat right off the top of the head though. But I know that they were leading the league in offense for a good portion of the year.
Well, yeah, I mean, it kind of goes to what Rob said on the comment right there, right? Like, the defense did him in. Well, that's why you had to throw so much. By the way, I thought Javonte Williams had a very good season, like very, very good, right? And a lot of the equation was him staying healthy. I mean, listen, couple games here, right? Not necessarily
the gamble worked. The gamble paid off.
But he's picking up first downs, right? I mean, I know he had a couple week stretch. Listen, maybe there's a little bias since he won me a grand one week with 2 touchdowns, but that's neither here nor there.
I mean, the heart follows the money for sure. But no, to your point, he looks. I don't know if it's the type of season. It's not the type of season that he had his rookie year, but I mean, like, you can see that the risk, the gamble that they took, procrastinating and waiting for a running back to fall into the Cowboys locker room, and then offering him a discounted bag because coming off of 2 injury, an injury and then injury riddled seasons, placated. You like to think that you can get him on a decent Dallas discount, a Dallas dime, right? They bring him in. He has a season like this, and just shocked. A very, very surprising season. You're playing on house money at this point with Williams. So
you tell him and you say, Javonte, listen, you get to look at these beautiful Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders while you play football.
Yeah, no shit. Absolutely.
Right? I mean, come on. What is selling point? Oh, by the way, we were talking about the Rams. So they have 3 losses this season, and they've scored at least 23 points in all those losses, right? So I think, again, right, even more of a credit to Stafford that even in their losses, the offense is still putting up points.
Yeah, and Matt Stafford's numbers right now, these numbers are outrageous. And recently, he's had a couple of games or 2 weeks to where he's kind of let it slip and kind of been a little bit loose with it. But he had this thing on the wraps. He only had 2 interceptions going in, 2 weeks ago. But right now, he's sitting at 37 touchdowns and 5 interceptions. Now, golf isn't bad either. Golf at 29 and 5, right? Both of them kind of similar around yards. Matt Stafford just a little bit with about 50 more yards than him. 37-22 is the total aerial production for Matt Stafford, and then Jared Goff right underneath of him, 36-72. Dak at the top of the leaderboards there, almost at 4,000 right now, 39-31. But again, that 26-10 ratio, it just wasn't enough to keep Dallas kind of in stride to kind of make the playoffs. And without playoff contention, I don't think that you really can have a serious conversation about MVP. You're absolutely correct.
Yeah.
All right, Amigo. Anything else you want to get off the slate?
Geez, I mean, there's so many great games that we could look forward to. I mean, you know,
You watch any college hoops?
Here and there. I'll probably get more into it once the NFL regular season ends. You know, like that's pretty well, like the new year, right? That's pretty much, I think, when a lot of people start.
You gonna be
getting a little
watching
more into
Texas and
NBA.
Lemaine?
No, I'm a Duke guy, Wags. What are you talking
I
about?
know. I know. That is your one. You only have one downfall, right? You do. That's your one downfall. Like if I could just slap you sometimes for being a Duke fan, and you know the disdain that I have for Duke, right? You just know, like, why? Like I just want to ask God why sometimes he had to touch you with a little. Just he's supposed to. I know we're supposed to ravel and love our imperfections and kind of embrace our imperfections, but damn, bro, that is an unforgiving imperfection. You and JJ Riddick, buddy. You and JJ Riddick.
Well, I mean, it's really based on my geographical location because
No, I feel you.
I mean, the whole Jersey, NYC area is Duke's second home. You had Bobby Hurley, the great point guard here. He's from the town north of us, Jersey City. So that's how the whole Duke thing began for pretty much every here. And we got a big UNC fan base too, because they hate Duke so much that they want to root for UNC. It's like, all right, cool, whatever. They say it's because Michael Jordan played there, but we know, Wax.
And I guess the magic is going out of Rutgers hoops, right?
Yes. I mean, I don't know. The hoops team, they got a shot at the tournament almost every year, right? They produced a couple of top picks this last season. You know, Harper and I forget the other guy's name's escaping me. But I think, listen, Rutgers hoop, they could have a chance here. And again, right, we got that NYC pipeline, you know, for the hoops, so that could certainly work. But I was thinking about that it's funny that you mentioned the Duke thing, because I was thinking, I'm like, Duke is the one team that I like that is like consistently in the title picture,
Always in the conversation. I
mean, I guess we can make the argument with the Phillies, but I mean, let's be real here. They break my heart.
Hold on, though. You're not a Duke football fan, though, right?
I am not.
You're Notre Dame football, right?
Yeah, I mean, like Notre Dame and Rutgers.
No, I feel you. So you pick and choose your winners. That's what you do, Walsh. No, people say the same shit about me. They're always wondering, like, you know, what the hell are you a Giants fan for? It's ignorance. It was out of ignorance. I thought they were the Colts. I was the young team. I thought they were the blue team. They were the blue team.
The deal with, you know, a lot of people that I grew up with, right? It's not like we went to, you know, that we moved on to all these prestigious Ivy League schools or anything. So, I mean, it's not like I'm going to root for the New Jersey City University Gothic Knights basketball team. I mean, they're not on ESPN that often.
We got speaking of ESPN, we do have, I guess it's not even on ESPN, it's on the SEC network. We'd be remiss if we didn't tell you, yes, the Texas Longhorns are in action tonight. Last non-conference game out there. They host the Maine Dolphins. Is that a dolphin sound? Hey, do you know what the dolphin is?
A mammal?
If I asked you, if you ever done the dolphin to somebody, do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
I'll text you. I'll text you after the show.
Wonderful. I can't wait for this.
All right. Yeah. All right. So those of you guys that know that I'm not going to text, if you are intrigued, look up the Dolphin after the show. After you like the video, of course. Make sure you're following the great Al Walsh, the obligatory go-to. He is on Twitter and all Instagram stuff, InstaFace, all the social media at 14a.walsh. But yeah, I see Rob's comment in there. Hockey. As a matter of fact, Walsh did play hockey growing up, yes, and he was one hell of a superstar before the injury took him out and forced him to write. So,
yeah, the injury to
and
my
if
liver.
you've been listening to the show for 10 years, you know damn well that I've been full of shit with. I've brought on, Al Walsh, Commissioner, Bayonne's Mayor, Al Walsh. I've brought on so many damn different titles for Al Walsh. But yeah, hockey tonight. Caps are in action. Caps will be on the pond tonight, so they'll be skating it out. Caps off to a hot start. Thank you, Mr. Logan Taylor. He's been absolutely lights out in the pipe, in between the pipes. Hopefully they can continue it. I mean, I think we're skating on house money. As a matter of fact, I didn't expect the Capitals to kind of return to form like they were last season, but they're still doing it. Dallas, of course, we'd be remiss if we didn't talk about the Dallas Stars, one of the West's best team. Hell, not just the West, one of the absolute league's best teams out there, and probably going to be contending for a cup for Lord Stanley. Anything else out there, Mr. Walsh?
Man. Of course,
what are you getting into? Anything crazy tonight? You got some articles to write? Anything intriguing that you're working on?
The rest of the week, I got all kinds of shit. But you'll be at on the day of the game, right? So we'll have best bets for Thursday night, best bets for Saturday night. We got games this week, right? So 2 games. I'll probably.
Where's the best spot that we can find at? Just Playboy.com or?
Yeah, so playboy.com/sports is probably the easiest way. There's Jesus, I screwed it up. Playboy.com /
centerfolds
/read /sports, and that's where.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I mean, it won't you're gonna have to click through some of the articles, but I will say, if you're looking for the best bets, then those are all mine. Right, of course, the other guy.
Of course.
No, because
I mean, you can go there and support the site and support literature and read other people's stuff. But the best bets, if we want the green in the pocket, we know we go to the obligatory Walsh.
Yeah, I mean, I mix it up with the picks and the editorials, the long form, of course. Gotta have an H1, 3 H2s, all that kind of shit. Nobody cares.
Yeah, no, I mean, hey, journalists care. Long form and short form writing. I would love you put me on long form writing. That's going to suck balls. All right, let me have the short pieces, please. Let me chat GPT this shit up for you. Hold tight. All right, where you want to go to next, man? I guess we can talk a little bit more about the slate.
Yeah, definitely. Again, Bucks going for the NFC South title against the Panthers. That's going to be one hell of a game. The 2 teams actually play each other twice here in the final 3 weeks. I wonder, have they put out who's ahead in the the race for the number 1 pick? Because I mean,
it's the Giants. The Giants are going to be getting the number 1 pick.
Well, I think the Raiders, right? Don't they have 2 wins as well?
No, right now the Giants.
Yeah, no.
Have
So it's the Giants, the Titans, and the Raiders.
Correct.
All at 2-12. But you know how if they all finish with 2 wins, right? It comes down to who
win percentage or road wins. But right now the Giants do have the overall first round pick.
Yeah, man. What do you think about that? What would you do there?
So I was asked this question the other day too, right? I don't think there's a player out there right now, one player right now that can be drafted at 1 overall and absolutely come into the locker room and make a difference to where the Giants are playing playoff football or contending for championship football, right? That's the goal. I guess that's the next step, right? That's the next barrier to get to. So for me, I think the best move is to take the Belichick approach and try to gain draft capital, trade that number 1 pick. You'll get a number 1 in return. It's just not going to be number 1 overall, right? But see if you can get a 1, optimistically a 1, a 2 in the same year, and then hopefully packaged with a 1 followed up in the next year, or maybe just back to back, a 1 in return and then a 1 next year with a second, this year as well. So just any way that you can do to kind of gain picks, like the Belichick way, right? The chances to have, more chances to, to shoot the bullets out of the damn revolver. That's kind of, I guess, your best way at building success, because you're going to miss, right? There's going to be chances that, you're going to take, or risks that you're going to take, and it's just not going to pan out. That's what happens, right? But ultimately, I think there's pieces that the Giants have that they can build around. You've seen, we've already seen the flash from Jackson Dart, right? We know it can happen when Neighbors comes back, or I guess we see the potential. We're flirting with the potential when Neighbors comes back. Not big on Tracy. I'd like to have a better running back in that room, but ultimately they need more picks so that they can build protection around Dart and still shore up a couple of pieces on that defensive front. So.
Yeah, it's funny. I wanted to see what was going on around the mock scene, but CBS had a mock draft here. They got the Giants trading the number 1 pick to the Jets for Fernando Mendoza, and then it had the Giants getting what's his name, Jordan.
And there lies the career of Fernando Mendoza, drafted number 1 to the Jets. Nothing happens.
Yeah, Jets definitely need a quarterback. I mean, look, going into the season, it felt like Justin Fields could be exciting. I don't think anybody,
especially after the first week, right? Like after they put up over, I think they put over 30 up on Pittsburgh, right?
Yeah, it was like 34, 32, something along those lines. But yeah, I mean, excitement was really like, generated in keeping games or was hoping to be generated by keeping games close, and it just did not work out for Fields. So yeah, I mean, look, they got to go back to the drawing board.
But here's the thing about Fields, right? Like Fields is the garbage fantasy guru, right? Like that's and usually you go to Fields for fantasy moments just because you're trying to get that, I guess, the back end 25 points. You know you're not going to get it in the first quarter, but when the defense goes to sleep and it's garbage time, that's when Fields comes alive, baby. You didn't really get that this season.
No, you did not. I thought, so the last game he played was the Thursday night game against the last game he started anyway was the last one against the Patriots. Like, I thought he played all right, like nothing.
No, it was mediocre,
but
right?
It certainly was not his worst game of the season by any stretch of the imagination.
But that's a good point too. Like when he has his worst game though, like the worst game, the floor is still pretty high. Like it's usually like a 12-point or a 14-point game. So
yeah, I know he went bananas on the stats against Dallas, but all that was when they were getting their ass kicked in the second half. I thought he did it right against Miami. I know the game against Miami, they had a brutal fumble on the goal line on the opening drive, and they were just never the same after. I mean, again, man, it's the Jets, right? Like whoever's stepping under center for the Jets,
you're doomed. You're doomed if you're going to the Jets. It's absolutely doomed.
If you win a Super Bowl with the New York Jets, you should just automatically become president of the United States of America,
or be inducted into the Hall of Fame. I would say you're a better token is being inducted into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
All right. You gonna watch any hockey tonight?
No, definitely not. No. We got to get back on Mayor of Easttown.
Look at you. We I just started Landman season 2. We
had that decision, right? Do we start Landman or Mayor of Easttown? Because it's 1A, 1B there.
So, dude, I didn't like Landman when I started it, right? I thought it was a little gross, if I'm being honest with you. I didn't understand the dynamic between the daughter and the father.
Okay.
I mean, she looks great, but if we're talking about the scenario there, it's an not underage. She's just of age, right? And she's in a
Coming of
house full of
age.
old men, and she's like walking around with Crisco grease on her skin. Like I didn't get it. I didn't get it. Right. It was just weird. Like I don't understand why that had to be written into the script. But yeah. And maybe I just don't understand some of the stereotypes there. But still, after what, see episode 4 or episode 5, you're kind of hooked. You're bought in. Billy Bob Thornton, of course. Like Billy Bob Thornton always delivers, in my opinion. And John Hamm's fantastic. John Hamm's absolutely fantastic. And now they got I don't want to spoil it for you if you hadn't seen it, but the element of the cartels in there, and they leave you off on a cliffhanger in at the end of the season 1, right? So can't wait to start season 2. We're about to start it. We just finished Stranger Things.
Not a Stranger Things guy.
Yeah, I'm glad it's over. I was actually watching it with the family, doing one of those things, but thankfully the show has come to an end. It lost me a couple of years ago, but yeah, man. Hey, dude, always a pleasure. You know what I mean? Thank you so much for always jumping on here. Walsh and Wags reunited, just like the old days, man. Just like the old days. Appreciate your time. You can find him on Twitter at 14a.walsh. Make sure you're looking at the spread on playboy.com. Not that spread, Walsh's spread, all right? Make sure you hit him up. The go-to. Make sure you say hi and ask him, to get the green in your pocket. Thanks for the time, brother. I appreciate it, man.
You got it. Take care.
Later, bud. There he goes, and we welcome in Jay Guns. What's up, sir? Howard. Well, there he is. It's your show. I'm not welcoming you in. You're taking over.
Hey, I appreciate it. You into Landman?
Yeah, I mean, it took me a while to kind of get into it, but once you got through like the first couple of episodes, it's kind of like appointment viewing television. You kind of got to watch it. But we waited. Usually, we wait until the season's almost over so that we can go ahead and pick it up and binge watch it, and then only have Paramount or whatever the platform for like a month or whatever. We'll jump around from platforms based off of our favorite shows. So try and cut corners and save money that way.
Hey, for those who don't know, I assume Wags doesn't know. You can get yourself a 24/7 sports subscription owned by CBS, owned by Paramount, and you get a Paramount Plus subscription. Fun fact.
I'll be hitting you up after the show.
Also, Paramount, I mean, I don't watch UFC or martial arts, but soon in the future, that subscription will also get you a sub for, I think it's UFC Plus or UFC something, where you can watch all the pay-per-view fights with a subscription. So, yeah.
Hey, Jordy, can I ask a favor real quick? Can I go check on I got to make sure my wife and everything is okay real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay?
Go ahead.
Give me 2 minutes. Be right back.
Yes, sir. Hey, speaking of Landman, it's funny. I'm happy he was talking about this. So last night ended up going to get a burger at this place in Fort Worth. It was really good. It's the best burger I've had up here in DFW, called JD's Hamburgers. Ended up getting me, I only like bacon and cheese on my burger, nothing else. It was, I forget the name of it, but it was this burger that had bacon and cheese, caramelized onions, and then like this Dr. Pepper barbecue glaze on it, and it was amazing. I definitely want to go back. And ended up finding that place because apparently it's one of Billy Bob Thornton's favorite places. He lives in Weatherford. I believe he's from Weatherford as well, or the Fort Worth area, and that's kind of close over there by Weatherford. And it's actually where they shoot in Landman, that cafe or bar that it's called The Patch. It's the outside of it because, I mean, I know how the movie and show business works. They don't shoot the inside scenes in the actual building or whatever the outside shot is, but the outside shot of The Patch is this building right across the street from Landman. So I don't know, that was kind of cool, but it was great. Definitely recommend it. And suggest anyone in the Fort Worth area check out JD's Hamburgers because I will be back. And they also have drinks. It was one of those, cool burger places that serves a drink. Was looking for one of those last night, and was not in the mood for Hop Dottie paying that price. And also, Hop Dottie's good, the quality's high, but the burgers are like this big. It's like Pete Terry's size, but you're not paying Pete Terry's price, So, yeah. But I was going to wait for Wags to get back, but I'm just going to talk about it now. Liona Lefau is going to end up in the NCAA transfer portal. News broke yesterday. It was very strange. I hopped off here and got a text from Eric Henry, actually, who had a source that told him. Sorry, my dog was chewing on something. Had a source that told him that Lefau had cleaned out his locker and was not at practice, and it was way out of left field. I mean, it's Liona Lefau. So he started 23 consecutive games. He's played in all 42 games for Texas since the start of the 2023 season, his true freshman year, and it was part of 2023 five-man linebacker class. And, it's wild to look back on that linebacker class. Is Anthony Hill, Liona Lefau, Cecilia Akana, Darian Gillette, Samaje Burrell. Samaje Burrell he lasted 1 year at Texas. Darian Gillette lasted 2. Cecilia Akana lasted 2. And, going 1 for 5. And Anthony Hill's he's the only guy that's going to finish his career at Texas. And, I need to get it into a story, into an article form at some point, but too many people just don't understand roster management and construction. And I'll follow up on that point here in a sec. But regarding CB's question, yes, I've heard Liona Lefau is going to go to BYU. I had someone at Texas be like, man, they bought him. And I was like, yeah. Like Texas does this 10 times a year in the portal too. It is what it is. The game is the game. Don't hate the player, hate the game. BYU was a school that was in the running for him out of high school. The only schools he officially visited were Oregon, Utah, and Texas. Whenever he first hopped in the portal, I thought maybe SMU. Jeff Choate was his primary recruiter at Texas, but he's now the head coach in Nevada. And, Liona Lefau wasn't going to Nevada. Everyone knew that. But the other guy recruiting him to Texas is Jake Longy, who was at Texas under Tom Herman, at Texas under Steve Sarkisian, and then ended up getting out of the personnel world for a few years, started doing some consulting, and this is his first offseason or year back with the program, and he's at SMU. And he kept in touch with Liona during his Texas career, even when he wasn't on the staff. So I thought SMU at first, maybe Oregon, USC. His primary recruiter from Utah left Utah, took a job at Tennessee, and then is now on the USC staff. So I figured maybe there, but eventually I did hear it was BYU who, put an offer on the table that Texas wasn't going to match or exceed. And, I'm not going to lie, I kind of hate the framing of how this has been done, making it seem like Texas cut him. That is not what happened. They did not push him out. Now, is it a front office decision? Yeah, technically.
I feel like you kind of flirted with this a week ago. Like you felt like this could be happening.
Well, not Liona. I mean, like there are guys you look at and think, yeah, another school can pay them more money than Texas can, and they can have a bigger role. That's what BYU and Liona are. But I mean, around the time of the year with the portal, we have like 24 portal stories ready to go. And it's guys we've either heard are going to go in the portal, they're thinking about it.
I thought it might have been a sidebar conversation. I thought I heard you mention that in my ear or something. Like I feel like it wasn't a surprise to me because I thought you mentioned it.
I did not. I mean, I didn't see this coming or have anything ready until yesterday morning. But each year going into the portal, you have about 24 stories ready with names of guys that make sense to get pushed out, leave, or consider leaving, just so you have it ready. Liona was not one of those names. He was not. So, again, like Texas did not cut him. This was a situation where BYU contacted someone in his camp, likely an agent. I don't know who Leona's agent is. Said, hey, we'll pay you this much money. Dope. That's a lot of money. And he goes to Texas. Hey, BYU's offering me this. Can y'all put it in the ballpark or match it or exceed it? And they look at the number and go, no, it's too high. Wish you the best of luck. And that's what it is,
Yeah.
Again, you're fooling yourself. You don't think Texas is on the other side of that often. The game is the game. Don't hate the player. Hate the game. Oh, oops. What?
What are
Which
you
one is
doing?
there?
What are you doing back there?
I clicked something on my keyboard on accident, but yeah. So Leona Lefau very likely to be a BYU Cougar in his final year of eligibility.
Good luck.
Now, regarding who he could be replaced with, Kamori House is the main linebacker in the portal. Everyone wants to think Texas is going to go after. Have it on good authority. Texas is not interested in Kamori House or paying that price tag. So want to make that clear. However,
is there a prime target that they're going? Do you have it on good authority for a prime target that they're going after? Do you know?
Yes, but he's not in the portal, and
Okay.
I'm not gonna.
I'm not allowed to ask that on air.
It is, I should say, a power four starter would be good. It can be a true Mike too. So
can you say
he's not in the portal?
Can you say the conference?
No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. But I'll say
I'm just flirting with. I'm just messing with you.
Yeah. No, Cam Coleman doesn't play linebacker. Jake Bayless.
I'm just trying to get you. I'm just trying to tease it. That's all. I'm just trying to tease it.
No, hey, I got you. I mean, if this guy does announce his intentions, I'll be like, yeah, this is the guy. If when that happens, but regardless, Texas is going in the portal for a linebacker no matter what. With or without Leona Lefau back next year, they need depth. They need numbers. And with what the room was going to look like next year, Trey Moore gone, Anthony Hill gone. Leona Lefau back at the time, Ty Anthony Smith back, Bo Barnes back, Brad Spence back, and then Jonathan Cunningham, who isn't really a linebacker. You know, it was like, okay, Ty Anthony, Leonga, Bo Barnes, Tyler Atkinson can play year one, Brad Spence, that's a good five-man group. They should target, you know, a younger backer that has 3 to 4 years left of eligibility that has some experience playing at the power four level.
Yeah. For sure.
But that changes a bit when you lose a guy who started 23 consecutive games, you know? So I think Bo Barnes is going to be ready to play starting level snaps in the rotation next year. I mean, we'll have a much better feel for that after the bowl game. Because, I mean, you look at the bowl game, it's like, holy shit, who's playing linebacker? The only guys suiting up are Ty Anthony Smith, Bo Barnes, Jonathan Cunningham, and Brad Spence. Yeah. That's it. So, I mean, going to be a very short rotation. You also have a walk-on, Marshall Landwehr. He was put on scholarship ahead of the season. Texas had an extra scholarship and filled up at 85 by putting him on Scully. And he's played a lot of games in special teams, so he's probably going to play the most he's ever played. That's, you know, probably pretty cool for him, finishing his Texas career with a career high in snaps, I should say. And then in a pinch, I doubt it's going to happen, but Nick Townsend played a lot of linebacker in high school. He can play it if injuries happen or something goes wrong. He can play it. Jelani McDonald can kind of play it. Played it a somewhat similar role, but like you're going to need him at safety since Michael Taft isn't playing.
Say, who's going to be in the secondary, man?
Yeah. So, and honestly. You know, I've had this long riff with some guys in my company and guys in this kid's circle. Jonah Williams should be playing linebacker. He always should have been playing linebacker. I mean, the dude is 6'3" and 200+ pounds and can run like a horse. Like, he should not be playing safety, but he doesn't want to play in the box. And he made that clear to schools recruiting him.
What, he don't want to hit or what? Does he not like the contact?
I mean, I don't think it's that. Like, he's definitely – I wouldn't describe him ever as physical, you know, but I do think at the end of the day, he just grew up playing safety. He's more comfortable there, and also the physicality. And also, I mean, he's probably thinking about his shoulders. He's a great baseball player. Probably wants to play both sports as long as he can. I definitely assume that's part of it. But Jonah Williams should be playing linebacker. I've always thought that, you know, he's a freakazoid athlete, so he can get by at safety. And when you're as, you know, gifted and talented as he is, you can decide where you want to play, and that's safety for him. Michael Terry's kind of a similar situation. Like, you have a defensive frame, body type. You should be playing defense, but he doesn't want to play defense. He wants to score touchdowns and play offense. And like Jonah Williams, he's gifted enough to where he could call his own shot and pick his own position. So the main guy I'm looking at, if they need someone to play it in a pinch, is Nick Townsend. Can't really think of others that like make a ton of sense that aren't like, okay, let's be for real, So, yeah, but looking at Texas getting a player with at least a year of starting experience under their belt, a linebacker in the portal, and that player comes from one of the two better Power 4 conferences. That'll be the hint I give you. So, yeah, but that's kind of it for Liona Lefau. Want to get into some 2027 prospect talk.
I didn't hear a lot of the conversation yesterday because I was running some errands. But is there any chance that with the news of our new addition, could we be getting another piece to our backfield?
Yeah, so Florida and Jaden Baugh are in active negotiations.
Okay. And again, like just so we're all clear, this is like asking Colin Simmons to leave and go someplace for another bag, right? Like we're basically asking the offensive Colin Simmons to come here just to help us out. It's like Florida coming over and asking Colin Simmons, kind of.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, Jaden Baugh isn't. I wouldn't call him the best running back in college football.
No, but he's a nice. Would you say he's an upgrade of what he's an upgrade of what we have in the backfield?
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, so him and Florida are in negotiations. I do think the fact that DJ Lagway isn't on the team helps the chances of him going in the portal because it's
falling apart. So.
Yeah, and if you don't have a difference maker at quarterback, it puts a lot more weight on the shoulders of the running back. And I mean,
and that also brings up chances of injury. You know what I mean? If they're going to be stacking 8 in the box, and it's just not going to be. I don't think it will also be a productive season as he could reciprocate. So, hey, if I'm, I mean, of course, I'm saying come to Texas, but
yeah, but Florida goes to Austin next year. He's going to have to face the music no matter what. If he goes to Texas. So one thing that I think is absolutely hilarious, Wags, do you know who the leading candidate is for the running backs coach job at Florida?
I'm just going to take a shot at this. Because he got fired at Coastal. Tim Beck? No,
Chad Scott.
Chad Scott. Oh, of course. I don't know why I didn't go to that first hand.
Yeah. No, you're good. Texas fired Chad Scott, and he's the leading candidate to replace Jabbar Jalouk. Like, what the hell are they doing? John's. I said this yesterday. Like,
hey, one person
they hated your ass when they first hired you. Sorry?
I said one person's trash is another's treasure, right?
Yeah, well, it's not supposed to be that way in the SEC, but like I said it yesterday, man, Florida fans hated the hire originally. He killed the press conference. It was great. Won him over. When the athletic department wins him over with this PR campaign. And then like a week into the job, you have this happen with Lagway. And it's dumb as hell, all the Florida fans. Like, I can say he's bad now that he's not my quarterback. And it's like, shut the hell up. Shut up. And like, they think they're getting Darian Mensah. They're going to have to pay a shit ton for Darian Mensah because he can get drafted. And it's going to be a similar situation like Miami and Cam Ward. Like Cam Ward would have gone day 3 probably had he left and not gone to Miami. But Miami had to pay him equivalent to what a day 3 pick was. Darian Mensah could probably go day 2. Like, that's some serious bread. And if you're not going to pay Lagway whatever he wants, which I assume is between $2.5, $3 million, like Mensah is not worth it at 5 because that's what you have to pay him. Duke paid him $4 million this year. So, and if it ain't Mensah, like, is Raiola going to save the day? Hell no. Brennan Sorsby probably going to Texas Tech, but even him, no. Sam Levitt, no. Like, I don't see the strategy at all there. It's dumb as hell.
There's so much hype on Raiola. Like, I don't know. Like, I think he's stupid for leaving Nebraska, honestly. Like, I think you go with what you know, and I don't think his tape is that great, in my opinion. But maybe he feels like he can be more productive in a better situation, in a better offense.
No. Do you think he's gonna purposely tear his ACL so he can go?
He has to if he wants to live up to his dream and be his hero. He's got to do it. He's got to take one for the team.
Man, I saw this burner account post this meme. It's like a screenshot of text messages from Raiola to Joey Maguire. It's like, Joey, please, I want to be a Red Raider. Please, like I'll play for free. Please. I want to follow in his footsteps. Come on, please. I want to wear the Mahomes jersey. I'll play for free.
My God.
Which is pretty good. I love that.
That's just a little it's weird. It's just weird, right?
Yeah, he's a loser. Like, he's a loser. You're a 5-star quarterback, top-ranked guy, and all you want to do is cosplay as Mahomes. Like, dog, be yourself. You know, you are very marketable. You were the man in Nebraska. Now you're leaving. I don't know. One thing I think is very, 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 very interesting with Raiola. He has a younger brother that is a 2026 quarterback who, if his last name was Raiola and wasn't his little brother, probably wouldn't have had as much offers. But he was committed to Nebraska. He ended up decommitting. They also dropped him. He still has not signed yet, so he's signing in February. Dylan Raiola is going to go in the portal. That was reported yesterday. It's a done deal. He will enter it in January. Their uncle, Donovan Raiola, great, Cornhusker for Nebraska, one of their all-time players, offensive line coach. They fired his ass. So Dylan in the portal is probably going to demand you hire my uncle and you sign my brother. Who's going to let him do both those things? Because on top of allowing that, you also have to pay him out the ass because he will demand, a lot of coins. So that is going to be very interesting to see where he ends up. Who's going to hire or fire their current line coach to hire his uncle? Who would, give a spot to his
What's the situation looking like in Vanderbilt?
They flipped Jared Curtis. He's a 5-star from Georgia. He's going to start day one.
Never mind. All right.
Yeah, so they're not going that route. Sorry, I'll answer these questions, then we'll get into the 2027 stuff I want to do. 7 of the 10 last Heisman winners are transfers. Another interesting thing, of the, I think it was 9 or 10 5-star quarterbacks in the 2023 and I think it was 2024 class, all but one have transferred. The only one that hasn't is Arch Manning. Interesting,
Nice little nugget.
Yeah, hey, I did forget Brady Sarkisian.
Yeah, I was. Well, I had the book right here. I wanted to see how deep down he was on the depth chart, and I just wanted to throw it out there for a fucking joke. We got Brady. Brady can play that. He can patrol that middle of the field, man. He's got it, dude. He's got it.
Oh yeah. Should Michigan be concerned? I mean, they obviously have a lot of shit going on, but
there's just
is there
how did they lose any? Did they have any decommits?
I mean, they've had 2 kids ask out of their paperwork and go to other schools, and they have a few that are considering it, including Malachi Lee, who's a top 247 offensive tackle from Hawaii, chose Michigan over Texas. In Texas and Alabama are trying like hell to convince him to get out of his
I would think that's probably one of the biggest pieces for the portal for Texas right now. One of the bigger targets, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, he's not a guy that'll really help much next year, but
it's for succession.
Yeah, and John Turntine can play offensive tackle, but the other 2 offensive line signees are guards, and if not, they're right tackles. Even John Turntine at left tackle, it is a gamble. It is a gamble. And I think he can be good, but he's not as much of a surefire thing as Malachi Lee. So if they get Malachi Lee, it's great. Changes a lot of things for the future at offensive tackle, specifically left tackle, after Trevor Gooseby leaves. And also, Texas gets them. They go from the number 8 class in the country to number 6. And I think I've talked about this before, but every staff in the country has it worked into their contracts. So they get extra bonuses depending on where the recruiting class finishes. So I would assume not only is Texas motivated financially, those coaches are working extra hard and, want that little extra bonus. I would too. I mean, everyone's human. It's human. So, but one thing I think is interesting to think about in the bowl game, Sharon Moore is on house arrest right now. He ain't coaching them. But their personnel is still their personnel. They're still going to be a run-first team. They still, they have a great young quarterback, but he's still a true freshman that does a lot of dumb true freshman shit. That's what happens when you start a true freshman in the Power 4. But like Texas having the watered-down linebacker room they do, with Trey Moore sitting out, Anthony Hill sitting out, and Leona Lefau gone, you're playing a run-heavy team.
Right. It's going to be,
and they're going to have opt-outs. They're going to have guys.
You
even
just
in the
talked
portal
about
that don't
McDonald
play.
potentially coming up and playing linebacker. Like,
I don't think there's any.
I don't think it'll happen either because he's got to play
yeah.
He's got to be in the secondary. But I mean, that's just how scarce we are in the middle of the field right now, or Texas is.
Yeah. Antoine says shouldn't have redshirted Bo Barnes and either Myron Charles or Sharma. I mean, I get what you're saying, but like, when was there any time you looked at the Texas linebacker core and said, "Why is Bo Barnes not on the field?" He wasn't going to help more than the guys who were on the field. And yeah, like you can say this. It's easy to say in retrospect because
but it's
now out of the
one
program,
game, right? It's not worth sacrificing the year of eligibility for one game for a bowl game that doesn't matter anymore at this point.
Yeah, and also bowl games, postseason games, playoff games, they don't count towards red shirts. So
I forgot. I always forget about that.
So he can keep it. And then Myron Charles and Sharma, I mean, I get what you're saying, but like line of scrimmage players are not supposed to play year one. They're not. The closer you are to the ball, the less ready players usually are out of high school for that. Wow, Aiden Mizell's going to the portal. He was hurt a lot this year for Florida, but had a really good 2024
it's falling. I said it, man. It's falling apart, dude.
I mean, they're going to keep Rennell Brown and Dallas Wilson, so they'll be all right. But I mean, Mizell is top 3 guy for them, top 4, playmakers. So I don't know. And also, I mean, it's Florida. Like, let's not kid ourselves. When this happens, boosters and people get pissed off. They're going to get some dudes in the portal they probably weren't going to about a week ago. So, yeah. But regarding Myron Charles and Josiah Sharma, like, who are they going to play over? Not Travis Shaw or Cole Brevard or Justice Terry or Murad Watson or Alex January. Not Levon Johnson, And the thing, too, like, yeah, they're probably not going to need all 5 years of college because they're really talented and can probably make it into the league by then. But it's nice knowing that if injuries happen or if it doesn't work out or they get recruited over, I mean, they can stay. So, it'll be right. And also, like, Josiah Sharma, too. So many people forget things like this once they're on the team and aren't playing and you want to see them playing. Josiah Sharma didn't play defensive line until, like, his senior year. He was an offensive lineman. Yeah. And he didn't even play football until, like, his sophomore, junior year. And was an O-lineman, slow-footed, not super fluid. In camp, he started going to camps, and they'd be like, hey, you should play D-line, and we want to see what D-line. And then he started getting offers on D-line, and that's when the switch happened. So he's still putting it together, figuring it out. And then Myron Charles, like, kind of same deal. I mean, when there was no point really outside of the cupcake non-con games when those dudes played that they should have played over other guys, at least in my opinion. So, yeah, hey, and I'm with you on Kobe Black playing safety, but with the departures in the corner room, it looks like he's going to stay at corner. So, CB said DeAndre Moore, where do you think he's drafted? Day 3, easily. Yeah. Like, people think he's going to test well. I do not. I think he's a good player. Jack of all trades, master of none. And those guys can be successful in the NFL. They can, carve out a role, but guys like that, those type of prospects aren't usually drafted day 1 or day 2. So, yeah, that's what I'd say there. Woodcrest said, if we don't get Ball, who do you guys want to see Sark go after? I do think the cat from UConn, who has already announced his intentions to go in the portal. I don't know his name off the top of my head. But I do think he could be a backup option if he's still available. Isaac Brown from Louisville. A lot of schools are trying to get him to go in the portal. That could be someone to watch for Texas if he does go in the portal. I do not think Texas is going to be in on the Kuwan Lacey sweepstakes. That kid's going to make around 1.5. Yeah,
It's
good. I love him.
Saying that with Texas, right? Like it feels weird anytime you say too much money with Texas because they got bullshit money. So
Yeah, and I mean, you have to be smart. Like, I like you on Lacey a lot. I'm rooting for him. Go get that bag, young man. You know, I'm with you. But there's a difference in paying a 1.5 for 1 year with Kawan Lacey compared to paying a 1.5 for Jaden Ball. So you have to be financially responsible. And with Kawan, Texas never recruited him out of high school. They're not fans of him. Then I reached out to someone at Texas about Kawan Lacey and got nothing back. So I don't see them having interest there. I don't think they have any. Antoine said in 2027, I want them to get Trey Moore or Julian Caldwell. Trey Moore is going to be Texas, Texas A&M, Miami. He liked Michigan a lot.
You talking about Cam Edwards from UConn?
I believe that sounds about right. Yeah. But Trey Moore, there's a ways to go on that one. There's going to be changes in that recruitment. But Julian Caldwell, it's like Texas, SMU, Oregon, A&M's in it, but not really. Same with LSU. Same with Oklahoma. I think I already said Tech. They're in that. He's very similar to the type of guys that Lincoln Riley and USC target. So I think they're going to try to get him on campus, just looking at the type of player he is. But grew up a Texas fan, grew up with season tickets, driving down from DFW to Austin to watch games. So that's going to play a role. You know I said SMU, Tech, and Oregon, and people are going to think, oh, he's a bag chaser. It's NIL stuff. I mean, the kid's from Argyle. And if you don't understand what I'm saying, usually kids who come from, I guess wealthy, affluent communities, NIL tends to be, and money tends to be lower down their priorities list because their family usually has it, or they're not in a position where they feel like they have to take the most money. So Julian Caldwell, I think it's going to be kind of like an old school regular recruitment where he's picking the college and school he wants to go to because that's where he feels best about getting developed, feeling at home and, getting a good degree, education, all that. So, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I do think Sam Levitt could end up at Oregon. He's actually from Oregon, which is interesting because I don't think they recruited him. And it's funny because Kenny Dillingham was the offensive coordinator at Oregon. And I don't think recruited, the in-state Sam Levitt kid. So, obviously ended up getting him in the portal, but kind of interesting. Antoine said, Jordan, what do you know about the Tech running back Cameron Dickey from Austin Crockett? He's a monster. I'm not going to lie. I didn't think he'd be this successful, but happy for him. Also, he's getting paid 7 figures next year from Tech, and they have Quentin Joyner coming back. Like, I don't know how the hell they manage that roster, because it feels like it's only 7-figure dudes and then dudes who make, Jordan Scruggs money.
Right, yeah.
Scraps. Yeah, so I know all these GMs and front office people, they're telling these players don't talk about money in the locker room, different things, but it has to get talked about. It has to.
Right.
So yeah, but regarding Cameron Dickey, great
Especially
career at
when
Austin
people are flaunting
Crockett.
and flashing it all around, right? Like you're pulling up in a Lambo or whatever, and you're just like, bro, come on. Like I can't even afford a fucking milk at the cafeteria. So.
Yeah. Okay, but a lot of people don't know this, but Cameron Dickey has a brother named Caleb Dickey, who I don't think is playing college football. If he is, I don't know where he's playing. But Caleb was a year younger than Cameron, and Caleb led Austin ISD in sacks 3 years in a row. And he was at Crockett his freshman through junior year. Cameron graduates, and LBJ got Caleb to transfer into LBJ. And I was at the final game. Either of the Dickey brothers played for Crockett, and it was versus LBJ. And that was the game that said Alexander broke the rushing record. So kind of a cool story there. But Caleb Dickey was a fucking monster. I mean, Austin ISD, that 5A district is absolutely atrocious, but he put up 27 sacks in 10 games or something. It was ridiculous. And again, I want to clarify.
That's not a state record?
No, I don't think so. But
that's not a record.
Wags,
27 sacks in 10 games is not a record.
I mean, Colin Simmons, I think, had 26 and a half, but it was in 14 games. Yeah. And I'm paraphrasing. He had 20 something.
I understand that. But I mean, that's insane to think that, I understand that Tech is the mecca of high school football, but that is a stat that just seems
Yeah.
just
Yeah, and I mean, Caleb Dickey is like a 6'1" kid who, again, I don't know if he's playing college football right now, but like with all due respect to those kids in Austin ISD, like Wags, you could suit up right now and probably have 5 sacks in 10 games.
okay.
Yeah, so
I am an animal. I am a beast. So
yeah,
Phil Rivers type of beast.
man, hey, shout out Phil Rivers. I want to know what the Amazon Prime like throw chart is. Felt like everything was within 5 yards.
Do you watch it that way? Is that how you when you watch Thursday Night Football? Do you watch the
The
bird's
all
eye view?
22 view? Yeah, I like it. The only thing I don't like, the dude Sam Schwarzenstein or whatever his name is, like talks way too much over it, and like every single time they're driving down the field, the like minimum field goal line of where they need to get to kick a field goal pops up, and he'll like cut off the broadcast like, this is what this means. It's like, yeah, buddy, we know. You've been watching it all year and you've done this every drive in this game. Shut up. Like, I'm trying to hear the broadcast.
Sometimes I also feel like it's off sometimes when I look at it, or maybe it's just a funny angle, Tyrone. Maybe it's a funny
angle. Let's see. Jordan, how about Lagway to K-State? Michael Bishop and Derek Lagway are boys and high school teammates. Yeah, Michael Bishop is on staff at Houston, and Lagway ain't going to K-State. Also, A&M tried like hell to flip Lagway late whenever Mike Elko got hired and then hired Colin Klein. That happened the week before Lagway signed to Florida, and Klein and Elko showed up to Willis, and I mean they tried like hell. I got the story told to me from Willis's head coach, and Lagway directly to Willis's head coach said, I don't want to play in that offense. So he's not going to K-State. I don't think they can afford him either. But yeah, it is funny though, seeing Baylor fans think they have a shot. Like I don't think there's any way in hell that actually happens. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, Wags, his father played fullback at Baylor. DJ's dad.
Oh, DJ Lagway's dad. Yeah. No, I got you.
Yeah. Because he's Derek Lagway and DJ's Derek Lagway Jr. Yeah, Jake Bayless says last time Michigan player opted out of his letter of intent pretty well. It worked out pretty well for Texas because that was Xavier Worthy. Antoine said, aren't quarterback and corner the hardest positions to be good at on a snap-to-snap basis? Yeah, I mean, I think quarterback is the hardest position no matter what. Center probably second. But corner from a snap-to-snap basis, yeah. Like there's people on a board arguing with each other about where Malik Muhammad will get drafted. Some say first, and some are like, no, dude, he's day 2 because he is a day 2 pick. He's not going round 1. And it's like half of y'all are the same people after the Clemson CFP game. You're ready for him to leave in the portal, and you wanted him to, them to push him out because he had one bad game. Like at corner, you can give up 1 or 2 passes and people are losing their shit on you.
No shit.
It's part of it. You're not going to win every single rep.
Right.
Sometimes you play really good quarterbacks that have tremendous ball placement, or only their receiver can get it. Like versus Washington, Johnny Barron got his ass tore up. Same with the entire secondary.
Yeah,
and
I was going to say the entire secondary got torched. So
yeah, and he still ended up winning the Thorpe Award, going round 1, top half of the draft. Like it is probably the hardest position, snap to snap, and even the Clemson, like Klubnik, he was throwing some damn good throws. Like his game versus Texas might be his best 4 quarters he's ever had in a Clemson uniform. Truly. He was hitting some great throws, great passes. And I mean, if he had consistently played like that, he would have been in the NFL as a rookie this year. So that's a guy I'm very curious to see what happens in his process. He's going to ace the interview. He's, he can be the face of the franchise, great personality.
And he can make
yes, sir,
the
no,
plays.
sir,
He just has hiccups, right? There's just times where you just head scratches like, dude, like why? Why did you throw that? Or why, and that's the thing too. Like he's got the wheels. He can take off and run. Dude, just if you got 10 yards of space or 20 yards of space, tuck it and run, man.
Oh yeah.
Or maybe the fact that he didn't have decent wide receivers too. I think you put some talent around him. I think the kid's going to flourish. But of course, that's probably just our Austin bias.
Yeah, I mean, they had some good receivers. Like they got NFL dudes, TJ Moore.
Moore
Wesco.
Moore's a stud.
And Bryant Wesco's great. But the O-line and I mean, even Garrett Riley, like everyone thought Garrett Riley was a lot better than he is because of his brother and because he had Max Duggan. Same reason a lot of people thought Sonny Dykes was better than he was.
Right.
And it was Max Duggan surrounded by like year 5 and 6 players of the COVID year that had played together for years. And they were all recruited there and scouted, evaluated, or signed by Gary Patterson, not Sonny Dykes. Sonny Dykes is under 500 in Big 12 play since the year they went to the Natty. Like, TCU can do so much better. Regarding this, Levon Johnson is better than Tia Savea and Trill Carter. Now, I see where you're coming from as far as the snap count and roll. They're similar, but Levon Johnson is more talented than Tia Savea and Trill Carter are. I want to make that clear. Any chance Caden Durham leaves LSU? It's a possibility, but, I mean, we got to see what happens. I do think that depends on Frank Wilson because it does seem likely Lane is going to be able to swing Kevin Smith over from Ole Miss. He's Ole Miss's running backs coach. And if that happens, they're probably getting Kewan Lacey. And if, Caden Durham, it's funny, he's from Duncanville. Kewan Lacey went to Lancaster and Nolan Catholic. They know each other, but they're in the same grade or same class. Like, if you portal in Kewan Lacey, Caden Durham's going to know he's making probably twice as much as him in the same grade and be like, dude, fuck this. I can get paid somewhere else and be the man. So,
yeah,
I think Caden Durham's situation revolves around what ends up happening with the running backs coach job and Kewan Lacey. Naaman Roberts, I'm with you. This is pretty good. Said it pisses me off is how Phillip Rivers' throwing motion is terrible, and all they did for years was say Vince had a bad throwing motion. Phillip Rivers has that shot put throw.
Yeah,
and his son Gunnar Rivers has it too. But yeah. Nathan said if Lacey goes to LSU, can Jaluk get his nephew from LSU? Nephew, I don't know who you're referencing, to be honest. But yeah, there will never be a faker natty run the 2022 TCU. They did beat a pretty good Michigan team that was cheating. Got to give them credit. Now, I do fully believe, maybe I'm just biased, maybe I'm a homer. I do think TCU had Texas's signals in that 2022 game. I do think that. And if you remember, I'm pretty sure that game was 17-7 or 17-10. And TCU's 2 touchdowns, a long touchdown from either DeMarcado or the other running back who's from Mount Enterprise. Nick and I were talking about him the other day. And then the other touchdown was a coverage bust when Quentin Johnson was standing in the end zone by himself. And then they had a field goal. So I think it was 17-7, 17-10. And I think Texas's only touchdown came from either a Jade Barron pick 6 or scoop and score. Quinn Ewers didn't put points on the board that night, or at least touchdowns. So, yeah. People say Jared Wiley did this. Jared Wiley spent 1 year with Sark. And the offense and things they called and ran were different than the Casey Thompson, Hudson Card deal than it was with Quinn. And I don't think Jared Wiley did that. Like, they're also – I was not around on the beat at the time. Want to make that clear. But I do remember there was a lot of stuff on Twitter about there was, like, someone filming practice at, like, Texas's practice that week of the game or was in the stadium watching them practice. They was not supposed to be there, and they got, like, security to remove them. So, maybe that. I mean, I don't know. But Jared Wiley is one of only 2 Texas players that has ever transferred out and still gotten drafted. The other, or at least in the Sark era. The other is Keaton Crawford, who went to Nevada and then got drafted as a special teamer / safety in the 7th round of last year. So, yeah. Oh, Harlem Berry is Jaluk's nephew. I didn't know that. I don't know if they're actually related or they just are like long-time family friends. But I will look into that. Arlen Berry had Texas in his top 3 with Florida and, of course, LSU. And then, obviously ended up committing to and signing with LSU. But, yeah. All right, we're going to speed through these dozen or so 2027 prospects.
Are we going to try and get out at 11?
You want to try to? We can save it for later.
No. I mean, keep going. I was joking. I was kidding.
Okay.
You said speed
All
through
right.
it. I'm just like, wow, we're going to do this in 6 minutes, knowing damn well we're not getting out of here at 11.
No. All right, Landon Williams Callis. You want to guess this kid's nickname?
Landon Williams Callis. Cali style. I don't know. I'm trying to be creative. Cali style. I don't know.
No, Black Jesus.
Black Jesus. I think you told me this.
All right, pretty good bloodlines here. Cousins, the Rogers brothers, DeQuiz and James.
Yeah.
2 Texas high school football legends. DeQuiz is top 10 all time in rushing, led Lamar Consolidated to a state championship. And then his uncle, Michael Lewis, played at Colorado. Undersized player, 5'7.5", 190, but sub-11 kid. He's gone sub-11 like a dozen times. He's PR'd in the 10-4s or 10-5s, and he has rushed for over 3,000 yards as a junior. He's been starting since his freshman year, and he will finish top 5 all time, probably top 3, potentially first all time in career rushing yards in Texas high school football history. He also, one thing I never thought was ever going to get broken, Jonathan Gray's 205 touchdowns. It's a national record, most touchdowns in a high school career. Landon Williams Callis has like 158 right now, and he's playing in the state championship. His team is probably going to make a deep run next year too. He's going to have a shot to break it. If not, like, he will finish second. So super productive, has the bloodlines track. Yes, he's undersized. When you bring all that other stuff up, or, provide that context, it makes it a lot easier to rank him a 5-star and a top prospect. Texas is behind in this one. Tashard Choice had Texas in a great spot. I fully believe this kid would be going to Texas if Tashard Choice is still around, but he's not. I've never seen Tashard Choice recruit a sophomore as hard as he was recruiting this kid. And at a 7-on-7 tournament in February, I interviewed him. And it was around the time, or not around the time, it was the time when news broke Tashard Choice was interviewing with the Dallas Cowboys. And it looked like he was likely going to leave the Cowboys, if not another pro job, which obviously ended up happening. I asked him about it on record, like, hey, did you see, Coach Choice interviewing with the Cowboys? Any thoughts on that? He didn't know what I was talking about. So I was like, oh, shit. I stopped the recording and I explained it to him. He's probably not going to be back next year, probably going to leave for the NFL. And he said to me, paraphrasing, like, damn, like I was going to go there and play for him. I was like, well, I wonder who they're going to hire. Well, they ended up hiring Chad Scott, who Landon Williams Callis had never, ever heard of, didn't know existed, because Chad Scott didn't recruit him at West Virginia. And Landon Williams Callis was never, ever going to go to a school like West Virginia. So Chad Scott, I mean, they tried. They got him to campus in the summer, but he hasn't been back since the summer. Didn't take in a game day visit this year. But Jabbar Jalouk was recruiting him at Florida. Never visited Florida under Jalouk, but you have to assume Jalouk is going to do a better job in this thing than Scott did. Now, I'll be honest, NIL is a huge part of this, if not the main part. Oregon's in this thing, A&M's in this thing. Those are pretty much the top 2 right now, and I couldn't even tell you where Texas is besides the word behind. So he needs to get to campus ASAP.
They're not in the picture at all? Like, they can't even get in a conversation?
I mean, like, if he put out a top 6, I think they'd be in it, but they'd probably be 5 or 6. So, but hey, there's a long way to go. Coaching changes can kind of help you get back into these things because you can just blame it on the last guy. But hey, man, we're sorry. This coach is stupid, but I'm here now. That's usually how it works. And want to make it clear, the guys I'm going through right now are, 12 notable prospects in 2027. Easton Royal, he's already committed to Texas, but he's on here because, he's a 5-star receiver from Louisiana that committed to Texas over a year before he's going to sign. You have to recruit him through the whistle. Chose Texas over volleyball. I'm like from the anchor man. I just read whatever word I see. I almost said volleyball. Chose Texas over Ole Miss.
You just called Naaman Roberts just brought up Jayla. So that probably threw volleyball in your head. So
yeah, but chose Texas over LSU, Ole Miss, and Florida. That went down whenever the whole Lane Kiffin from Ole Miss to LSU thing was going down. And I mean, he's at Brother Martin, New Orleans. Jabbar Jalouk coached receivers at Brother Martin in 1999, one season, and is obviously from New Orleans. So we're still waiting to see if Chris Jackson is going to be back next year. If he's not, having Jalouk and those ties to New Orleans should definitely help steady the ship. But no matter what, I mean, you're going to have to recruit this kid to the whistle and continue recruiting him like you don't have him committed, because everyone else in the country is going to be trying like hell to get him to campus because he's extremely talented. He's PR'd in 10 threes and ran on a laser like 4.38 in the 40, which people don't understand 40 times, and all these high school kids lie about it. But like 4.38, there may be like 10 kids in 2027 that can run that fast. It's not normal. So
yeah. It's funny too, because
Brock,
we're seeing a lot more people, running into 4.3s now. So,
oh yeah,
lots
Brock
of people
Williams
4.3s.
Yeah, so Brock Williams, nation's number 2 tight end. He's from Libertyville, Illinois. Has the top 3 at Texas, Ohio State, Georgia. Very interesting deal here. This kid has visited Ohio State and Georgia like a dozen times combined. He's been to Texas once. However, that Texas visit was for the Arkansas game. That's the last visit he took. And whenever he put out his top 3 in like early to mid-November, he put out that he was going to commit the first week of December. This kid has not committed, and we're now in the 3rd week of December.
Michigan doesn't have him on his radar at all, or he's not even looking at. Or was he ever looking at Michigan?
No, and he sure as hell ain't now. They don't have a coach.
Right, no, for sure, yeah.
But yeah, top 3: Texas, Ohio State, Georgia. Was supposed to commit in the first week of December, but has not. I think that's notable. Think there might be some stuff going on. Trying to confirm it, but it's just hard because we can't go see this kid in person. And he doesn't respond to anything. And it does seem like Texas doesn't have a great read on this either. So he gets on here just because.
I mean, I'm sure he's going to put some more weight on his ass, but I mean, 6'5", that's a nice little target in the red zone.
Oh yeah. Kennedy Brown, he's the state's top-ranked offensive line prospect out of Humble-Kingwood. Not the same high school, but same school district that produced Kelvin Banks at Humble-Summer Creek. Grew up kind of around, was born in Houston, lived there for a few years, moved to DFW, and then lived in Indiana for about 5 or 6 years. But Indiana nor Notre Dame know that. And then moved back to Houston in like I think it was late middle school. But Texas, Texas A&M, Oregon, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Ohio State, those are in it. USC's in it. He has not been to Texas since the summer. Need to get him back on campus. The good thing is, like, while he hasn't been since the summer, you usually think that's a bad thing. Someone in his camp told me Texas is definitely in the top 5 and is very much a contender last month. So earlier in the fall, when Sark was making the rounds during the bye week, he flew the helicopter to Kingwood, landed it on their practice field, and then him and Chris Gilbert met with Kennedy Brown. That meant a lot to him. And right after they saw Kennedy, they went up to Willis, just a bit more north, to go see Jermaine Bishop on the helicopter. So, yeah, he needs to get back to campus, though. Super talented prospect, 6'4", 285. So some people are like,
can he really play at like 300, right? Or when he plays,
yeah, but they think, can he really play left tackle or offensive tackle because he's 6'4"? Well, this kid has been verified with the wingspan north of 86 inches. If you don't know math, that's 7'2". Yeah, like freakishly gifted. And has like 36.5, 37-inch arms, super, super wide shoulders.
Look at his neck.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Like, he's impressive. Really good young man, too. Really like going to see this kid. Yes, sir, no, sir, kid. And great player, great young man. Ismail Kamara, one of my favorite prospects that has stories in the class.
Holy shit.
You want to guess where this kid's from? It ain't Gilmer.
I'm going to say Ivory Coast?
France.
Okay.
Yeah. Born and raised in France, grew up playing soccer, taekwondo, basketball. Ended up getting, I guess, found or discovered, and went to this school called Clearwater Academy in Clearwater, Florida. It's one of the main schools that like international prospects end up at, and they're taught football and get to play on a team and stuff. However, he did not play football his freshman year for whatever reason. I do not know why that happened, but he was at Clearwater Academy. He just didn't play, practiced and worked out though. And then he went from Clearwater Academy to Gilmer. I will tell the story of how that happened one day. Don't want to blow it up quite yet, but it is kind of hilarious because he was suspended by the UIL from varsity play for his sophomore year. He moves in from Florida as a kid from France, and the UIL is like, whoa, 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 not so fast. But kids transfer from like Gilmer to Carthage and back, and then to Timpson and then to Marshall, and they always get to play. It's always approved. But the second a kid from France / Clearwater, Florida moves in, they're like, no, 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 no. Dumb as hell. But this year he dominated for Gilmer, went both ways, also played D-line. Honestly, I mean, could play D-line in college, and you could project him to play D-line in the NFL. Rare God-given athleticism and traits.
He doesn't look fat. He's 6'6", 340. He don't look fat, dude.
No, I mean, he's super impressive. We don't have a ton of great photos of him, but I mean, he's lost weight since then. He looks pretty big then.
Well, yeah, I mean that profile, that PFP of him makes it looks like he's callous as a mo.
Yeah, but Texas and Texas A&M are the main schools to know. The person he lives with, or I guess his guardian in Gilmer, is someone that helped out Curtis Brown a lot during his process when he was coming up. Curtis Brown, former Gilmer Buckeye, who went and played for Texas as a cornerback under Mac Brown, and he refers to Curtis Brown as his brother, even though they are not related. And they talk a lot. So Texas has some help there from Curtis Brown. But it's going to be Texas versus Texas A&M. SMU's also in it. And, you know, the recruiting him and the relationships are obviously going to be important, but the school that wins is probably going to win because they're willing to pay the most. So as good as he is, I can see Texas doing that, especially with what the needs are in the O-line. Tremendous prospect. Probably not a year one guy just because he's still so new to football, but could potentially be one. And is a super fun kid. I mean, his highlights are ridiculous because he's 6'6", 340 and grew up playing taekwondo and soccer and can move really, really, really well. And he's also like –
with that size, you don't think he'll play tackle?
I mean, he can. I don't know why we have the IOL projection. I also don't know what his wing and arm length is, but every school's recruiting him to play tackle like Texas is. So, but with him, can dunk. I mean, you hope he can. He's 6'6", 340, but he can dunk. Has some really, really impressive videos on his Twitter of him doing like box jumps that are like 36 inches and other stuff. And he can also squat 700 pounds.
I was going to ask, what's his footwork like? You know, when he, like you said, he plays soccer. He's got to have impressive footwork too. So,
yeah, he does. He's really, I mean, he's a great athlete for how big he is. So, yeah, and again, probably going to be Texas or Texas A&M. Maybe other schools in the region or nationally get into it, but those are the two ones to know right now. And then Brian Swanson, out of all these kids I'm previewing, this is the one that is most likely to end up at Texas, in my opinion.
That's good size too, though, man.
Oh yeah, and he is also playing in a state championship this weekend. He's playing Landon Williams-Callis, aka Black Jesus. It's a rematch of South Oak Cliff and Richmond Randall. Last year, Richmond Randall won off a great performance from Landon Williams-Callis. So Brian Swanson and his Golden Bears are going to be looking to get revenge. 6'5", 295, true offensive tackle prospect, can project to left or right. He's been a 2-year starter at left tackle for South Oak Cliff. Has played in 2 state championships in a row, or will be playing in 2 state championships in a row. And since the start of this recruitment, it's been Texas versus Texas A&M versus Oklahoma. He wants to play in the SEC and doesn't want to leave the region. Texas has some really good ties with this recruitment. Chris Gilbert obviously coached at South Oak Cliff back in the day, still really tight with those coaches.
Okay.
And then the offensive line coach at South Oak Cliff is a guy named Zach Collins. He's from the DFW area, played offensive line for Alabama A&M and Prairie View A&M, then got into coaching, was training for a long time, still trains. And he is DJ Campbell, Andre Kojo, Jordan Coleman, and Devin Coleman's trainer. So he's very tight with Cal Flood. A lot of times Kyle Flood ends up finding out about kids in the DFW area because Zach sends them to him. And he's also trained and worked with like Nate Kibble and Jaden Chapman too, but he's not exactly like, their guy, their trainer, like he is for DJ or the other guys. So Swanson, he's really close with DJ Campbell, some of these other players, just because he's trained a lot with them over the years. And, he hears a lot about what's going on in Texas in practice and other things like that through Zach Collins. So great prospect. Definitely think Texas is the leader. And, regardless of what happens with Kyle Flood, I do think this kid is going to end up in Texas. So
that's cool.
So
at least like out of those, I would love to have what's his name? Carrera?
Yeah, Ismail Kamara.
I'd love to have that dude, but I mean it's nice to know that at least one of those three key pieces are going to be in Texas. At least a dude from Dallas, so man.
Oh yeah. This is Peyton Miller. He's from Anna, which is like north of McKinney in the North Dallas area, way North Dallas area. Texas, Texas Tech, Texas A&M, SMU are a few schools in this, Oklahoma as well, Clemson as well. And, I mean, he is a premier center prospect. He's 6'5", 290. He'll be a 4-year starter. Anna plays at the 4A level, so it's not 6A, but it's still super impressive. And he's been getting recruited since his freshman year because he was a 4-year starter. He's always been really calculated. If you ask him, who stands out to you, he'll name like 12 schools. But I'd say the ones to know are 5, Oklahoma, Texas, Texas A&M, Texas Tech, and SMU. And he's Kyle Flood's #1 center target in 2027. So I don't know what other schools are recruiting him at. I assume guard or center, though. Could play right tackle, but you definitely want this guy on the interior, I'd say. And Texas is in a good spot. He visited for the Arkansas game, had a great time, and then was supposed to be back for the A&M game, but he ended up having a playoff game that night and couldn't make it. But Texas is in a good spot there. Here's Marcus.
Jesus.
Forgot how to say his name.
Fakatu.
Super.
Fakatu.
Yeah, we'll go with that. I'm just going to call him Marcus. Super rare body type.
Actually. Fakatau.
Yeah. Rare body type, rare frame, 6'6", 275. We have him ranked as the number 59 overall prospect, number 5 D lineman, and number 8 prospect in the state of California for the 2027 class. However, he was in 2028 and reclassed. And when he was in 2028, he was the number 3 overall prospect and number 1 defensive lineman. Plays in the Trinity League for Orange Lutheran. They're playing teams like Modern Day, St. John Bosco, Servite. It's the top, probably the most competitive top football district in America.
He looks like a fucking warrior, man.
Yeah, he is one. Notre Dame is the leader right now, but Bama, Georgia, and Texas, USC are kind of the other ones in it. He also took visits to like Michigan, Penn State, and Arizona State, but ones to know: Notre Dame, Texas, Georgia, Bama, and USC.
USC. I was gonna say USC is probably gonna be up in there.
Yeah, but he's entering his what will be his 3rd and final year of high school with like 25 sacks in the Trinity League. So he's a monster, one of the most coveted prospects in the country. Trying to find better shots of him. But yeah, that's him in the middle. And both these dudes in the photo with him play at Notre Dame. So they're in a really good spot. Like just their whole culture with Polynesians, especially.
I was gonna say like
I'm really strong.
I'm sure he's got the Polynesian background, but to be specific, he looks like the Tongan warriors, man. That fucking I served some time. He just looks like an animal, man. Sign him down.
Yeah, his primary recruiter at Texas is Johnny Nansen. Texas offered him back in January. His first ever visit was for the A&M game. They flew in early Friday morning and then flew out early Saturday morning. He then went and saw the Michigan-Ohio State game. So he saw the Texas and Texas A&M game and the Michigan and Ohio State game back-to-back days. Life of being a coveted football recruit, right?
Right.
But brought his family with him. Texas treated it kind of like an official visit, even though it was only one day. They showed him around campus, showed him dorms, showed him athletic buildings, or the athletic facilities, and then like the school buildings. He's looking at majoring in business, so got a quick look at the
All right,
Macomb
so I'm
School
sure
of
that they
Business.
take him around McCombs and shit. All right.
Yeah, and then just worked them through how they work with athletes, like student athletes, mentoring them, tutoring them, different plans they have, things like that. And his family and him really enjoyed it. I mean, he's going to be back in the spring. And he did say that after the visit, Texas moved up into his top 3. So still competing against Notre Dame, but great to have him on here. Just true difference maker and rare body type, rare athlete on the D line. And we got Zyron Forstall. Kind of hard to say. Zyron Forstall. He's at IMG Academy, but he's originally from New Orleans. Went to Jesuit in New Orleans. Jabbar Jalouk did not coach there, but they have some ties. Jalouk was recruiting him to Florida. And it's like Bama, Florida, Georgia, USC, Texas, Texas A&M. I mean, blue blood after blue blood. And he's the number 2 edge rusher in the country. Visited Texas back in June. I think that was his first visit. I don't think he's been back since. But, hey, you have Jabbar Jalouk, who's from New Orleans. His edge coach or position coach, if he ends up at Texas, is Alan Clark, who's from Baton Rouge. So some good Louisiana ties there. I do think they're going to make a big push for him. The in-state edge class is pretty damn weak. And, Richard Wesley, Jermaine Carlton are talented, but you want to keep that room as stocked as possible with difference makers because, there isn't – outside of quarterback, there isn't a position that can have a bigger impact on a game in college than rushing the passer.
I agree with you. A lot of people will say corner, like defensive back and corner is one of them, but I think to counter directly the pass rush, you need an edge rush, or the passing attack, you need an edge rush.
Oh, yeah. Cooper Witten, son of Jason Witten, number 1 linebacker in the country. He's at Argyle Liberty Christian, where his father is the head coach. A&M, Tennessee, Oklahoma, and Ohio State and Georgia are all in a better spot than Texas is.
Yeah,
and Notre Dame too.
He's going to go to A&M probably, right?
Too early to call, but he has not visited Texas since June of 2024, and it was at a camp that he worked out at that Texas did not offer him at. And the next day, he camped at Oklahoma, where Oklahoma gave him his first offer. Texas could have been the first school to offer, and they were like, "Yeah." And he hasn't been back since. So, way to go, Texas. Another operation or example of the recruiting operation being botched. They offered this kid in the spring after these Papa Bads.
That's all right, man. It's Christmas time.
They offered him in the spring after everyone in the country had already offered him. Another great job by Texas there. He did visit for the Red River Shootout versus Oklahoma. Got to see that game, but again, he hasn't been in Austin since June 1st of 2024.
Yeah, we're not getting this. He's not coming here.
Probably not, but I got to list him. He's the number 1 linebacker.
No, for sure.
He's Jason Witten's son.
For sure. That would be great, but it's gonna you played college football, right? The video game college football. You wine and dine these guys, man, and you waste all those points per week on these dudes, and they're saying, yeah, top three, and then all of a sudden Ohio State or Texas A&M sneaks in and steals this kid. Texas, and I don't know. I don't think we're anywhere in the area, man, especially after dropping the ball. And that's it too, right? You always remember your first, regardless of what it is, right? And the first impressions are just something special, dude. If it's not Oklahoma, I just got a vibe or a feeling it's probably going to be A&M.
Yeah, and I mean,
do you feel like he's got a scorn against Texas now because they didn't offer him?
I mean, I don't think so.
You're the number one. You're the number 1 linebacker.
I mean, yeah, to some degree he has to. It's human nature, but this kid didn't grow up a fan of Texas.
Okay.
So
right, for sure.
If you're late to offering him and then you're not going to talk to him as much as other schools will, how do you expect to have a shot? And I think I've told some of this story before. Texas had an offensive coach go out to Argyle Liberty Christian in the spring, and it was before Nansen went out there and offered him. They had a coach go out there in the spring, and offensive side of the ball staffer. and he talked to Jason, and it was like, "Hey, I'm sorry, our defensive side, evaluations are so much slower than our offenses." He's like, "Yeah, it's okay, we get it." That's what they're gonna say. They're great people, but if you're Texas, do you know how bad it looks when you say and do things like that? And I know it's the truth. It's the defensive staff screwing it up, but you're doing things like that whenever Kirby Smart, Brent Venables, Mike Elko have weekly FaceTimes with this kid.
Right.
And he hears from Texas once every few months, and when he does, it's the most recent time was an offensive staffer before they offered him. Like, it's unacceptable, man. And
Yeah, I mean, they're treating him
I'm,
like
I'm
he's
happy
an
more people are seeing what I'm saying, because whenever I've said things like this in the past, I'm like, it doesn't matter. They signed the #1 recruiting class in the country.
But
It's
yeah,
like,
but you
yeah,
can't
but
you can't let the #1 linebacker in the nation walk out of the state because you're treating them like a fucking afterthought.
yeah, you have to adapt. Yeah, you can money whip kids, but you can't money whip everyone. Look at Michael Fasusi. I always love using that example. So, yeah, that's enough Cooper Witten. All right, John Meredith III, nation's #1 cornerback at a ULIS Trinity. He actually was at Arlington Lamar as a freshman. Fun fact, Arlington Lamar had this kid and Trent Yancey, who's at Duncanville now, and is a top 200 receiver prospect. Yeah, his dad did play at Tennessee, but he's not like a lock to go to Tennessee. He's probably going to end up elsewhere, I think. But with John Meredith, nation's top-ranked corner, he's the state of Texas's top-ranked corner since Devin Sanchez in the 2025 class. Sanchez went to North Shore and then Ohio State. As far as Meredith goes, it's Bama, Ohio State, Texas, Texas A&M. SMU's on there. I don't think he's going there. Penn State was in this. He liked Penn State, James Franklin, a lot until that thing came apart. But A&M is thought to be the leader. Now, A&M does have a 5-star safety and another 5-star corner committed. So I do think, he might want to be the man. And also, it's hard to pay all those guys and make it make sense financially. So I'm watching A&M. They are the leader right now, though I do think that. Another thing interesting about the Aggies, his primary recruiter, Jordan Peterson, is probably going to end up being Colin Klein's defensive coordinator, or at least is in the running for that at Kansas State. So if Peterson leaves, A&M is going to need a new primary recruiter for John Meredith. Texas had him at the junior day, and then in June, and then in November for the Texas A&M game. That's the only game day visit he took to Austin this year, and I mean, he chose the best one. And he said that visit meant a lot to him. It changed a lot of things for him. We'll see. He's one of those kids that knows the power of his words in interviews and will kind of say stuff like that. So I'm in wait and see mode with him, but I think Texas is definitely in the top 4 and in the mix for him. And then last but not least, Jaquan Snell, 6'3", 200-pound kid out of Waxahachie. He's an A&M commit currently, but Texas is going to continue recruiting this kid through the whistle. Chose A&M over Texas and Ohio State. He's a striker. Kind of has some DeMarvin overshown to him, where just super versatile back 7 defender, and was a great baseball player. Doesn't play baseball anymore. Also, long jump to like 21 feet or something in the spring. Really athletic on the track, and he's been or will be a 4-year member of Waxahachie's varsity team, which plays in the district of Doom with Duncanville DeSoto. Super impressive physically and great kid. He also has a younger brother who's picking up some offers that is a defensive lineman. But yeah, just wanted to mention him because they're going to be recruiting this kid. I've talked about it before. I do not think Dwayne Aquina is back next year at safeties coach. I think he's retiring or getting fired, either or. And a new safeties coach, whoever that may be, if that happens, is Jaquan. That's pretty much all I got, unless y'all have any other questions or anything you want to hit on, Wags, before we get out of here.
No.
Awesome. Well, hey, up next, the voice of college football talks about the departures of DeAndre Moore and Leona Lefau, and wonders what's next for Texas in the portal. What's next? They're going to get a running back, a receiver, maybe a tight end, a few offensive linemen, a few defensive linemen, 1 or 2 of them, a linebacker or 2, a corner, and probably a safety, and also probably a kicker and punter. Going to be a very big portal class for the Longhorns, but nonetheless, we're getting out of here. Y'all have a great one and happy
like the
Tuesday.
video. Make sure you like the video.
Like the video. Yelling at him. Jeez.